Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the additional round of the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Scully and accompanying officials to this hearing today. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of planning and public spaces. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. And parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. And welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also note for Mr. Martin and Mr. Preshaw, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And Mr. Martin, if we could please begin with you.
Christopher Martin, Acting Deputy Secretary of Corporate Services from the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Preshaw.
Yeah, I'm Clay Preshaw, the Executive Director of Energy Resources and Industry from the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I would like to remind all other witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry. I do note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating area, and I would like to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, if you could please remember to bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you on the table. This assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript, and of course we know that making Hansard happy is our main function and purpose here. Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then there is 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. I also note that there has been some discussion about possibly allowing some of the Reconstruction Authority members and officials possibly leaving the session early, because we all note that the northern part of the state is under a cyclone warning as we speak. We'll commence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, how many MPs have you had negotiations with to exempt areas of their electorate from the low and mid-rise housing policy despite them meeting the criteria?
None. There hasn't been a negotiation process. The government has gone through a process of identifying suitable locations based on a range of factors. They have included the access to goods and services in a particular area, access to public transport, including consideration of the frequency of those services, the timeliness and the time to nearby centres, critical infrastructure capacity, including hazards and constraints, bushfire, flooding, other constraints that might happen, local housing targets and the desire of the government to rebalance Sydney's housing growth. So it's not a negotiation process. We identified those areas where it's most suitable for housing, given the capacity to take up infrastructure, and the most likely to be feasible in terms of helping to deliver on our housing accord targets.
So, Minister, the member for Pittwater, Jackie Scrooby, posted, "Planning victory. We get to keep control over most planning and development. Pittwater escapes blanket planning laws for 4 to 6 storey developments. Mona Vale is the only town centre earmarked for new low to mid-rise development under New South Wales government reforms, despite nearly all of our villages meeting the criteria. As an independent, I
Most of the villages don't.
As an
meet the
independent, I
criteria.
negotiated with the Minns government to deliver this win for the Pittwater community. What negotiations did the Minns government have with the member for Pittwater over the inclusion of sites in her
I met
electorate?
with the member for Pittwater. She expressed her views about her desires and her, her portrayal of her community desires, and that was that. There wasn't a negotiation. Now, what people may put in terms of their public commentary on the low and mid-rise reform, I can't be held accountable for. I mean, I see that there was some interesting half-baked public commentary, in the Sydney Morning Herald today from someone about low and mid-rise reform, which I'm sure we'll come to in due course. But, people will say what they say. However, this was not a negotiation process. This was a process of identifying the most suitable centres based around the capacity and access to goods and services, the capacity of transport and the frequency of services, the capacity of underlying infrastructure and any hazards and constraints that might take place, the housing accord targets that have been set across local government areas and across the entire state for the very first time, as you'd recall, and of course where there was the most capacity to take on some of those changes and deliver the homes that people expect.
So, Minister, what sites within the Pittwater electorate did the member for Pittwater request be exempted from the policy?
Look, I'm not going to go through the details of conversations I might have with other members of Parliament. Suffice to say that she expressed some views about the appropriateness of some areas versus others, and wanted to express her community's views to me. I mean, it's open to any member to approach me to express their views on what planning they feel should or should not take place in their particular area. It's one input, but this was not a negotiation.
Okay, so you don't characterise it as a negotiation, but you do characterise it as an input. From that discussion with the member for Pittwater, what action did you take with respect to the low and mid-rise policy and its application within her electorate?
There was no direct action that came from it. I considered her views.
Okay, you considered her views. Did you have any discussions with the department about the inclusion of certain sites within her electorate?
No.
Did you have any, did that perhaps colour your judgment, so to speak, when determining the final sites for inclusion?
The only thing that coloured my judgment was the suitability of sites, their access to goods and services, whether or not they had public transport available, the frequency of that, the times that were taken to come through, the reflection on the site constraints and underlying capacity of infrastructure to deliver on it, the housing accord targets, and the capacity to come through. There was 171 sites were recommended in the department's analysis, and I viewed those as to be suitable and took forward that recommendation to the drafting of a SEP and ultimately to the Cabinet and the Government.
So, Minister, the member for Pittwater has also, along with the member for Wakehurst, called for the pausing of the program within their electorates until bus services are fixed within that community, and that's obviously an issue the government is conscious of, as I believe the Minister for Transport did meet with those members and other Liberal members representing seats along that bus route as well. Is that something that the government's considering?
The SEP came into effect last Friday.
So you're not going to accede to their requests in pausing the
Look,
application?
I don't think I don't think pausing the position of that necessarily addresses the transport concerns and the bus concerns. However, I understand that the Minister for Transport has had discussions about bus services in those areas with those relevant members, as you just indicated, and with other Liberal members in the area. If there is new information that is brought to my attention that we need to take into consideration, then we take the new information into consideration. However, at this point in time, I don't think that's. I don't think a SEP that's been in place for 4 days now. There's a lot of work, as you would appreciate, that once there's changes in a SEP that takes place, and those changes are going through councils at the moment to have their systems brought into line to accommodate anything that might come through with those SEP changes. I think that's important to continue. However, if there's new information that comes to light following discussions with the Minister for Transport, of course I'll take that into consideration.
Minister, how many potentially suitable town centres were provided to Northern Beaches Council in the Pittwater electorate as part of the initial list prior to the council's workshop with the department?
Look, I wasn't directly involved in those. That was a discussion between officers of the department and officers of the council. Ms. Gibson may be able to shed some more light on, but she may also not have that information in front of her. So,
How about I get that and we can provide that?
Thank you very much. We'll come back to that in the afternoon. And Minister, you said that there was an opportunity for members to come and give their views to
members
you
give
with
their
respect to the
views to me all the time.
I'm sure they do. And Minister, how many members did come and give their views to you with respect to the low and mid-rise SEP?
I haven't
changes,
taken
I should say,
taken count of that. People often come to me with more specific planning queries rather than policy ones. I had a number of members come to me encouraging certain sites in their areas, but I didn't keep a count.
Minister, was the member for East Hills one of those members who came to you and provided you with insights into the operation of the SEP on their electorate?
No.
No?
Not to the best of my recollection, no.
So how is it that the East Hills electorate is the land that the LMR forgot?
Well, okay, it's
Effectively,
an interesting question. So can you just outline why you think it's a good idea to have it there? You've made some comments today, so could you just expand on that?
Minister,
Minister,
I'm here to mark your homework. I'm not here to do it for you.
Well, I'm also trying to understand yours. I mean, I do note though today, if we're talking about homework, that the Minister for Education has announced 150 literacy checks numeracy checks around the place. So perhaps I can make it 151 and add you to it, because your adding up's pretty poor at the moment. So if I take it at your word here in what's reported in the
LMR
Sydney
centres exist in the East Hills electorate? Let's try your
an answer
numeracy
to
on
the
that.
question or not? Right? You've said here that I think your view is that East Hills is right because there's multiple stations involved. Is that a fair interpretation of your assessment?
Well, Minister, tell me, are there stations in the East Hills electorate? Why?
There are stations in the East Hills electorate, correct. There are town centres, there are houses in the East Hills electorate. But is that a fair characterisation of what your view? That you think because there's stations there that automatically...
Yes, Minister, there are stations in the East Hills electorate. I invite you to go to Revesby or Padstow or Panania or East Hills, in fact.
I'll come to that. But you do realise that not every station is suitable. Yes?
So,
no?
Minister, tell us your criteria.
No. Yes or no?
Minister, tell us your criteria. So
all
of the stations in East Hills are not suitable. Is that correct?
Well, I think it might be worthwhile Ms. Gibson outlining some of the considerations. But one of the big considerations there is the hazards, because running through that part of the world is a large high-pressure gas main with an exclusion zone around it. But Ms. Gibson might be able to shed some more light on the detail of that.
Yeah, so as the Minister's previously outlined, some of the matters for identifying the appropriate sites for low and mid-rise included whether there were hazards and known hazards in that area. And there is a high-pressure gas main that runs through that area, follows the rail line. It connects the port and will likely join to the new airport. It has some exclusions around that, so a buffer setback where additional housing is not appropriate. That was a very big reason why a number of the stations along the East Hill line wasn't okay. There were also some other reasons. Some of those centres there don't have full range of goods and services in the commercial area, and that was also a very key part of the low and mid-rise reforms.
So just to add to what Ms Gibson said, with that gas line comes an exclusion zone. That exclusion zone limits the capacity of people to dig and do underground car parking, which is an important part of this. So you've got, I think it's about 400 metre exclusion zone, which takes out a fair bit of the area that you might be looking at. However, East Hills is not entirely excluded. All right, you'll be thrilled to know that East Hills is one of the in a council area, one of the 124 where permissibility for dual occupancies and semi-detached dwellings was introduced on the 1st of July last year, and is already we're starting to see an uptick in the number of applications for dual occupancies coming through, which is good news. More houses.
Well, I'm
You should
sure
be
Mr
excited.
Murphy would agree that it's good news. I know his fondness of dual occupancies that he's put forward in the House before. But Minister, with respect,
He's got fondness of housing for people and making sure that people have good access to housing, and that's I think is one of his great character traits.
I'm glad you're working for the Fergs to get their support.
Oh, look, I'm working for housing. I'll work with you if you wish, Mr. Farlow.
Well, I always like to work with you,
Yeah,
Minister.
that's right, exactly.
Minister-
So this is why I'm happy to concentrate and give you some understanding of where your analysis,
Well,
quote unquote, falls down.
It's Deirdre Chambers. What a coincidence when it comes to Labor, one of Labor's most marginal seats. With,
Really,
the East
is
Hills
it a
exclusion
coincidence
and the,
that there's
and the rules that
80
come
there's
through that?
80 sites that are in Labor seats? Is it a coincidence that that's the case? Is it a coincidence that that's far more than the number of sites that are in Liberal-held areas, which is 69? Is it a coincidence
quibble
that
over
it's
the
far
one,
more
Minister,
than
but
the
I think-
9 in green and 13 in independent areas? The majority, the overwhelming majority, are in Labor electorates. In fact, many of them are in my own.
And
It's great.
There's 2 in your electorate.
That's right, and one's on. There's one
There's
on
2.
the edge. There's one on the edge, and Dapto is
You share one.
Dapto is
It's
about
stone's
50
throw
metres
away.
outside it.
Yeah, you can't say that you're leading the charge on this. I think that
I
you have a
didn't
look
say
at
I
the
was
member for
leading
North
the
Shore. I
charge.
think it's got
said
7
a
in her
I
electorate.
said a number of them are in my electorate.
A number 2.
How many are in
2 is
marginal Labor
greater than
electorates?
0, right? You're claiming that.
Well, you've got more than East Hills. We'll give you that. You've got more than East Hills.
Well,
You've got more than Penrith. You've got more than Riverstone. You've got more than a series of Labor marginal seats. You've got more than Parramatta.
Well, Parramatta is an interesting case. You know, Parramatta, we'd actually have to downgrade a lot of areas in order to have them meet the low and mid-rise housing reform. So why would you want to downgrade areas with light rail, with metro, with heavy rail, with good bus access, just because you're trying to prove a political point? I don't understand why you'd want to downgrade an area that's good for housing.
Well, to the point in terms of Parramatta, how many sites did the department exhibit or go to a workshop with Parramatta Council on?
Well,
and list?
much like the Northern Beaches, I think we'd have to take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice and we'll come back in the
Thank you very
afternoon.
much. And Minister, with respect to other exclusions, you've of course got the aircraft noise exclusion as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
Why did you list those sites that would be excluded by a ANAC contour?
Well, let's go into that in a little bit more detail, because I think this is an easy claim to make that doesn't stand up to as much critical examination as what it wants. So, you know, as members would be aware, the Australian Noise Exposure Forecast System is a measure of aircraft noise around airports, right? And we have a number of areas, a number of planning instruments in which certain contours are excluded. A number of councils have a similar sort of thing. So what has happened is where there has been a 20 plus contour, there's been some exclusions. So the low and mid-rise policy introduced some exclusions where there's greater hazards and constraints, as we've just discussed. You know, high pressure gas mains that service the industrial heart of Sydney, and where you can't build around them because of an exclusion zone. We excluded that, and that included some consistency with respect respect of the ANF areas. The exclusion applies to some individual lots rather than the whole location, so it's wrong to characterise that as a whole area being excluded. And the reason, but you've also got to understand that there's substantial other benefits that come along from those areas being included. So let's take, for instance, I don't know, we'll pick one at random here. Newtown Station and Town Centre. So the benefit of even though there is some exclusion or some areas impacted by the ANEF, we've increased permissibility. So we've made terraces and townhouses permissible in the R2 zone. We've increased the maximum floor space ratio. We've got consistent minimum lot sizes and widths for development. So there's a range of other things that come into effect
So can you just walk me through
drive
that,
that
Minister,
will
in
allow
terms
that that allow that development to take place and allow houses to be delivered in those areas. So I know it's easy and you're in the game because I don't know. I guess you're a little disappointed that you couldn't deliver these sort of reforms in government.
talking points for the day.
You had 12 years. You failed consistently. We've been able to do
failing
it. And I
every
can
day.
understand your disappointment with that, right? And I understand that. But you've got to understand that there's more than just just the application in some areas. This is about a whole permissibility. This is about restoring choice of housing types, which I would have thought the Liberal Party, being the party of choice that it still claims to be, would be right on board with.
Well, Minister, it seems like there's not much choice in some of those areas, but I want you to walk me through this in terms of how does this all apply if the area is excluded or if individual lots are excluded?
So there is still general permissibility, as I said. Let's take Drummoyne Town Centre. I know an interest of yours in the past. It's the changes in the SEP make apartments permissible in R3. We weren't able to be built. Medium density zone identified by the council. Couldn't build an apartment on a land zone for apartments. It increases the maximum FSR and height, and it removes the limitations of minimum lot size and width for apartments. So
But Minister, again, I'm trying to understand, like, how does this work if the area is excluded because of the contour?
No, the area is not excluded.
But an
right?
individual lot is
I think
excluded.
you either didn't listen or misheard me before when there's some lots that are excluded, yes.
Okay,
But
so
that
a lot
doesn't-
is excluded.
That doesn't mean that everything's excluded. This is the point, right? So there are controls.
If the lot is under the noise contour, it is excluded. Is that correct?
Some are, yes.
So, for instance,
So
my previous interest in Drummoyne, I lived in a
that-
6-storey apartment building in Drummoyne that was under the contour. Would
Sorry,
that be,
can you repeat the question? I think
my
you're
my
confused.
previous interest in Drummoyne that you alluded to,
Yeah.
when I lived in Drummoyne, I lived in a
So
6-storey
does Mr. Fang,
apartment.
I understand.
I lived
Wang.
and Mr.
He's
Fang
the
does
member
live in
for
Drummoyne as
Drummoyne,
well.
I think.
And
Would be.
You've got it.
Minister, at that point, I lived in a 6-storey apartment block that was
Good.
under the flight path
Yep.
and under the contour.
So
Would
you
that
could
be
you
included
could,
or
So
excluded?
you could build a 6-storey apartment block in some areas of Drummoyne, right? So what this has
but under
done
your
is made that a
plans, you
consistent
can't.
approach.
It's excluded.
No, that's not the case. I think it might be worth Ms. Gibson giving you some of the technical details.
So
that
Minister,
can
are you
understand.
familiar with the prop code analysis in terms of what the impact of this policy
I
has been?
have seen it. I've seen the analysis that was done before the instrument was published. Yes.
Okay. So with
Which
respect,
I find fascinating, right? That you could do a thorough examination before an instrument was actually publicly available.
so Minister, you dispute those characterisations
Look,
within that analysis?
I'm saying that there's some things in there that may not have been fully understood from what was publicly available at the time that analysis was undertaken. It's a bit like when you claim that you're looking only at Sydney, say, for some of the analysis and trying to put a political lens over
Well,
it.
you've got
when one
13
doesn't
seats
exist.
outside of Sydney. We've got one, so it's not
Well,
really
you've got
comparing
one and a bit because
apples with
the member
oranges.
for Kiama still votes with you on
The
one.
member
So
for
I
Kiama
think
is an
he's-
independent.
I think he's still
and I
a
think
lot
you're
closer to
well
you
aware
than
of
we'll
that,
ever
Minister.
be. Than you'll
I think
ever
you're
be
well
to
aware
us.
of that.
So but sorry. So you're saying that you're continuing the approach that you had in government, that you'll exclude areas because you don't have seats. So when the former Premier
Minister, I'm
Berejiklian-
saying that we should compare
hang on a
apples
second.
with
I'm just
apples
trying to understand
rather than
your
apples with
analysis
oranges.
here. No,
You're trying to beef up your
comparing
figures. You're trying to beef up your
apples and
figures
pears
on
at the
13
moment,
seats
right?
versus one.
So
13 seats of which 9 have a train line and one which has no train line.
Right,
And that's what you're trying to base your figures on, hey?
Why didn't you just reduce your analysis down to, say, I don't know, the lower North Shore, and then say 100% of areas are in Liberal-held seats, and this is gross political
Minister, I can
oversight
compare
and interference
one Labor
in
seat
planning.
with one
That's
Liberal
just
seat very easily on this. And we might do that a little bit later.
It is just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Just ridiculous.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thanks for joining us. You're coming up to your second anniversary as the Planning Minister, and the centrepiece of your policy has been the transport-orientated developments,
Yep.
the TODs. Where are we up to with that?
Okay, so we are starting to see some good and strong interest. And look, while you mention second anniversary, I just would like to put on the record that since April 2023 in New South Wales, there's been nearly 200,000 dwellings that have been approved. 200,000 dwellings. Now, I think that by any measure, that will make a substantial difference to the way things are done in New South Wales. So at the moment, in the TOD areas, I'll just get the right bit of paper here. We've got the obviously the 7 accelerated precincts. We've got the 37, some of which are still coming through the system, and we have where are we? We've got. Between them, we've got SSDs and DAs of 56 at the moment, and between those two, we've got about 6,500 homes. Now they're at various stages in the assessment process. We've had some that are assessed and approved. For instance, there's been 2 SSDs approved in the accelerated precincts, between them 470 dwellings. There's been 17 DAs approved in the TOD SEP locations so far, and we've got more coming through the system. The other thing we're starting to see is more reports of lot consolidation and land transactions, which are a big precursor to what you might find with respect of the TOD sites. You know, in a lot of those locations, particularly the TOD SEP locations, that you are always going to have a period where you had to do some, or you would have needed to do some lot consolidation. We're seeing increasing numbers of both land transactions and neighbours clubbing together to sell a consolidated lot.
But am I correct in thinking that as of today, physical construction hasn't begun anywhere with the TODs? We're still going through a lot of paperwork.
I couldn't tell you if physical constructions have started on those that are approved and have the planning approval. I'd have to take that detail on notice. But as with all planning changes, you know, unlike sort of a cash stimulus or something like that, don't necessarily produce a result overnight. You know, you don't announce a change to a SEP, introduce it, and then the next day you get an apartment building, right? But so it's often the case that you go through a process where people have to buy the land, they have to do their planning, they have to get it into the relevant consent authority, they have to get their approval, they need to get their construction certificate to get underway. At the same time, they've got to organise finance. Often they've got to do pre-sales and the like. So there's a time consideration in some of these sorts of things, but we're starting to see those coming out of the ground. I think you'd be excited to see our results for our affordable housing bonus changes, which I'm sure we might come to in time.
So am I correct in thinking that the government has committed to building in New South Wales 377,000 new homes by 2029 as part of the... Okay. So that's about 75,000 new homes per year. Now you just mentioned that since you've come to office that we've had 200,000 new approvals. Yep. Okay. Well, look, the data I've got, which I think is from the HIA, says that as of June last year, unit approvals were down 18.8% in this state, and house approvals were down 19%. So
in June last year, they probably were. Right. In June last year, we were dealing with a period where there was, interest rates were still high, which restricted both the borrowing of proponents as well as those who might wish to buy, and capped the amount that they were able to borrow. You had material construction costs that were still increasing, and they're still increasing, but at a much lower rate. They'd increased by about 30% for most things at that stage. You've had land prices that have gone up, so there probably were about that number at that stage, but I'm talking about a much more recent number.
Right, well that's encouraging to hear. So you're saying since the middle of last year there has been an uptick? Because I can't find statistics for that.
Yeah. It's been noticeable in terms of what's coming through into the planning portal as well.
Okay.
There's a lag in some of these numbers, as you might understand. The ABS reports approvals on a monthly basis, but they're usually about 2 months behind, where we see things and we can get a bit more information, not perfect information, because sometimes you can't dwell down into the exact number of dwellings in a particular proposal, but because we've got the planning portal, we're able to interrogate that a little bit more.
A few weeks ago on social media, the Housing Industry Association did post, they said this, and I quote, that they noted the outlook for home building in New South Wales remained much weaker compared to other states. And in October last year, the Victorian Premier said that they had built 61,000 new homes in the year prior to September, up until September 24, but New South Wales at the same time only had about 46,000. So New South Wales has got a bigger population. So, why is the HIA saying that things are much weaker in New South Wales? I mean, what do you think is the primary cause of this?
Primarily, it's land prices. Land prices in New South Wales are much higher, and it's also the fact that some of our planning reforms hadn't filtered and would work their way through the system. Land prices in New South Wales are substantially higher than they are in Victoria. We've also got topographical challenges particularly in the Sydney Basin that you don't have as much in Victoria. But we've also got a system that we inherited that was confused and confusing, that denied permissibility of a whole host of areas of housing types, that led to the fact that we have less housing diversity now than we had 100 years ago. So we've been progressively putting in place a series of planning reforms which we feel will contribute to the delivery of the housing accord targets, but also continue long after them. Our planning reforms aren't aimed solely at delivering the target. They're aimed at delivering homes in New South Wales, because substantially over a number of years, particularly the last decade, we haven't been building enough homes in New South Wales. And that I don't think anyone can dispute those facts. People may want to dispute the reason why. I think the previous government made some changes that effectively turned the tap off on a lot of that for their own political reasons.
A lot of commentators in this field do say that the primary cause is planning bottlenecks.
That's why we're undertaking planning reform on a broad scale.
Okay, good. Well, that's what I was leading to. So, look, I know you do have a reputation as a can-do minister. So I'm guessing that you would be frustrated by the planning bottlenecks. So do we have sort of like a team in place who can think about how on earth can we streamline this and make things happen a lot quicker than they are happening?
So we've got a couple of things that are going on that the committee might be interested in. So we've got a series of planning reforms, right? So we've got the Affordable Housing Bonus Scheme. It was put in place in December 2023, and sorry, I thought I just turned the microphone off, but I didn't. Between those alone, there's 88 state significant developments. So these are large developments, because between them, there's a potential for nearly 24,000 dwellings between those, of which nearly 6,000 are potential affordable dwellings. Now, not all of those may be approved. I'm not prejudging any of them. So that's something that's been in place for a little over 12 months, really starting to drive results and see results out of that. We then came through and we've done the master planning around the TOD accelerated precincts to allow greater heights and densities in those areas and well-located areas, really sensible, common sense planning reforms. We've got the TOD SEP locations, again, locating homes around transport networks, in that case train stations, to drive those housing outcomes, making sure people are not only connected, their homes are connected to jobs. We've then introduced the pattern book after an international design competition where we had nearly as much interest in people wanting to design the future of housing in Sydney as the government of many, many years ago had in wanting to design the Opera House. Now, the pattern book is not a new approach, but it's a good approach. The first pattern book was in Mrs. Macquarie's luggage when she came to Australia, or I've seen a copy of it. There's been other variations of pattern books. You drive around Surrey Hills and the terraces of Sydney are based on a variation on a pattern book design. And we've recently introduced two other things, and we may come back to this because I noticed the bells chimed, but we've introduced the Housing Delivery Authority. We've introduced our low and mid-rise planning reforms, and importantly, we've introduced the Housing Task Force, which is helping to clear the arteries, if you like, of the planning system.
Good.
In addition, we're providing some assistance to local government, both through publishing the details of their performance and through supporting them with technology solutions and training solutions, so that we can get more approvals through local government as well, because local government still picks up the lion's share of that assessment task.
So just quickly, sorry, Tim. What did you say the name of that group was that was sort of trying to streamline things more?
The Housing Task Force.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're doing an excellent job, by the way.
Okay.
Minister, I am concerned with the reference to clearing the arteries. I'm concerned about what you might have thought the bits stuck in the arteries were.
Previous government generally, but...
Okay, I'm okay with that, as long as it's not, communities and good process and the reality the time it takes to get good outcomes.
We've kept that. We've not upended the community consultation process or the public exhibition process or anything like that. We have streamlined some things that were clunky just because of the various responsibilities. You know, the New South Wales Department of Planning as an entity hadn't been directly involved in residential, many. I'll clarify that slightly. Many residential planning assessments in the past, but now we're taking a more direct involvement because of the situation we find ourselves in.
So just on that, the Housing Delivery Authority was created almost overnight. It does bypass the local democratic processes. It fast tracks thousands of homes in a matter of hours. That's how. I mean, really, that's what you've been boasting about, that this is the process.
I think that needs some clarification. And
can I just ask you,
sure.
Minister, do you honestly believe that a panel of good people, but at the end of the day, bureaucrats signing off on projects in 2-hour meetings is honestly good planning, or is this really about clearing political obstacles at the expense of quality, livable communities?
Sure. I think it's worth clarifying for the committee how it works, because that's not actually how it works, right? So the Housing Delivery Authority was deliberately put in place as a choice, right? So a proponent still has a choice to go to their relevant council, and I know that a number of councils are actively encouraging people to come to them with those similar projects on the basis that they can assess them in time. So they're committing to increasing their speed. So that's one path you can go down. The HDA, however, is a gatekeeper, if you will, right? So we've set up a simple process for large residential or mixed-use proposals to come through. The people can complete a simple expression of interest, not a planning proposal, an expression of interest. The expression of interest is then assessed, and Ms Fishburn, obviously, as one of the panel members, will be able to shed some more light on that. But you can also read the minutes and the transcripts of the discussion, because they're online, completely transparent and upfront. Once a proposal is accepted as state significant development by the Housing Delivery Authority, it's then recommended to me that I consider it for declaration of state significant development. If I agree with the recommendation of the HDA and declare it as state significant development, which I've done for 29 projects so far, If I agree with that, a declaration is made. Once that declaration is made, there's a scoping meeting with the proponent around the scoping of the project, and then the issuing of Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements, SEARs. These are an industry-specific SEARs that have been developed by Mr. Gainsford's team to get those through. Proponents then have 9 months to produce their fully detailed proposal. If they don't make that 9-month period, then the SEARs lapse. They're revoked, right? Which means that effectively it loses its status as state significant development for all intents and purposes.
But so can
Once
I just ask?
once that planning proposal is received, there's an assessment, there's a public exhibition period and the like, a full assessment, and it goes forward. So the HDA's assessment is only a check on whether or not something should go forward as state significant development. It's not an approval. The HDA has not got the capacity to do that approval.
So, but can I say, it appears that your matrix on the success is the number of approvals.
No, our matrix on success is the number of completions. We're focused on completions because
But at this
that's how
stage,
you live.
you're here boasting you've got 200,000 dwellings approved.
No, I just thought it was an interesting fact for the committee. It wasn't a boast. I just thought it was an interesting fact.
Okay, sorry, I'll take the word boast out. You're here explaining or describing that you've got these dwellings approved. I'm just still concerned that how is this anything but essentially a program of deregulating the planning system to get a number of approvals? Where do we get the genuine guarantees that what you are achieving or claiming to achieve are genuine, livable areas or communities that have the sustainability inbuilt for the long term?
No. I look, that's a very fair and genuine question, and I appreciate it. Look, it's let's stay, and I don't know if Ms. Fishburn wants to add some more to this, but if a proposal comes forward, for instance, I don't know, let's just, and this is a complete hypothetical, 100 apartment building, right? 100 dwelling apartment building. Let's say a proposal comes forward for that. Someone submits to the HDA, right, and gives a high level overview. The HDA considers it in conjunction with information that it receives from the department. It gets declared state significant development. They get their proposal in. It goes all through the process. In the assessment part, there is still consideration of the apartment design guide. There's still a requirement to do all of the setbacks, all of the solar examination, all of the other things and the design requirements that you might be required to do with respect of if you were going down the council path. So this is not upending the assessment process. This is not giving any shortcuts, cutting any corners or anything like that. If you then get an approval, you're required to start work within 12 months. And when you start work, then the oversight comes under the purview of the building commissioner to make sure we're getting those build qualities. It's also why in the pattern book, that the government, through the government architect, insisted on a sustainability criteria for part of that. It's part of the reason why the government increased the basic standards so that new builds are more energy efficient, environmentally friendly and cheaper to run for people, which is now being used openly as an advertising thing for a lot of volume home builders. It's great. It's why Landcom continues to do its good work in driving the market forward in terms of improving design. So we're very conscious of the fact that we do not want to at any point sacrifice quality for quantity. Yes, we have a big task to do. There is no denying that, and I think it is uniform across the parliament, just about, that people recognise that we can't continue to do the same things that we've been doing before and expect a better outcome for residents of New South Wales. But we're not throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Thank you. Can I ask you now about a topic that I've asked you about in every estimate?
Sure.
And that is the merits appeal rights processes for, in particular, coal mine projects. So there are projects like, for example, Moolarben is coming up. The concern is that these sort of projects are not treated the same as other projects, big projects like renewable projects, when it comes to preserving merit appeal rights. I note that you did note the recommendation in the planning inquiry that a clear, transparent and consistent process guide be developed in relation to the exercise of your discretion. I just want to throw in this. Are you aware of the Net Zero Commission's advice on coal projects in relation to climate impacts, and that the Net Zero Commission has put in its annual report a major concern about climate change and these coal projects, the ones that you will have before you in determining whether a project is referred to a public hearing or a public meeting? Will you take this into consideration when you are exercising your discretion to refer a project to the IPC for public meeting or public hearing?
Look, I'm aware of the Net Zero Commission's views. I'm not aware and haven't committed to memory their section in the annual report. Yeah, I just admit that I haven't done that.
And
I'm
so
aware
will
of
you
it,
take it
but
into account?
I'm aware of it. I take a whole host of things into consideration, and that would be one of them.
And you accept that if we are sending, that coal projects right now should be receiving the maximum amount of scrutiny and particularly public input in relation to their contribution to climate impacts and climate breakdown?
Sure. Look, I don't think that there's any attempt by the government to have any project avoid scrutiny.
But you do accept, sorry, I know it's opposition time, but you do accept, and you know, front of mind, that if you refer a project to the IPC for a public hearing, as opposed to a public meeting, which is equally as good a process, that would avoid
there's
further
difference
scrutiny.
in the process, as we've discussed, multiple times in the past, and as I've said to this committee multiple times in the past before, I'll consider those matters as individual projects come to me to make a decision.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Hope you enjoyed Wollongong on the weekend.
I always do.
Good.
Minister, we've spoken about the prop code modelling already. The Inner West LGA have only had an FSR uplift of 1,393 homes, which is just 5.6% of properties within mapped LMR areas that are seeing an uplift. Is this an arrangement to calm down Mayor Darcy Burns?
Well, I think Mayor Burns going through the process of a whole of LGA unifying their LEP, which may even come out with more.
Well,
he's had previously undertaken to do some work with respect to a couple of TOD locations. Those have come into effect without any issue. So I'm not sure that. Unless you've got some information that I'm unaware of.
Mayor Byrne actually called the rezoning absurd.
Which rezoning's that?
This rezoning, the LMR rezoning, absurd. He called it absurd last March.
Last March, right? So not last week when we announced it.
Well, what do you mean? He calls this rezoning absurd.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
This is part of the problem.
That was his response to an expression of interest. He hasn't made any negative comments that I'm aware of since the actual instrument.
I'm sure he hasn't, because he's only had a 5.6% uplift.
I don't look. Try and make all you want out of this, but the fact is that this is something your government was unable to achieve, right? There will be more homes in 171 locations throughout, from the Hunter through to the Shoalhaven, as a result of this. And look, Ms Gibson may be able to shed some more light on the specifics of the Inner West.
Middle of your policy.
I think you'll find that the Inner West is also going through a substantial piece of work with respect of their LEP. Which could drive even further outcomes.
Well, this is actually 20,000 properties that are being excluded from the LMR in the Inner West LGA.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean nothing can happen on the site.
Well, it means that your government isn't focused on making something happen in that site.
Before we go around in circles, Kylie Minogue was on last night. She was spinning around. We don't need to. But before we go around in circles, it's perhaps worthwhile, Ms Gibson, explaining some of the intricacies with respect of the flight paths.
Well, we've gone through the flight paths already, and we can
Well, okay.
talk
Well, with
about
respect
that
to the inner
in
west, you're talking
afternoon.
about exclusions in the inner west. Some I have got them all committed to memory. Whether there's flood, there's not bushfire, but whether there's other land affectations, right? So I think you'll find that when you had some clarification, or when Mr. Farlow rather had some clarification about his concerns about East Hills, one that the first stage of the policy applied,
we've already heard about that,
and two that there
and
is a high pressure gas main with an exclusion zone around it that prevents some things from happening. I think it might be worthwhile us going into some detail with respect to the inner west, given your interest.
I'm happy to do that later, and I am absolutely interested. But
Right, well, we'll leave
the
that to later
reality
then.
is that places like Sutherland, where you've got almost 10,000 homes, 9,899 homes of uplift.
In
and
a
then you
large
have-
LGA, yes.
And then you have Sydney, the city of Sydney, which has 57 homes. The Northern Beaches has over
where
700.
did your 57 homes come from?
You've
I'm
got-
just going to sorry. There's been so many confusing and misplaced
Minister, is that
analyses
prop code
by
analysis?
the opposition.
Well, you say that you
uh,
have seen the prop
that I
code
can't.
analysis. We've got a 10,000
Our
home
analysis
uplift
is different from that.
in
Our analysis
Sutherland.
is different from that, and perhaps it's worthwhile, before we go too far, we go into circles and we waste everyone's time, that Ms Gibson can provide some clarification. I'm happy to come back to your line of questioning, but I think it's worthwhile getting agreed facts, like that there's 171 locations for this, 80 of those
So
with Labor electeds.
can I
That should be
clarify?
an agreed fact.
Can I clarify that 57 homes in the city of Sydney is roughly accurate?
No, our analysis suggests otherwise, and Ms Gibson can shed some more light on that.
Yeah, so we're aware of the post on LinkedIn from Mr. Sullivan from Prop Code. There were a number of assumptions that we can interpret from what he has said that are very different to our assumptions and our working. He has...
Just to ensure that we're making the most of time, what is your analysis? What do you think the city of Sydney will be getting in terms of new homes under
Ms Gibson
the
was just
rezoning?
getting to that.
Yeah, so the specifics for each local government area and our analysis is currently subject to Cabinet in confidence. We have outlined in each of the 5-year housing target for council what would be planned homes and what would be uplift from the planning controls. The uplift from the planning controls in the City of Sydney is very substantial. I'll check the number in a sec, but that was a very large number, and that is coming from a combination of the low and mid-rise reforms as well as other things on key sites within the City of Sydney.
It's about 5,000
5,000 from the planning reforms?
from the projected, yes.
Yeah, projected.
Yep.
Similarly, in the inner west, a substantial increase as a result of the planning reforms. Now, in a number of those,
4,300.
there we go. The minister's numbers are right to hand. A lot of those areas are places where the low and mid-rise reform will have set some new expectations and some new standards on mid-rise housing that's been excluded from the zones in those areas, in the residential R1 zone and the residential R2 zone. In the City of Sydney, the use of the residential R3 and 4 zones quite limited in application, but we've looked at that as we've done our planning work. A number of TOD locations as well in the inner west where the additional controls are applying. We also have the TOD accelerated precinct at Bays West that we're also working through that will apply mostly in the inner west, LGA.
Ms Gibson, those housing targets were provided to councils last year before this policy was finalised. Have you provided any revisions to council as to what number? Because I imagine there have been changes compared to last year as to what's been finalised.
So we gave them the housing target number last year, and that number included what we could see within their existing pipeline and what we would see coming through as the projected homes from our planning reforms.
So in those calculations, we've got places like Cronulla, Woolooware, Caringbah, Miranda, Gymea, Kirrawee and Engadine stations all included, despite them being more than 30 minutes away from a major town centre and
I
more
don't
than
know.
30
I'd consider
kilometres.
Miranda and Sutherland to be pretty substantial town
Well,
centres.
well, if you actually,
don't know
if
why
you
we should
actually,
look down our nose at those areas.
well, if you actually refer to your own policy,
They're
Minister,
close to Wollongong too.
Minister, your own
30
policy,
minutes.
proximity to major centres, it's a travel time of less than 30 minutes to major centres, which includes Sydney CBD, North Sydney, Parramatta, Penrith, Liverpool, Campbelltown, Chatswood, Gosford, Wollongong and Newcastle, none of which are within 30 minutes of
Hurstville.
the Sutherland Shire.
Hurstville's
Well,
not on that list.
Hurstville is not listed here.
No, it's a major centre. It's
It's
on our
one of
list.
the. Yes.
Well, it's
Well,
not
it's
in this
not in your
policy.
document.
It's not
Scandal.
in. Well, it is. Minister, you
Well,
are
I mean,
actually responsible for
seriously,
making planning
Are you
laws.
suggesting? Are
Your
you suggesting that
your
Cronulla?
ministerial
Are you suggesting that
responsibility
Cronulla
includes
is not a
policy
major centre?
document.
Are you suggesting that Miranda
No,
has
you're
not got
suggesting
access to
it.
goods
This
and
document
services?
suggests that.
You suggest that
You're-
Sutherland hasn't got
This-
good access
would you
to
like
places.
me to table this document, Minister? I mean, it's just
It's a publicly
unbelievable that you
available
wouldn't.
document. You can table it if you wish, but
you-
people can get
but
it
this
off
is
the
your
internet.
policy. This is the low and mid-rise housing policy
Sure.
refinement paper. This lists
So
what is
it was
considered a
refinement paper.
town
It
centre.
was not the final paper, was it?
So,
No, it was
so
not,
where
but,
where
you know,
is
it was not
where
the
is
final paper.
Hurstville and
You may as well
Cronulla
quote
in
from
a
the
final
expression of
paper?
interest. Well, Ms Gibson was just taking you through that.
So Hurstville is one of the major centres which
that
has higher
listed
order
somewhere?
services. It is in the policy refinement document that was shared with Council, which does not form the final policy, as the Minister's pointed out. That's what's included in the State Environmental Planning policy that was published on Friday. Hurstville is one of those major order centres, and while my Sydney geography is not perfect and I'm still learning, the Novocastrian in me is still making sure that I know where all of these
Well,
places
Cronulla
are
to
from visiting
Hurstville
them.
might be
There's
30
more
minutes on a
me
good
still
day.
learning.
It might be 30 minutes on a good day.
So taking the feedback from Council, taking the feedback from Transport for New South Wales, identifying specific bus routes that go directly between centres rather than just travelling round in more circuitous routes between suburbs was a really key part of the refinement on what would be the appropriate locations for low and mid-rise housing.
So we've got a different list of major centres, and one of the other requirements in an early explanation of intended effect document was that fewer than 20% of new dwellings were built within 10 kilometres of the CBD. What is the number of dwellings that you expect to be built within 10 kilometres of the CBD under the LMR?
Over what timeline?
Well, you're using 5 years at the moment.
Well, I think we've been using 5 and we've been using 15, but the exact numbers we can take on notice.
We definitely have to take that on notice. We
I haven't got it in
calculate
front
by
of me.
council area, not by as the crow flies.
Okay.
And I will say, with respect to the LMR and the 112,000 is still for 5 years, not 15. Is that correct?
That's what we expect to be delivered out of that within 5 years. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Now, returning back to the noise exposure concept and the concerns with respect to density, the Housing Delivery Authority has recently recommended that a development for 200 apartments at 40 to 76 William Street, Leichhardt, be declared state significant development under 4.36 brackets 3 in its entirety within the ANAC contour 20. Why have you got one rule for a proposal like that, but then an exclusion for the rest of those areas under that ANAC 20 contour?
I think that'd be worthwhile going to our planners who can give you how that can be assessed and how that can be dealt with. I don't know whether Ms
Mr.
Gibson or
Gaines-
Mr.
no,
Gainsford
Mr.
is in a better
Gainsford.
place to
It's all yours.
It's all yours. It's an
Thank you.
SSD.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. So, Mr. Farlow, as the Minister was talking about earlier with regard to the Housing Delivery Authority, at the point that those projects are declared as state significant development, they will go through the normal state significant development process with the issuing of SEARs, as the Minister was talking to before, and then a full assessment of all of the issues associated with that development, which no doubt in that sort of circumstance will include issues to do with aircraft noise and noise per se in terms of that development.
So, with respect to that, is that an assessment which is done on that development, or is it done on the entirety of the contributory density in that area?
So, Mr. Farlow, and I don't have the details at hand specifically about the planning controls related to that site. I would need to take some advice, but there are some projects that have been declared as state significant development that are proposing rezonings and looking at changes to existing controls. One of the things that we've said about the Housing Delivery Authority is that local environment plans apply, and so in the absence of a rezoning, we would be applying those requirements within the LEP. If there are requirements that are being put forward by the applicant to change those controls, it will also go through a concurrent rezoning process.
Now, with respect to the exclusions that have been mentioned previously, whether it be flooding, whether it be bushfire-prone land, are they shown on the maps if they are subject to flooding or subject to bushfire-prone land? Are they exhibited on the LMR map?
Who's that directed to? Sorry,
Well,
Mr. Farlow.
it's directed to you, Minister, but
I don't
I note
produce the- I don't
that
produce
Ms
the map,
Gibson's
so-
looking and
so,
you
uh,
might want to flick it off.
Yeah, I don't produce the map, so it's a bit hard for me to answer in exact detail.
That's right. So the LMR maps that you're referring to are indicative maps that we have produced to show where the low and mid-rise controls might apply. But they are determined through the SEP by councils making an assessment based on walking distance and on council information about flooding and bushfire. So apart from a couple of locations, the Blue Mountains, Wollondilly, Hawkesbury, where those LGAs are fully
Blanket
excluded and have that exemption because of those hazards.
Noting that 2 out of those 3 are held by the coalition, just for your analysis.
Well, unfortunately, actually,
future.
Wollondilly isn't anymore, but yeah.
Hawkesbury, I think, is your
Well,
seat, isn't
Hawkesbury,
it? Yeah.
So
Sorry, I was thinking
We got
of
one
Bath-
each.
I was
We got
thinking
one
of
each.
Bathurst.
You
I was
got the Blue
thinking of
Mountains.
Bathurst, I apologise. So,
So the
50%.
there are no SEP
I think you need the
maps
math class. It's about 33%.
on low and mid-rise.
2 out of 4 is 50%.
Oh, sorry, Bathurst as well included. Okay. How does Bathurst end up, anyways?
We can come to that
Yeah,
after
okay.
this one, hey?
Out of the 6 cities.
No.
So the SEP doesn't contain maps. The maps that you have seen are ones that have been produced by us to show some indicative information, but the detail about where the low and mid-rise reforms apply is described in words in the SEP rather than in a map, and that enables council to work through the walking distance, because the 800 and 400 metres are walking distance, not a geographical distance, and that allows for us to account for things like a major highway that doesn't have easy crossing, for steeper streets where it's not a short walk up a hill. It also accounts for the detailed work that council has on flooding and bushfire mapping, which they hold as local planning controls.
Okay. Thank you, Ms Gibson. That's very helpful. So in terms of the application of this, there still is a process for council to go through now and determine where the LMR actually applies. Is that correct?
Council as the consent authority, or which we expect will be for the vast majority of these applications, will have access to the information to determine where the policy applies.
And with respect, previously with the TODSEP, there was an overlay that existed on the Planning Portal Spatial Viewer. Will that exist for this policy as well, or not?
We have provided.
Yeah, no, please, go.
Sorry,
I
Minister.
was going to give you give the same answer as I expect you're going to give, so it's
Okay.
fine.
Which is that we've provided a website where people can type in their address and to check if it's within the area. And they can also see how that might apply within their suburb.
That is the LMR map that has been
That's right.
published. Okay, but that is not the final map, so to speak, because councils still need to make a determination as to whether the LMR actually applies in those areas or not.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so people could be logging on now thinking
No,
it does or doesn't apply to
hang
them,
on,
and then
I think there's a bit of confusion here. Council don't take our SEP and then interpret it. Council apply the SEP to those locations. There's not a reinterpretation of the SEP by council, which I don't know. I got the sense that was what you might have been suggesting.
From what I understand from what Ms Gibson said, council has to determine what areas are actually included.
Council,
You're not providing them with a map saying this side is included, this side isn't.
No.
That's a determination for council to make based on.
But council
the
can't
set.
determine themselves out of the arrangements either.
Look, I understand that council
okay,
can't have a
that's
blanket
fine.
arrangement,
Yeah.
but in terms of its application on an individual site, there is some degree of flexibility for council in making
With
that
the more
determination.
detailed information that they might have here.
Okay. Ms Gibson, did you
And
have
on
any further word, or-
Bathurst, it's because the zoning is downwind of the sewage
It's a
treatment
sewage treatment
plant.
plant on Mount Panorama.
Yeah, that's right. It's not an optimal site.
Which I hear on the radio today may become a cultural heritage protection site. But anyways, Minister.
Well, I mean, there's been some great battles on Mount Panorama over the years, you know. So, excellent racing. Car racing's a very important sport in New South
I
Wales.
know, and I know
So
your
it's
love of the
cultural
Speedway
heritage.
as well, Minister. I don't know if
And it's going great.
We'll have some
It is going great.
Well, we'll leave that on record, and we'll see if that necessarily is the case.
Well, it's
Minister,
open, which was a big difference from what the previous government had.
Minister, you have, of course, again today stated your confidence in 112,000 homes being delivered as a result of this policy over the next 5 years. How are you going to be tracking that?
The ABS tracks the official. So under the Housing Accord arrangements, the official data that tracks it is through ABS reports.
But in terms of
Because
tracking
it's-
as a result of this
So
policy, though.
if I could finish.
Sure.
So the official data in terms of tracking the overall completion of the 377,000 is done through ABS data. That's what's been agreed by premiers and chief ministers and the Prime Minister with respect to the Accord. We track various things through the planning portal at all times. So we'll be tracking the numbers that come through in terms of, say, I don't know, dual occupancy applications to consider that part of the reform. We'll be considering, we track the number of state significant development applications that come through with an affordable or using the affordable housing bonus scheme. So it's an ongoing watch that we get through data we're able to extract from the planning portal.
And Minister, will you be publishing this data at all?
It gets published as the ABS reports it. So the ABS collects much of its data via the data sources that we have available. We provide and share data with the ABS. We're not going through a process, or we don't intend to go through a process where there's number confusion created. I appreciate number confusion can be a big thing. It's a topical area today. We don't want to add too many more numbers into the mix. Our focus
Hard to
is
confuse on
on
East Hills.
377,000 by mid 2029, and that will be tracked by the ABS.
And when will you be achieving 73,000, which was at least what the coalition achieved at its height back in 2018?
well, I think-
when
I
do you
think,
anticipate you'll get to that figure?
I think you'll find that as a result of improved confidence, of decreases in interest rates, in the moderation of construction costs and the like, you'll start to see more dwelling applications come through. I think there's obviously been some strong interest in the Housing Delivery Authority, which has got expressions of interest for tens of thousands of homes through it at the moment. We've seen an increase of 37% in the number of DAs this year compared to the last couple of years. But I don't think anyone should fall into the trap that that this is going to be, say, 377,000 divided by 5, therefore is the output. And if in 1 month of that or 1 quarter of that, if it doesn't work out as that exact maths, that you run up the white flag and say that we've failed. Or that the New South Wales has failed, because I hope that in the 2027 election that a debate over whether or not we're going to continue to proceed with the housing target isn't a contest between the two major parties. I hope that the coalition has signed up to achieving that. You signed up to the Accord as well?
Minister, we can have that debate in 2027.
So you're not signed up to the Housing Accord?
Minister, we actually signed up to the Housing Accord, the original one. If you
but
actually
have you
remember, it was the
signed up to the
coalition
300
government
have you
that
signed
signed
up
up.
to
It was the coalition
377?
government that signed up to the
Are you
original
signed
one.
up to the
It was your government that went
377,000?
without any advice from
Are you-
your department
Yeah, so
you're
and
not
signed up to an
thank
even
you
bigger
all.
one.
Okay,
Interesting, you're
thank
not
you
signed
all.
up to the
It's crossbench time.
377,000.
Over
I'd
to
be
you, Mr. Ruddock.
Intrigued by what your housing policies might be in the future.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you concerned about the large volume of disputes that end up between developers and councils that end up in the Land and Environment Court?
Yeah, look, I think there's probably some ways that I'm hoping that ongoing planning reform and system reform and process reform are able to moderate the number of those disputes going to the Land and Environment Court. I think there's some parts of the system that we can examine to see if we can't end up with similar sort of outcomes in the process. In terms of improving approvals, making things more permissible, which we've done, but also how perhaps planning panels operate that may allow us to achieve some of those outcomes.
I mean, I often meet with developers and they will tell me that they just factor in that this is what's going to happen. They're going to put in an application, council's going to muck around, waste time, and basically not be favourable to it, so they just go straight to the Land and Environment Court. Now, this is not an efficient use of the court or the planning court.
And it's part of the reason why I introduced a new statement of expectations to drive down council assessment times. It's why we're introducing and trialling things like artificial intelligence in the system. It's why we'll continue to pursue planning reform to improve the system. I think, sometimes these things are anecdotally, and I don't know the size of this. There's no data set that I can interrogate to get to the size of this. But I think anecdotally, there's people on both sides of that equation where the mediation part of the Land and Environment Court process forces everyone together to sort it out. And if we can get to that point where we're sorting problems out before we have to take it to that far, then I think that's a good outcome for New South Wales. And I hope in the opposition's offered bipartisanship in further planning reform. I hope that's one of the areas that we might be able to discuss in detail and get some agreement on.
Now, I'm assuming that there has been a spectrum of responses from the local councils to the TOD, the affected councils.
All of them are signed up.
Okay.
The only outstanding one is Ku-ring-gai, and we're working through a process with them at the moment.
So would you say, well, I'm pleased to hear that, but would you say that most of those councillors are enthusiastic or just tolerant of what you're doing, or do you think they are cooperating as much as possible?
Look, I couldn't go to the individual councillors, in terms of that. There's a few too many of them. We've got this in a lot of areas. But I would say that in terms of the feedback directly to me, more of it is positive than negative. I think most councils and most councillors, in fairness, recognise that they've got to do more in terms of not only housing generally as a conceptual thing, but in terms of they know that they've got a target that they're expected to meet, and I think that their community's expected to meet.
So last year, you and the Premier did warn local councils that if they didn't meet the housing targets, there would be penalties or withdrawn funding. So are we saying that basically we haven't had to follow through with that threat, except for possibly Ku-ring-gai?
Yeah. Ku-ring-gai, there's been no threat. Ku-ring-gai took us to court in terms of the transport-oriented development SEP, and I'm loath to commentate too much on that, just given there is still an overarching legal action that is there. However, I have a watch list of councils that I'm looking at to provide to see whether their performance would be considered as adequate or in need of improvement, and I expect that some of those councils will be hearing from me in the not too distant future. Would also like to point out though that there are a number of councils who are doing quite a good job in terms of what they're doing. There are a number that are doing approving a lot, and by that I don't mean necessarily number. I mean the proportion that might be coming to them, because local government areas are of varying sizes and varying level of application. But you've got the areas like Wallandilly, Blue Mountains, Cessnock, Port Stephens, who are among some really solid performers in terms of the number of days that they take to consider an assessment.
Okay, well, that's encouraging. Now, on the question of ownerability...
We can all do better, though. Always.
Oh, well, yes. We can follow the example of in Argentina, where they've had a 200% increase in housing supply. And they've been in power for half the amount of time you have, Minister. Now, about owner builders, they often complain about the unbelievable red tape and difficulty with finance as well. But we could just sort of, we could liberate them. Now, we could say to people, look, if you own your house, do it what you want with it if you're going to improve it or knock it down or something. Now, some mistakes will be made, but overall there would be a lot of activity. People would be working hard because they're building their own home. So has the government thought about ways where we can sort of make it easier for owner builders?
Look, I think we've got to make it easier for everyone in terms of the planning system. Right, so we're only going to produce the homes that we need if we make the entire system better. But a lot of owner builders would probably, and again, it's a bit of a generalisation because I can't obviously speak to all of them, but a lot of them would probably be in areas where the code set might well apply, so that so long as they're building within the envelope that's outlined in the code set, that they could be considered either an exempt or compliant development, depending on what they do.
Okay, so what do you think? Let me pitch this idea to you, Minister. I believe that we should move from merit assessments to compliant assessments. This means that if the proposal complies with the rules, it is automatically approved. This will remove the requirement for each proposal being subject to planning assessment and will be assessed against the building controls. What's your response to that concept?
Look, I think there probably are some opportunities to use maybe not that exact approach in all cases, but a similar approach that may be able to be done. For instance, there's examples in the system where a carport or something like that might be just slightly outside of the setback required on one side, so that can't go through a code assessment, but would need to go through a full development application. Where there's probably some improvements to the system that would allow that to happen. I'd be reluctant to have a non-merits-based assessment process in, say, a huge multi-storey building. I think that there's just some elements of that in terms of just general urban planning, design and other aspects that we should, there should still be some assessment.
Now, I often hear people complain about homeowners who have an old tree in their backyard or their front yard, and they are worried about it being knocked over in a storm, which is topical today. So is this something that the state... look, I think we would be better off letting the homeowners make the decision about whether the tree should be removed or not, but sometimes they are having lots of difficulties with council. Is this something that the state government can step in and tell the councils to let the homeowners have their tree management as they see fit? Yeah,
it's not the tree management stuff isn't really within my purview as a minister. I think that would be a question of process, probably better directed to the Minister for Local Government in terms of how local government might apply their tests, assessment or the like with respect to a tree.
Okay. Now, Minister, when I often ask the government about the housing supply, the standard response, probably a little bit less from yourself, but from others that I ask, I get told, well, the government is spending this money and we've set up this commission and we're doing this. Okay, it's all this government activity. Sure. Now, I think what we could solve the housing crisis very quickly in Sydney and New South Wales. We just get the government out of the way, let the property owners do what they want to do. Have we thought about adopting a more laissez-faire approach?
Perhaps laissez-faire would be the wrong approach. What we're looking at and what we're doing is driving a more streamlined and efficient approach. So I don't think we should be in a situation. We've still got to look at the way cities operate, whether they're small regional cities that are often overlooked in some people's discussion of planning, or whether it's capitals and great global cities like Sydney. About the look, feel, shape and functionality of the city, and perhaps letting everyone off the leash all at once may ultimately be detrimental to that. However, we do need a better system.
It would solve the supply crisis, though, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, but could you create an unintended consequence, right?
Well, there'd be some downside, but prices would come down, rents would come down, people would be able to buy a house.
Sure,
a few
and
mistakes
look,
would be made, but
there's-
mistakes are made under the current system.
There's some examples overseas where I think it's worthwhile probably touching on that, right?
Livability,
So recently the
survival.
Centre for Independent Studies published a report
Fire.
on Auckland,
Flood.
and Auckland did changes similar to our low and mid-rise planning reforms, not identical but quite similar. As
Insurance.
Auckland was one of the most expensive cities to rent and to buy in New Zealand when that process was started. Several
Yes.
years on from that process, it's had massive slowing in the rate of growth in rents, and now is one of the cheaper cities to rent in. So,
Success.
so I think what we're
But
what
those-
we're,
the
we're,
New Zealand's
we're
are
on
going a lot
unity
harder than
ticket
you.
in terms
Thumbs up
of
now,
trying to
thanks.
improve things, but I think our approach is to improve the system rather than let it rip.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I just want to take you to the Court of Appeal decision that found that Bowden's silver mine approval was null and void. How many times has your office or the department met with the mining proponent, their lawyers or their lobbyists?
Oh, look, I'd have to take that on.
If
on
you could,
notice,
thank
yeah.
you. Since that case, how many times has your office or the department met with the residents of Mudgee, and particularly those people who are opposed to the mine and concerned?
Sorry, residents and is that office and department?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'd have
If
to
you could
that
take it on notice, thank you. The current Bowden's modelling for lead exposure is very confusing. It's quite opaque, it's quite unclear. An issue not only pointed out by Australia's leading lead poison specialist, Professor Mark Taylor, but as we know, the mine plans to exploit 95,000 tonnes of lead within 2 k's from a primary school. Will you insist, or will you require your department insist that the proponent release their full modelling, given the community's concern around the clear risk of lead poisoning and its proximity to a primary school?
It might be worthwhile just getting an update. I don't
I
know,
can
from
take
Mr.
it up.
Gainsford or Mr. Preshaw.
I
as
can
to-
happily
to
take it up.
What's happened and what's there. It's,
Yeah.
I'll take that
I
up
don't
with
know
them
whether it's
afterwards.
commercial in confidence, so I'd have
Yeah.
to take that on notice. There might be elements that can't be published.
Thank you, and I'll certainly take it up with the good officers after the
Sure thing.
break. Minister, are you aware that the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on Mining provides advice to the Department of Planning and you as the...
I am aware of that, yes.
Are you aware that there are serious concerns about its independence? For example, several members of that panel are from EMM Consulting, which works very closely with coal companies
no
and is a
one's-
member of the Minerals Council.
Prior to your statement, there's been no one's raised any questions of the independence directly with me. I'm unaware
Only.
whether that's been raised with any of the departmental
So,
officers
Minister,
or not.
can I ask you, how can the public trust the independence of a mining advisory panel when members are actively working for coal consultancies like EMM?
Look, you're presenting this information. I'm hearing it for the first time right now. So I
Okay, so
think-
would you mind
you-
taking on notice then, please,
I'll
Minister?
have a look at it in further detail.
Why doesn't the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on Mining website disclose the industry affiliations of its members, particularly those working for EMM? How many members of the Mining Advisory Panel currently or previously work for mining companies or their consultants? And finally, given that EMM's recent work for coal companies ignored emissions reduction trajectories, do you still consider their advice reliable on environmental matters?
Look, I haven't had any reason to doubt the advice I've been getting from the independent
Does what I've told you give you reason to be concerned?
If I could just finish, Chair. As I said, I haven't had any reason, I haven't had anyone draw to my attention any concerns about that. I'm happy to have a look at the claims that you've just put in front of the committee.
Thank you.
Chair, it hasn't been raised with the department either, but I should stress we do have conflict of interest declarations for those panel members, as we do for all our other panel members, so we can have a look at that.
It would also
Thank
be
you.
unsurprising, and I say this not related to this particular committee or anyone on it, but it'd also be unsurprising that anyone appointed to an expert panel didn't have extensive experience in a range of parts of a particular industry. That's arguably why they're part of an expert panel as opposed to an amateur panel. But look,
I think the issue is
you've made some claims, and I'll happily have a look at them in more
Absolutely
detail.
understand that that's the nature of particularly these technical industries, but the concern right now is EMM is actually generating environmental assessments for coal companies right now that have approvals before you right now, and they have downplayed the emissions reduction capacities and the trajectories for those projects.
Look, I mean, as I said to you, this is the first time this matter's been raised with me.
Thank you.
And,
You'll take it on.
I'm happy to have a look at the claims that have been put before the committee.
Thank you. Can I just take you, Minister, to an issue, the Coffs Harbour Jetty foreshore project?
Yep.
Are you aware that currently the rezoning pathways that's being looked at, and I did raise this with Ms Fishburn in a different budget estimates, but was advised to bring it to this one. There are significant errors and omissions in the document, in the evaluation document for the rezoning pathways, and that is that the document has not disclosed that 50% of the land is currently zoned RE1 public recreation. The document is terribly misleading and makes...
So whose document?
This is the document from the evaluation document, the suitability and readiness assessment document that goes before the rezoning panel. Very concerned that Property Development New South Wales has misled that panel by not accurately reflecting what the land is currently zoned. And you would remember that there was a referendum about what was proposed on that land that took place during the last local council elections that returned a result of 68.8% of the community said they didn't want the privatised housing multi-storey development that the government was proposing there. So now there is a new development proposal. It's before your rezoning panel, and it's grossly misleading. What do you say to that, and what can the community now do about that? What is the process of integrity? How can the community make an appeal about this misleading application that is before you?
I haven't seen. I can't see the document that you're looking at the moment. I'm not sure. You've characterised it as misleading. That's a characterisation of yours. However, as Ms Fishburn is in a much better position to provide some more detail and is probably ready for it, given that you'd raised it in a previous estimates hearing. So,
I mean, I'm happy to take that up with you, Ms Fishburn, after the...
I think we've had a line of questioning, so... I think
okay, fair enough. Yeah. Go on, please.
So I think, firstly, Chair, nothing has been submitted to the Minister at this point.
Right.
So there was a decision made that the Coffs Harbour Jetty project could go through a state-assessed rezoning pathway. This is distinctive from it going through a council rezoning pathway. The reason for that decision was made because of the complexity of the site and the scale of it. It wasn't a merit assessment on the nature of the project. It was simply a decision to bring it into the department for the departmental officers to undertake the work to prepare it for public exhibition.
Can I just stop you there? Thank you. Yep. Was there consideration at that point around the fact that the council at the time did not agree to the proposal that was being put forward?
The consideration was due to the complexity of the project. Obviously, council's position was known by the department and known by myself, but that was not a deciding factor in relation to the project. It is a complicated project. It has multiple government landowners attached to it, which adds to a particular layer of complexity. It is also a very significant site for the local Aboriginal community as well, which also adds to a level of complexity. I can confirm, because I myself and Ms Gibson met with council, that council's position has materially changed since the council election. Nonetheless, I would still argue that it is best served for the state to undertake the work to get this out on public exhibition. And to answer a further one of your questions, and I'm sorry I'm answering for to the Minister, but it literally has not come to the Minister's desk at this point. There will be a full public exhibition process. So
Can I ask, though, just at this point, if you could address the primary contention, and it's not just my assertion, that the documents so far are grossly misleading in the fact that they don't disclose that 50% of the land is zoned RE1 for public recreation. And what can happen in the process now, rather than go out to public exhibition, where you will have thousands or hundreds of those members of the community that voted no in the last council election to any of this kind of development. What burden is now on them to try to rectify this gross error? And what do you suggest? What can they do? And Minister, I'm raising it with you because there is a way of avoiding this burden, rectifying the error early, and not putting the poor community that, let's face it, has made its case very clearly over years and years about what it does want on the jetty foreshore. And it's not this privatised development that won't generate great public benefit.
So Chair, I can commit to make sure before anything goes on public exhibition, the underlying zoning is accurate. I need to take on notice because I'm not entirely sure that some of the characterisation is also accurate, but we will make sure that what the current underlying zoning is and what the proposed zoning is quite apparent to the public.
Thank you. Given we've only got half a minute left, if you wouldn't mind if I just take that half a minute. Just on that, Secretary, sorry, we've got no time left, but I'm going to wait for that clock to tick and I'm going to use every second. In relation to that proposal, could you please also check, and Minister, I would be, and I know the community would be very grateful if you do take this as a matter of concern, whether or not it is a project that is even suitable to be going through the panel process, the state significant rezoning panel process, given what we say are the errors so far. And in particular, there is no genuine proposal for social or affordable housing. How does it, in earnest, fit within the process that is being undertaken at the moment for analysis?
Well, the process isn't limited to social or affordable housing. We extended that process in, I think it was September of last year.
Yep.
So we could deal with and clear some blockages. But I think Ms Fishburn's undertaken to have a look and make sure that it's clear with respect of the underlying zoning of that land. And the planning system doesn't have a choice about whether it likes to assess something or not. It assesses something that's before it. And in this case, I think the department is best placed to deal with this situation, subject to any other new information that would to be to the contrary.
Yeah, I just reiterate, complexity is one of the key considerations as to whether something is dealt with by the department or dealt with by local government, and the complexity of landholders here is quite distinctive, and that was one of my primary considerations.
Thank you. It is government time and they're indicating they don't currently have any questions. I'm sure they're banking them all for the next session. So on that basis, we'll take a short recess and we'll return at 11:15. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
office. Someone gave that planning
Great,
approval.
thank you all. Welcome back. I just want to make note that we have released a couple of the witnesses from the hearing.
Sounds like such an interesting turn of phrase, released them.
We've released them. They're free to go. And obviously that is some of the officers of the Reconstruction Authority that were down as witnesses before this hearing, but the committee has agreed to let Mr Graham, Ms Leck and Ms Quilty to go and continue preparation works for the activity, the cyclone activity that's happening in the north of the state.
Yeah, Chair, can I just thank you and the committee members for releasing them? They've got, they're gearing up. We're still watching cautiously, but Mr Lanyon's here, so I'm sure that in 99.9% of circumstances he'll be across it anyway. So
fantastic.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back to the opposition for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister. The Minister for Sport, Minister Camper, last week told Budget Estimates that he thought the proposal for Moore Park Golf Course and Golf New South Wales to maintain 18 holes and allow for additional public space was a, I quote, good proposal. So he discussed it with you. What has been your response to that proposal?
Look, I have a number of discussions with my colleagues, but I'm not about to go through the ins and outs of them here. I've seen the proposal from the Golf Collective, and it'll be one of the considerations when we develop the plans for Moore Park.
So, Minister, you are considering that proposal for 18 holes to be retained?
Along with the 8,000 other submissions that came through, considering the comments from the Alliance of Moore Park Sport about reimagining it presents a once in a generation opportunity. There's a range of people who are golfers who said that 9 holes would be sufficient for them. So there's a range of considerations. The government's policy position, though, is clear.
So, Minister, well, I guess this is where it's contradictory a little bit. You say the government's policy position is clear, and that policy position to date has been to change this into a 9-hole golf course. Yet you've said
the policy position has been to retrieve up to 20 hectares of land for public open space and to reimagine golf. Now, I'm not a golf course designer. I don't know that anyone in the room is. If in the available space, once that happens, someone can design an 18-hole golf course, then I'm sure that will be considered.
So the Moore Park Collective's proposal is based on a golf course designer. It does reimagine the space. It does provide not 20 hectares, but 18 hectares of open space. And it provides 18 holes of golf.
Yeah. So, look, and I understand that includes 9.5 hectares of existing parkland, 7.5 hectares of current golf course, 1.3 hectares of the ES Marks Childcare Centre building, and 2.7 hectares of green connection in the southern portion of the golf course. Look, I'm not here today to make an announcement. I don't think you can try and pick holes and make something of it where a conspiracy theory, if you like, where no conspiracy theory is. The reality is that the Greater Sydney Parklands will go through its process of design.
Minister, I'm not trying to pick out conspiracy theories or come up with any configurations, but I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand, Minister, your thinking with respect to an alternative proposal that, from the outset provides a win-win for more public open space and
potentially
the retention of the 18-hole golf course.
Potentially it does, and as I said, I'm not here today to make policy decisions. The Greater Sydney Parklands will go through all of that as well with the 315 written submissions that we received, and take that into consideration, along with what's reasonable and possible on that side.
And Minister, with respect to the Moore Park proposal, what's the budgeted cost for the government in delivering the changes to Moore Park South?
The government has allocated $2.6 million in the last budget to design and planning works.
But how much will it cost to actually deliver the changes?
Well, that depends on the design.
And when do you hope to finalise that?
Well, the design work is underway. Business case is being finalised. So we're hoping to have some early looks at that in the not too distant future. I can't put an exact timeline on it.
So, Minister, there have been media reports, of course, that the Men's Labor government's repurposing of the golf course could cost up to $200 million. Is that true?
I've heard this number bandied around, and from what I can see, it's a bit made up. Right, so I think there was some very early, literally pluck a number out of the air type number that it came up with. I think what we should be concentrating on is what the number comes up at with respect of the design and planning work. We want our good work to be done on that, and that should be the consideration. However, that said, we can spend as little or as much as we like. That will depend on the process and approvals of ERC and other budget considerations, etc., etc.
And where
however, the $200 million, I have not seen that as an official figure that lists out what exactly you could get for that. I think that is the broadest of broad brush estimates of what something could cost if you were to do, some elements.
So that is a figure that has been kicked around, the 200
As I
million at
said,
an early stage?
I understand that was an early figure in a very early briefing document that was somehow leaked.
Okay. Minister, I've got to say, I haven't seen that document, so you can't blame me for that one.
Oh, I haven't seen it either, so I can't blame me either.
And Minister, with respect to how this will be funded in terms of any repurposing of Moore Park South, where will the proceeds come from to
Well, as
fund
you'd
it?
expect with any budget consideration, that process will be discussed at the Expenditure Review Committee and decided as part of the budget process.
Would you be considering using the housing and productivity contribution
That's
proceeds to pay for this?
any expenditure with respect to Moore Park South and the reimagining of that area will be a matter for ERC and the budget process.
And Minister, with respect to the current proceeds from the golf course at Moore Park, how much does that bring in on an annual basis to Greater Sydney Parklands?
In terms of the lease?
In terms of the lease of Moore Park Golf Course, so across
look, I
the
haven't
golf
got that
course and the
number in
driving
front of
range?
me. I can take it on notice.
Thank you very much. And is there any alternative proposals with respect to how that money will be made up and that shortfall?
Well,
If the golf course is repurposed
as I said,
tonight?
any considerations around the future of the golf course and final plans will be subject to the work of the Greater Sydney Parklands with respect of the planning and design work, the considerations of the Expenditure Review Committee and the like.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, you said that the business case is being undertaken at present. Has that been finalised or not?
No, not to the best of my knowledge. I haven't received it.
And Minister, who's undertaking that business case?
The work on the design and everything like that is being undertaken and coordinated by the Greater Sydney Parklands.
That's correct.
And is that being contracted out? Is Hassel Limited the
Look, off the top of my
contractor
head,
for
I
that?
don't know. But
Yes, I
yeah,
can answer
yeah.
some of those questions. So the design team is led by Hassel. As you know, they're very experienced urban designers, architects.
Doing some
They
work
have-
for the pattern book at the moment.
They are too. They have landscape architecture experience, heritage, engineering, transport planning. We do have a golf architect for the project as well, subcontracted to Hassel, who is golf by design. I'm not a golfing person, but I understand.
You haven't
they
got
have-
Greg Norman.
They have significant credibility and have worked with Moore Park Golf previously, so they understand the site context.
And in terms of the business case, I take it that Hassel Limited might be doing the design works of the golf course, but probably don't have the scope for the business case. Is that being contracted out to a consultancy, or is that being
I'll have
undertaken in-house?
I'll have to take that one on notice. I suspect some of the work would be contracted out just because Greater Sydney Parklands' expertise is in managing parks and delivering parks, not in developing business cases. But I'll take that on notice. I'll ask my COO if we can get some information.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect to the timeline for this proposal now, when does the government anticipate moving forward with any reimagination or repurposing of Moore Park South?
Well, we're not doing anything in advance of when the term of the lease expires. I mean, as I said, we've allocated $2.6 million to do the detailed design work, and we'll continue to do that work. Any decisions beyond that are matters for government when that information is received.
And Minister, are you working through Greater Sydney Parklands with Moore Park Golf in terms of any transition of their membership if the golf course is to be repurposed? Does that fall in your purview?
I think the
or-
membership is separate from the golf course. I think the golf club has a separate membership from the course, if I remember correctly. I just stand to be corrected on that one. I'm not aligned with the details, but membership would be a matter for the club, as it would be with any other club.
So would you be looking at any alternative arrangements for members there who can no longer play on an 18-hole golf course and looking for any alternative options for them?
Well, there is a range of options within a few kilometres of Moore Park Golf Course where there's 18-hole courses. So the eligibility of individuals for the membership of those courses would be a matter of those clubs rather would be a matter for those clubs. I don't think. Are you wanting the government to? I don't know. Pay the membership of
Minister,
people who want to move
I
or
think
something?
the,
I don't know.
I'm
not sure what you.
No,
expect
the
government to
challenge
do.
in this, of course, is that Moore Park is a public golf course. It is a low-fee
Correct.
public golf course in comparison to somewhere like the Lakes, for instance, down the road where there's a $40,000
Yep.
joining fee. Golf in Australia has some advantages in being relatively egalitarian due to the public golf courses and their
Even though
availability.
you just said it's not, so yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying, because you have things like Moore Park Golf Course means that it can be quite egalitarian rather than sending people off to the Lakes or the Australian or
there's lots of
New South Wales.
lots of golf courses all throughout New South Wales, and I think that people should if they're taking up the sport. I've played at many courses and would like to play it more if time ever allowed, but it doesn't. But hopefully in the distant future, I'll get that opportunity. But I don't think it's the government's role to be, somehow facilitating alternate membership for people or something like that. I'm not sure if that was the suggestion, but it seemed.
Well, I'm wondering what the future is for the golfers at Moore Park.
There'd be a reimagined golf offering, and people will make their decisions as they do today.
But if you were on simply in a sense, playing 18 holes and playing 9 holes, you need to play 18 holes on a 9-hole golf course. You've got double the amount of usage, so you're going to have half the people sort of kicked off the course effectively.
But
if that were the case,
that's not. I think you're conflating membership with activity. Right? You're saying what's the government doing about members? You don't have to be a member to play on the course, much like any other course that is not restricted exclusively to members. There may be one. I'm not 100% on every golf course's rules, but there'll be activity. There'll be reimagined golf. There'll be a driving range as we've publicly committed to. I think you just have to wait on this one, Mr. Farlow, and see as the design and everything plays itself out how that's going to happen. I appreciate and I understand your strong interest in it.
So, Minister, with respect to that design and the like, now I understand you're not going to make any decisions or...
I'm not doing the design myself either.
Not going to change anything in terms of the golf course before its lease expires on that piece of land, but when should we expect to see the designs finalised for that course?
Look, we're going through, as I said, the government committed in the last budget $2.6 million to do the design and planning work, and when the government has more to say about the detail of that, we'll say it.
So you have no timeline?
I have no specific date in mind with respect to that, no. That doesn't mean there's not a timeline. There is a finite period within which any budget expenditure has to be used. But as to when there might be announcements, I can't sit here and give you an exact date.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, has the
Relaxing music from someone? That's very calming.
Has the $6 million that the Housing and Productivity Contribution raised from its inception in October 2023 to June 2024 been in accordance with the government's projections?
Well, as you might expect, the amount that's been raised was always going to be a maturity and a scale as development happened. You might recall when it was introduced. It was introduced at a discounted rate, and that discount continued for a couple of years. But and development has been slower. I don't think anyone's made any secret of that. However, as more development comes through, as more people pay that contribution, there'll be a greater pool of funds with which we can invest. However, I would also note that that's not the only pool of funds that's available for investment in infrastructure to support housing and jobs.
Mm-hmm. So was it in accordance with the government's expectations?
Look,
or
I
not?
can't remember what the exact forecast was at the date you're referring to. I'd have to double check that. But
okay.
As I said, it was always going to take some time to mature and come through the system with transition measures and the like.
Treasury undertook the forecasting, so we'd need to...
We'd have to confirm with Treasury. So
that
might
would be
one
helpful.
for the Treasurer when he gets here.
So will you take that on notice to provide to the committee?
I can take it on notice as to whether or not it was within the bounds of the forecast.
Thank you. And what was the projection that Treasury gave the department about the contribution for 24-25 budget?
Look, I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to take that on notice and talk to the Treasury.
Thank you. Minister, you're an economist. Are you familiar with the Laffer curve?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm wondering if you think that the current tax rate with this contribution is an optimal rate for receiving revenue for the government.
See, I dispute your characterisation as a tax. I appreciate that that's the way that the opposition has wanted to do this ever since you proposed it in the election and voted against it after the election.
I think you characterised it as a tax in February of 2023.
But it's not a tax, it's a contribution. It's a contribution for
A contribution that
infrastructure
developers have to pay.
to support housing and jobs.
But a contribution that somebody has to pay as a tax.
No, not always. There are exclusions around social housing, affordable housing, I appreciate that it seems that the opposition's approach to this is to call it a tax and then simultaneously criticise the government for not having any way to provide revenue and provide funds in which to invest in infrastructure.
Well,
and I appreciate it, but each way is
the problem
important
is,
in
Minister,
opposition.
that you're complaining about supply and the cost of constructing houses, and yet
You
there
think
is an additional
$12,000 is going to make all the difference?
$12,000. Well, there is an additional $12,000 that developers have to pay for these dwellings.
Sure.
So you're saying that there is no impact. Is that what you're saying? That developers
I'm
don't
not saying
take
that
this
there's
into
no
account?
impact. I'm not saying that at all. I question the veracity of the claim that the removal of the Housing and Productivity Commission contribution would suddenly change the feasibility model entirely. But secondly, I'd also counter with a question, I guess, if you like, to say, well, how do you intend to, what would you do to generate the revenue necessary to make the investments in and contribute to schools and hospitals and local roads and footpaths and the like?
Well, Minister, you're in government, so you actually have
Sure,
the
but you're
ability to do
criticising
this,
one
but
option, and
your
that's
government
my
is
option is to do
overseeing the
this.
lowest approvals in housing for 12 years.
Yeah, and
so are you
and-
saying
okay,
that
well,
this $12,000
let's
tax
go-
doesn't
let's go-
have
well,
an impact on the supply of
I
housing?
Again, I dispute your characterisation of it as a tax. But let's have a look at how it's impacting.
You can call it a contribution, Minister. The question remains.
Well, I do, because it is.
But the question remains.
Right. So let's go through, and you're saying it's impacting on approvals and proposals.
Well, I'm asking
right?
you
Oh,
if it is.
Let me just run you through some of the numbers. Right. So between July and February of this year, there are 39,733 development approvals. There's a further 68,000, according to planning portal data, 68,000 dwellings under assessment right now in New South Wales. That's up 37% year on year. There are 72,000 dwellings under construction. That's at September, so it's a little dated, I appreciate, but that's the number. We've had 14,665, again, a September number that have approved but not commenced. Now that number is dropping, so there's been more commencements. So your argument that the housing and productivity contribution is stopping commencements,
I'm saying it's slowing.
That doesn't
I'm
mean
saying
it's happening.
slowing commencements.
There's been 11,771 commencements, again, as of September, so I appreciate that's a little bit dated now, but that's the ABS number. And there's been a further nearly 23,000 construction approvals granted in the first 6 months of the Housing Accord. I think there's actually more fundamental problems in terms of.
Could you please list the projects that have been started or contributed to by the contribution that your government is collecting?
Well, all of those that have started after the date of commencement of the Housing and Productivity Commission's
But what
contributions.
projects have been funded by those contributions? If you're getting all these contributions, what is the money being? You don't know.
That wasn't an outline of contributions. That was an outline of the development.
I understand, but if
pipeline,
you're
right?
getting
So
contributions at the construction
Yep.
certificate phase, you must be collecting money.
So we have reserved.
What projects have been started using that contribution?
We've reserved $520 million to go towards, or at least partly towards. The infrastructure contributions around the accelerated transport-oriented development precincts. We've also committed to collect $1 billion in terms of.
Could I just clarify that? So how much have you collected from the contribution so far?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't.
Okay,
have
that would be good.
And
And you're saying, but I mean, this is the question. what is the contribution being used for in terms
Well,
of
the
projects that
contribution
it's
is
being
going
funded?
towards exactly the things that we said that it'd go towards. We're working through the
Do you have some
finalisations
specific
of
projects that you could list, please, Minister?
We're working through the finalisation of the infrastructure opportunities plan, but at the same time, as I said, it's not the only
Sorry,
source.
can I really clarify this? I understand you're not saying that that's the only source, but you just said that you're going through a list of infrastructure projects that you're approving.
Yeah.
So none of that money has actually gone towards starting any projects yet,
Look,
and you haven't determined what those
I can't say
projects
whether $1
are.
of
Will you let
that's
me
gone-
finish the question, Minister?
Sure. Well, I just hadn't been able to finish an answer before, so.
That's not true. I've given you the courtesy of giving
Okay.
answers. So I'm just trying to clarify that the projects, that there are no projects listed that directly relate to the contributions that have been collected so far.
I did not say that. What I did say is I don't have a list in front of me.
But
of
is
any
there a
projects
list?
there might be. I'll take that on notice as to whether there's a list. But I would point out that since March 2023, because
Sorry.
infrastructure contribution, there's also, you got to understand that this, you're concentrating on one part of that act.
Yes,
There's
I am.
also the savings and transition measures around the state infrastructure contributions, which is part of that one act. Was
But if
also
these
part
do-
of your
but if
plan
these
that you took to the
contributions-
last election.
But if these contributions are making like $6 million a year, and they're also a disincentive for developers, it's kind of like, what's the point of them?
Right. So, okay, there's a couple of things to unpack in that. So, much like the same scheme that you took to the election, right, and we modified and improved, there's the two elements to it, because there's still the state infrastructure contributions, some of which are still being collected because they haven't been replaced by the Housing Productivity Commissions. That was part of the savings and transition measures. So since March 2023, a total of $769 million, which is about $1 million a day, has been committed to councils and state agencies to deliver that infrastructure.
what does that have to do with the
$565 million has
contribution?
already been paid to councils or agencies as part of that. 190 projects have already been completed. So
but
you've
that
got to
doesn't
look at all
relate to the
parts of that. You
contribution,
can't just
Minister.
pick and choose, and I appreciate picking and choosing is the de rigueur for the day here.
No,
picking and
it's
choosing
actually about
LMR size,
policy
picking and
rigour,
choosing Todd
Minister.
size,
It's
picking
actually
and
about
choosing
policy rigour.
elements of this policy. But both
pick and
parts of
choose
this
electorate.
work together. Both parts of it work together. You can't just pretend that there was nothing prior to the Housing and Productivity Commission. You can't just draw a ring around it and say, no, that's done, that never existed, we'll just forget about that forevermore.
Maybe it never needed to exist.
Okay.
Well, is that why you proposed it at the last election?
Okay, I've let it go on. The bell did ring, and we're now in crossbench time, and I'm handing to my colleague, Dr. Conn.
They were getting their 30
Thank you,
seconds back,
Chair.
I think.
Okay.
The Chair.
Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
The draft guidelines for synthetic turf in public open space
Yep.
were on public exhibition last year around March and April.
Mm-hmm.
When are those guidelines going to be finalised?
Look, the government's finalising its response. It's the guidelines. I haven't got a specific date as to when that will be finalised.
Okay. Can you give us an approximate date?
In the future. I mean, it's not too. I wouldn't expect that it's terribly far away, but it's still got to go through some of the processes to finalise it.
I hope you can appreciate there's significant community interest in this,
Yeah, there
particularly
is.
as these kinds of synthetic turf installations are still going in while the guidelines are being finalised.
Yeah, and look, I think it's important to recognise that they will only be guidelines. Well, not only guidelines, but they will be guidelines. They're not rules necessarily. They're things that people will need to take into consideration, given the work of the chief scientist in putting together a very lengthy report, which was sat on by the previous government. It was only started to be looked at seriously. I don't think anyone had printed it in the previous government, let alone read it. But it was a long report. It was a detailed report. But the guidelines will guide decision makers on what factors should be taken into consideration. A lot of that is being done by many councils at the moment when they're considering it. But we'll have more to say in the not too distant future, I'd expect, on that one. I just can't give you an exact date. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I've been told that it's not the standard practice of the department to make submissions to guidelines or discussion papers public. But in this instance, given the level of community interest, would you consider making the submissions to the draft guidelines
I'll
public?
consider it. Yeah.
Stakeholders were told by the department in May last year that the submissions would be provided online. They were actually given a time frame. They said they were going to be uploaded mid-next week, back in May 2024.
Well,
Since then,
I'll take your word
I
for
wrote
it,
to you, and I got a response from your parliamentary secretary, which I was grateful to receive, but that response said that the submissions weren't going to be published. I'm just trying to understand, in my
I've just
view...
agreed to consider it. So I'll consider it.
All right.
What a departmental officer says, I can't be. I don't know every word that is uttered. The government's position will be made clear, and as I said, I'll consider it.
All right. I'll go back to the chair.
Thank you. Minister, I understand that Santos, in relation to its gas project out there, the white elephant sitting out there, that it's now pursuing a modification to its projects to include possibly carbon capture and storage technology, aligning with its own corporate net zero by 2040 target. I'm just curious, has the department, or are you aware of any modification applications, or have you had any discussions with Santos about this carbon capture storage proposal?
I'm not aware of any modification. I'm looking at Mr. Preshaw, who's shaking his head, who would be aware of it if there was one, and there doesn't appear to be one that has been received by the department.
Nothing?
Not at this stage. We can come back this afternoon if you want with more
Great,
details.
that would be great.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, does the government, do you, Minister, have any kind of framework on establishing any regulatory framework in relation to carbon capture and storage?
Look, I'm not aware of a regulatory framework within the planning system as such. Mr. Preshaw might be able to add some comment on how anything
just
might
not
be
on the
considered.
radar at this point?
Look, I mean, it's more of a project by project possibility as opposed to a policy position.
Okay, we might come back to it
we can come
and
back to
discuss
that.
it this afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just curious if you could update us, Minister, on the renewable energy projects in the system. And I
There's
know
lots.
that,
It's really good.
yeah, I would love to get the updated figures. How many wind, solar and battery projects have actually been approved
All right, you're just
since
gonna have
March
to
2024?
Bear with me until I find it. Well, as an overall amount, I know that we've approved more in generation capacity in the last 2 years than the entire previous term of the previous government, including a really exciting project in Broken Hill the other day, the compressed air energy storage system, a really interesting project which, if perhaps if it had been there last year, Mel, you might have had less to do with an energy outage. But I believe, just getting the statistics, there are 125 state significant renewable energy generation and storage projects have been approved in New South Wales. This includes 40 approved solar, wind and battery projects within the renewable energy zone, worth about 2.1 billion in capital investment. Then there's quite a pipeline coming forward. Currently 145 renewable energy storage, generation and transmission projects are under assessment with the department. This includes 50, Mr. Gainsford, we're going to be very, very busy. This includes 50 solar, 37 wind, 49 battery storage, 7 pumped hydro and 4 transmission projects, as you would appreciate. They're at various stages of their planning pipeline, but they've all had SEARs, so the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements have been issued for those.
So the ones that you referred to, the 125,
Yep.
When was that from? When was your
I
starting
think-
date for those?
I'll clarify that.
It's about 20 years past, I think, the very early assessment, but
believe-
the grand majority in the last 18 months or
18.
so, 2 years.
So, for instance,
yeah.
in the 2024 calendar year,
Yep.
there were 20 projects in generation, storage and transmission that were
Okay.
approved. Look, this was something, again, I inherited a bunch of stuff. A housing shortage, an industrial land shortage, and a clunky and quite inefficient renewable energy and energy assessment system. Mr. Preshaw and Mr. Gainsford have done some excellent work together in making sure that we have a system that can work in meeting the government's desires with respect of not only our climate targets, our emissions targets, but also in the fact that we've got to rebuild the energy delivery system and expand the energy delivery system in New South Wales if we're going to not only replace the generation capacity of our ageing coal-fired powered fleet, but also increase the amount of capacity that we've got for energy security and grid stability, and to meet the growing demand as we move to broader scale, electrification of transport, of households, of more businesses.
Just going back, in relation to that, going back to coal approvals, there are a bunch more coal projects in the pipeline for expansions.
Yep.
Given the situation we are in now in terms of the trajectory of not meeting our emissions reduction targets, and that's kind of been made known by the Minister for Climate Change, and she's expressed concern about the 2030 target. Is there any suggestion from you, Minister, that you would create some kind of threshold of emissions that would trigger a coal project being denied?
Look, there hasn't been any discussion or policy decision with that respect within government.
Is that what it would take, a government position, or you as Minister for Planning?
Okay, but let's look at it in its broader context, right? So in a global context, if you like. So is someone who's willing to buy or looking to buy coal from New South Wales going to stop buying coal if no coal's available from New South Wales, or are they going to go somewhere else? Arguably, they're going to go somewhere else.
I think that we refer to that in law as the drug dealer defence.
No.
No, I'm quite serious. That is what it's referred to.
Yeah, sure.
That you would just get your drugs from somewhere else.
But
when you are
did
in
pill
fact
testing
the
on
drug
weekend,
dealer.
So. Yeah, but we've also got to be considerate of the fact that this has wide-scale implications for a whole host of people's jobs and livelihoods and capacity for New South Wales to keep the lights on, and also the fact that not all coal is thermal coal. Right, so metallurgical coal, as much as people might not like
I'm
it,
talking
but right
specifically, Minister, about the coal projects that are in the pipeline.
and
that
a
are
number of those are
thermal
metallurgical coal.
No, the ones that are
Well,
thermal
you just
coal.
said coal projects, right? And I think it's important.
I
if we're
said
gonna
it in
talk
the
about
context
coal,
of meeting our emissions reduction
Yeah, well,
targets.
when metallurgical coal is turned into coking coal for the production of steel, in that reduction process, of which I'm very familiar with because I proudly represent the Port Kembla Steelworks, the biggest and the only continuously operating steelworks in New South Wales. Sorry, Whyalla. There's a task to do there as well. So the government has legislated for the first time, the emissions reduction targets, and we will diligently work towards achieving those in New South Wales.
So the proposition then that you, as Minister for Planning, who would actually ultimately get an opportunity to reduce our emissions directly from some of the worst contributions to emissions, you're saying that you won't take any risk-based initiative to say there is a threshold, and that you would say at that threshold you wouldn't approve.
It's actually a really important part of the planning system that I don't sit around prejudging proposals before they get through. There is a merits assessment that needs to go through. I'm legally obliged to uphold that part of the planning.
I think this is what I'm getting at, Minister. No, I hear what you're saying. I'm very familiar with the merit assessment process. So what I think I'm trying to ascertain is what does it take for, say, the Net Zero Commission, for communities of New South Wales, for the work of the Reconstruction Authority that's having to deal with climate-induced disaster after climate-induced disaster. At what point would the Minister for Planning in New South Wales say, actually, the risk from these fossil fuel projects now is far too great, and the risk outweighs any economic benefit to the state of New South Wales?
I think that sort of policy change would have to be something discussed and decided upon by the entire cabinet. I don't think I can single-handedly
Thank you. That's really
take on
helpful.
that. I just think, given look, I think of my own community, right? My own community, where I grew up, was about 250 metres from the entrance to a metallurgical coal mine. It was also within a couple of kilometres, give or take, of 4 other pit entrances. Right, so Mount Kembla had a number of pits when I was growing up. It's got one now. It's likely to end at some point in the not too distant future. Now, that pit supports several hundred employees directly, several thousand employees indirectly. Now, I've also down the road, because the reason the steelworks was set up at Port Kembla because of Mount Kembla, right? So down the road, there's 3,500 or thereabouts people who are directly employed in the steelworks, and about 15,000 people who are supported by that. So you can't divorce yourself from the consideration of the impact of that. So governments need to work on multiple prongs to be able to deal with that. And I'll continue to work with my community. I know my colleagues in the Hunter and the government overall will continue to work with those communities to make sure that there are jobs and opportunities in those areas into the future. It's why the Upper House is doing some important work on post-mining land reuse.
Minister, sorry, thank you.
Really
I'm going to
important.
stop you there, and thank you. I am totally with the government in terms of the work that we're doing to transition, but as we say, you can't just keep pouring fire onto the problem. And every
And look, I don't
time
think the
a
government-
coal
that's the government's
project
view.
comes before you, you have the opportunity to say no more.
Sure.
This is not about dealing with
But I also think-
post-mining. This
but
is
I-
about
well,
dealing
actually
with
it is,
fueling the
because
climate crisis now. You think of
I
your
think you've
community.
also got to take into
Minister,
account that-
you think of your community. I think of mine right now, literally again bracing themselves for another extreme weather event. The
I'm
evidence
aware.
is
I do look after the Reconstruction
undeniable.
Authority. We're
And
planning
we
a lot
are
more.
actually talking about more new coal in New South Wales.
Well, no,
you are the
hang on
planning
a
minister
second,
that
hang on a
gets to
second. Let's
say
just
yes or
unpack
no
that for a
to
second.
new coal in
Let's
New
just
South
unpack
Wales.
that for a second. Let's just unpack that for a second, because your assumption is that nothing closes, right? In that statement about new coal,
No,
which it's not,
I'm not-
your assumption
no
is that
assumption.
nothing closes.
No assumption
it
there,
was.
Minister.
It was, and you know it was,
No,
Chair.
I
Come
am
on, let's
fully
not play
aware
games.
of mine closures. I know every
Right,
single
so
coal
I-
mine
so I
in New
think-
South Wales
I think
and their
like
trajectory.
many other things,
And right now there are
it's easy for some people to make up three-word slogans like "no new coal" or something like that, or "no
It's
new
not a
gas,"
slogan,
or
Minister.
"stop the
It's
whatever."
about climate
but
action.
It's actually more nuanced than that. And this is a government that's taken more steps on climate action than any government before it. Any government before it. And I bet your bottom dollar, right, if the other mob get in 2027, they'll reverse it. Because they're signed up to
Minister,
Peter
I
Dutton's
don't want to
nuclear
play.
dream.
I don't want to play
which
major
will
party
extend
politics
coal.
with you.
Well,
I'm
we'll
a
extend
crossbencher.
coal for longer.
Minister,
let's look at the facts.
Minister, I
Let's look
don't
at the
want to play
facts.
major party politics with you. I am literally
Right,
talking
well,
about
Some of the
coal
minor
mine
parties are involved
approvals.
in that too then.
Honestly, Minister, I'm talking to you about a very
Yep, and I'm
discrete but
talking to you about a
unbelievably
very-
significant
Sure.
issue.
Yep,
New
and this is a
coal
government that's
approvals
taken
in New South Wales.
more action to address climate change, to reduce
And
our
all I'm
emissions
asking
than any government
is-
before it. And as I said to you before, if a cap mechanism was to be introduced, that would have to be a decision of the whole of government, because I don't think it could be introduced in isolation of.
So until then, Minister, you will continue to allow coal projects, new ones, to go through and be approved.
Well, no, that's not what I said. That is a gross mischaracterisation of what I said. The planning system is required to not prejudge projects and to assess them on their merits as it comes through. And I would have thought, Chair, that you of all people, with your experience and background in this, would be understanding of the fact that we shouldn't be prejudging projects, because that it might be okay if I'm in the chair. If someone else is in the chair, it may be a completely different thing.
Minister,
and then what have you got?
That boat sailed a long time ago. It is well and truly time to be prejudging coal projects and having a policy of no new
your
coal.
view, not mine.
In
I'll,
no
I'll
uncertain
uphold
terms.
the act
Not
that
my
I'm
view,
required
the view of-
to do,
the
and
view
I'll
of
continue.
millions
And I'll
across this
continue
globe.
to, and the government will continue to introduce mechanisms better than any government before it about
Minister,
addressing
let's
our
move
emissions
on.
targets.
Let's move on.
Okay.
In relation to the fantastic report that was tabled in the Parliament.
which report would this be?
About the planning system, climate change, communities and biodiversity, the work of this
Did it have a title, Chair?
The work of this incredible committee, of which I chaired, and had the incredible benefit of working with so many community members across New South Wales. And genuinely appreciate the government's very considered response. I just want to draw your attention, if I can, to a couple of those responses.
Yep.
One of those was in relation to that matter that you and I have discussed every single time here, the zombie DAs.
Yep.
You have noted the findings of this committee. You have said that you want to wait until the lower house concludes its inquiry.
Yep.
Have you given any further consideration to the impact that these zombie DAs are having right now on communities as we speak, and the implication?
Yes, it's why I worked with the chair of the lower house, the Legislative Assembly, to set up that inquiry. It was at my request. I wrote to the chair.
And so, in that sense, is there anything that you think you ought to be doing between now and when that inquiry report's given, that committee has said they don't really want to look back, they want to look forward?
Well, looking back is challenging, and perhaps Ms Fishburn and Ms Gibson's got some experience in this, but may be able to shed some more light on it. But let's have a look at what you can do, right? So yes, we have an unknown and almost unknowable number of approvals in the system that have not been started. We know of some of them, but literally you would be starting with, because these are all non-digitised records over, up to 200 years potentially, where people would be digging through every approval ever made in New South Wales to identify what there is. So one thing you can do proactively is make sure that you're not getting any of those into the future. And as an ongoing piece of planning reform, we're contemplating what that might look like in terms of substantial commencement. But it's also one of the reasons why, we've introduced some very tight conditions around projects that come through the Housing Delivery Authority. So the Housing Delivery Authority, as you may recall when I outlined it earlier, you've got 9 months if once you get your SEARs issued. They'll be revoked otherwise, right? So that means you can't have a zombie SSD sort of hanging around. Similarly, you've got 12 months to get started, right?
My ears did prick. I didn't realise that was actually on those.
And that's actually part of that system to look at how you don't get those hanging around. You might end up with a weird thing. The other thing that we hadn't touched on, but Mr. Ruddock was one of the things I listed with him in terms of what we're doing is the work of the Housing Task Force. So often what we find is a lot of older approved but not yet commenced projects are stuck in the system, or they have these weird consent conditions. One may say, do not touch a leaf on a tree on this site, where another agency will say, clear everything and then start. You can't resolve that, right? So we've set up the Housing Task Force in September last year to see if we can start to not only resolve ones that are blocked in the system, but also prevent new ones from becoming blocked, right? And it's actually proving to be a very successful measure with an estimated, it's only concentrating at this stage on residential assessments that are overdue, so it's a finite number. But nearly 32,000 homes have been unblocked. We've cleared 704 DAs. And they've been approved by council subsequently. We've cleared 1,734 DAs. Of those, the cleared DAs that have been determined 704, so it's about consistent approval rate with what comes through the system. That's starting to clear out some of those ones that are blocked, and people just shrug their shoulders and give up, right? So, and when you shrug your shoulders and give up in time, with enough time, if no one else picks up the opportunity, it becomes potentially a zombie DA. So we're much better focused on a system that limits the number of things that can fall into that category ever right now. That's what we can do right now. And that's what we're concentrating on doing right now. And that's what we're hopefully will have some further planning reforms that will say that into the future. I will await the findings of the Legislative Assembly's committee. I think
then you will take on all the recommendations of this committee in full and implement them.
I'll consider all of the recommendations in terms of what's possible, because I don't think we should be in a situation either that we're upending compensation and requirements. I think that's a dangerous path to go down.
All right, I might follow up on that after, but over to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, earlier you said that $520 million will be spent on TOD infrastructure.
Yep.
What percentage of that is from the housing and productivity contribution?
Oh, look, I have to take on notice what the percentage is. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head,
I
but
ultimately think that's a decision for Treasury as to
where it comes from.
Where it comes from.
So you don't have any discretion about how that contribution is going to be allocated?
My focus is making sure that there's $520 million spent on infrastructure around TOD accelerated precincts.
So you
it's
don't-
the Treasurer's job to help fund those commitments.
And Minister, with respect to that $520 million, what's the time frame over which that will be invested?
We're starting now at the moment, actually. Yeah, we're working through that now.
But in terms of your funding profile, what's that $520 million over? Is it over the forward estimates?
It's over the forward estimates.
Okay, so then a forward.
So, Minister, how can you be clear about where these contributions are being spent? I mean, we've got, for example, a TOD in Crow's Nest, but what about a contribution that was raised from a development in Camden?
Yeah, well,
and what happens to that town centre?
This is where our version of this was very different from yours. If you recall, under in the previous Parliament, the then government introduced a mechanism where it'd all go into consolidated revenue, and it didn't matter where it came from.
That's literally what you're saying is happening.
If I could finish. But what we made very, very clear, and it's legislated, I appreciate you didn't support that legislation, but it is legislated, that said that a contribution collected in one area, in one of the cities, so in the city designations, had to be spent in that. So what we're going through is the process of developing the infrastructure opportunities plan, which will guide the investment decisions. But you're right, money collected in the east could be and will be spent in the west and vice versa, but money collected in the Illawarra will be spent in the Illawarra.
But if we don't know
That's the
that
law.
how much of the contributions are going to the TOD sites, for example, like where we actually can't be clear where the money is going. You haven't given me any idea of where the money's going. You mentioned the infrastructure plan, opportunity plan. You said that would be delivered at some point in 2023, and we don't have it yet. So we actually don't know where this money will be spent.
In working with, as I said before, that working in both parts of the equation, of the $769 million that we put out, here's the top 6 local government areas: Blacktown, 162.2 million; Wagga Wagga, 70.8 million; Liverpool, 66.4 million; the Hills, $37.8 million; Parramatta, $35.2 million; Camden, $29.5 million. Sorry, but if you've got suggestions as to what projects we might want to consider in the infrastructure opportunities plan, I'm happy for you to provide them.
But Minister, these projects you're outlining here aren't a result of the housing and productivity contribution. Like Wagga Wagga's not in the 6 cities region. I know you want to get rid of the 6 cities region,
they're
but
part of the associated legislation and contributions that the Housing and Productivity Commission contribution takes over from as part of the savings and investment measure.
So you're talking about the old 6, effectively, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Not effectively, yes.
Yes. You're talking about the old 6. You're not talking about the housing and productivity contribution and what that's going to pay for.
But you're suggesting that the only infrastructure, and there's only one part of that, and as I said to you in earlier questioning, that you've got to consider the two elements together, because we're in the savings, the transition period with respect of those contribution regimes.
But Minister, we were, and the Honourable Jackie Munro just pointed out, back in 2023 when we were sitting in this room, you said there'd be an infrastructure opportunities plan that would be presented by the end of 2023, and we're still waiting. We still don't know where this infrastructure is going to be delivered.
That's under development with the councils. I appreciate you're excited for when it comes through, and I know that you'll be backing it.
Minister, it's one thing to wait for Christmas; it's another thing to wait for 2 Christmases.
I think you'll find that work is well underway. Look, it is interesting. Like suddenly, at one point you're saying that we don't talk to councils enough. Then when we do work with councils who do have some changing priorities based on development that's happening in their areas, that takes too long. Now you can't. I appreciate you want to have 2 bob each way on every issue.
No, we just want
but
you to do what you
can't
say
just
that
do
you'll
that.
do.
Yeah, and it will be done.
Well, where it hasn't been done. You've promised that you would have it by the end of
Well, I just
2023.
We have it by
outlined
the-
that
well, we have it by this
The
Christmas.
other part of the equation, $769 million since March 2023 invested, it was spent on infrastructure investment, $520 million committed towards the toll accelerated precincts. The work is on identifying sites for new public spaces is underway right now. In fact, well advanced, and I'm sure you'll be cheering for them when they come through.
Will we have an infrastructure opportunities plan by this Christmas, Minister?
Look, I'm
We've had
hoping
2
to get it done
Christmases to
sooner
wait.
rather than later. But as you'd appreciate, we want to get it right too.
So, Minister, if you suggest that the housing productivity contribution is not impacting developers, what do you think about 7-11 contributions? Are they impacting development?
Well, impacting development in what way?
Well, they're preventing
they're providing
development.
a flow of
when you
funds
have
for
places like
investment.
Blackdown and Penrith,
Yeah.
where the contributions are upwards of $150,000 in some cases, do you think that is impacting the ability for developers to actually construct and deliver houses?
In some cases, I couldn't universally answer that question because you're asking every developer and every feasibility on every site. So that's a very general question that you're asking. Are costs impacting? Yes, construction costs are impacting. Labour shortages are impacting.
Minister, with all due respect,
financing
this
costs are impacting.
isn't about the labour market. This is about
Sure, I understand
Blackdown
that, but
LGA with
I also don't think-
$131,000. This is Penrith
So
LGA with
So
$136,000.
you don't think that those
that-
communities
that-
should? Sorry.
That councils are passing on to developers, and obviously developers are passing on to individuals who have to buy those homes
Well,
because
as
there
Kane said,
is
consumption is
there
the end
is
of all
an
economic
infrastructure shortfall.
So you're saying that those communities don't deserve the infrastructure to support
No,
housing?
I'm saying that your government isn't providing appropriate funding for those communities. And that
Well-
is pushing up the cost of housing.
Yeah. Well, we do have a lot of catching up to do in a lot of areas because we got inherited a bit of a backlog. Yeah, there were no schools in some of the fastest growing areas of
Minister,
southwest
And
and
you've just cut
northwestern
one out of
Sydney
Crow's Nest.
By
You've cut
your
one out of
version.
Crow's Nest. You've got a Todd there, and you're
but-
cutting a school. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Oh, tell that to the people of Gledswood Hills. Go out to southwest Sydney or northwest Sydney.
Doesn't have to be one or the other, Minister.
And talk to them about
Doesn't have to be one or
about
the
schools.
other.
We actually work with schools. We work with health. We work with transport. The look of
cutting all of it.
confusion on
Cutting
your
all of
faces
it.
is
Cutting all of it.
palpable
Cutting all
because
of it.
I understand that you've never contemplated this before, but we work with them
There's a thing called the
around
Greater Cities
what
Commission.
what a change would
Get rid
mean
of the plan.
in terms of what it needs with respect to the other associated infrastructure. And
Fundamentally,
when we did the enrolment audit, when Minister Carr did the enrolment audit upon first coming to office, she discovered in no uncertain terms that the biggest problem was in northwest Sydney, where there'd been lots of development happening, but no schools happening under the previous
Minister,
government.
under your leadership, this government has seen the lowest approval rating for dwellings in over 12 years. That's
Right,
the
well,
record.
okay,
And
let's-
so when we're
let's
talking
run through-
about
let's run
when
through
we're
the
talking
list
about
again.
housing,
39,733
Minister, we've heard your
development
list.
approval. No, well, you obviously haven't because you
Minister,
keep
we've
coming
heard
back
your
to
list, but the figures
the,
are there.
the talking
Minister,
points. You come
the
back to your
figures you're
talking
assessed
points. That's
on
very
are
good.
there.
Very good on message, but your message is wrong.
you're literally
When
reading your own
confronted
talking
with the
points.
facts-
You
when
are literally
confronted-
reading your talking
No,
points.
these are
For a
facts.
second
Point of
These are
order,
facts,
Chair.
right?
Point of
Yeah,
order.
look, when
Yes.
confronted
No, no,
with the facts,
Minister,
when confronted with the
Minister,
facts, you should be at
Minister,
least ready to consider.
Minister, we've had a point of order.
Yeah, point of order. I don't know about anybody else in this entire room, but the two talking over each other is doing my head in. Absolutely. So
It's impossible
that's not
for
a technical,
Hansard.
But could you, as chair, please, one at a time?
It is impossible for Hansard, and we have let things run. We've certainly let you
Sure.
run, Minister, in defending yourself against this fierce opposition. So please, everyone, though, just one at a
Is that in
time
here?
for Hansard. One at a time for Hansard.
Sure thing.
Minister, will you guarantee that no funds from the housing and productivity contribution will be used for the conversion of Moore Park Golf Course for public space?
I don't believe it's the government's intention to use the housing and productivity contributions for that, but it's not a guarantee I can make because it may come up in the infrastructure opportunities plan.
So you won't rule it out?
What I commit to doing is making sure that the Act is met.
Minister, with respect to Moore Park, have you seen any documents from Greater Sydney Parklands regarding the proposed 9-hole golf course and its configuration?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. And Minister, have you been provided with any information on the estimated cost of the project at all from Greater Sydney Parklands? I know you said that you
Greater Sydney Parklands at the moment
200 million was out of question, but
have been tasked with the process of doing the design and planning. I haven't received that as yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
I haven't been briefed as of yet, so it wouldn't have come to the
There you go.
Minister.
And Minister, I know you've said previously that you're not a golf course designer, but have you looked over any potential plans for a golf course at all?
Well, my job isn't to design the golf course, so I've looked over golf courses that I've played.
But what about Moore Park? Have you looked over alternative
I don't know
proposals
that using my golfing skill as a means of designing golf course would be an optimal outcome. But look, there's all sorts of configurations of golf courses the world over, and I'm sure that
Minister, I'm not asking you about what's happening at Augusta. I'm asking you about Moore Park. Have you looked over any of the proposals for Moore Park at all in terms of golf course design?
What proposals are you talking about?
Like, have you seen any proposals or reconfigurations? Have you cast your eye over
I've
any
seen a version or a high-level version. I don't think it went to detail of where the holes would be from the Moore Park Golf Collective, but I can't recall seeing any.
Not internally from Greater Sydney Parklands, or
no.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Minister, before we had a discussion, of course, about East Hills and the exclusion that existed because of the gas pipeline there. As I understand it, that gas pipeline also extends to at least Beverly Hills Station, which is included as an LMR zone. How do you account for the discrepancy between one area needing a blanket exclusion from that pipeline, but then Beverly Hills Station, which is also subject to that pipipeline being included as an LMR zone?
As I didn't do the assessment of individual projects, I might pass to Ms Gibson to shed some more light on that assessment process.
We worked through a range of different factors in coming up with each of these sites. That included information that we had to hand, information that council had to hand. We looked at the specific detail using council's advice, information that we have about location of gas pipelines, and where development would be feasible for a range of reasons, including lot size, existing planning controls, and alike. The inclusion of Beverly Hills Station came through that process. I don't have the map of the gas pipeline in front of me, and I'd like to check that just in relation to the specifics of your question on that pipeline. And how that fit with some of the other factors that we were considering for that location and other locations near the gas pipeline.
Thank you, Ms Gibson.
Mr Fowler, can I just add a comment, just because I'm a proud public servant. When we undertake work in the department, I just want it to be very clear. We characterise things via local government areas, not via electorates. That is never a consideration. We speak to councils, we engage with local government. As you know, I'm also the regulator of local government. That is what our consideration is. So I'm looking down at Monica's list of the LMR here. We don't even have the electorate on that. It's just not a consideration for us as bureaucrats. And I just really wanted to get that on the record, because it is an important and proud part of the way we participate in the Westminster system.
Thank you, Ms Fishburn. Now, with respect to the exclusion that exists within this gas pipeline, another Housing Delivery Authority referral, recommendation to the Minister that the project be declared SSD under 4.36 brackets 3, is with respect to 21 Polo Street and 1 to 15 Swan Street, Revesby. This is within 300 metres of Revesby Station. I think that you talked about a 400 metre exclusion zone previously. With respect to that pipeline, why is there one policy being applied to referrals such as this and another when it comes to the LMR?
I think it's important, and either Ms Fishburn or Ms Gibson might wish to add something to it, but I think it's important for the committee and everyone's understanding the difference between what happens by way of a SEP and the policy changes and the planning controls that may vary as a result of that SEP being introduced, and what can happen on an individual site through a merit assessment process, because they are different things. It might seem a bit weird that you can do two things on one lot, if you like, but I think this is an important understanding that the committee needs to get with respect of how planning works in practice. That Ms. Fishburn, I don't know, Ms. Gibson,
we used
Mr.
to have-
Gainsford,
I think it's actually
one of the three of us.
all three of us.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep, I'll let Ms. Gibson start, and then Mr. Gainsford, if you can talk about the considerations that you would undertake through an SSD merit assessment.
So in the preparing the low and mid-rise policy, we were really looking for areas that had great potential for mid-rise housing to occur. It had been excluded from so many local planning controls over the last couple of decades that so few of this housing was coming through, and international examples and our own analysis showed that we needed to return this back into planning controls, and working through a range of factors about where that might broadly apply. So you'll remember that the low and mid-rise controls started with the stage 1, which was dual occupancies applying to all R2 zoning across the state, with a couple of exceptions. So setting up some very broad parameters about where mid-rise housing and low-rise housing could occur. As we refine that work and go into a detailed assessment stage, we're really looking at the specifics of each individual site, as opposed to looking at a broader catchment, a broader area around a town centre, where a range of different things would apply across a precinct, but might not apply to every individual site. And that's where the site assessment work comes in, and a merit assessment for each individual site might occur. So I might hand over to Mr. Gainsford about the specific site.
Yes, and so as Ms. Gibson's talking about there, so the two sites that you've talked about, Revesby and Leichhardt, as part of the 29 declared state significant development sites from the HDA at the moment, we'll go through a full merit-based assessment. Part of that assessment, of course, where there is that proximity to high-pressure pipelines, will be a consideration of hazards and risk. The criteria that we've developed for the purposes of declaring projects as state significant development is not a merit-based assessment. It does have some criteria there to identify some forms of those hazards and risks, including flooding and bushfire, primarily to try and ensure that projects that do come before the HDA and before the department can be delivered quickly. So, as Ms. Gibson is saying, certainly the merit-based assessment will thoroughly need to assess all of those aspects, including potential influence of any high-pressure gas mains.
Thank you. Minister, why did the government remove the development permitted without consent planning pathway for non-government schools without any consultation?
Well, yeah. Okay. Again, let's do the fact-checking exercise. There was consultation that was undertaken with respect to that change, but what that change has done is actually increased the number of things that non-government schools are able to do on their sites. So it doesn't mean a development application has to be required for every future development at a non-government school. In fact, we expanded the categories of exempt and complying development and pathways that are available to non-government schools. That was done after a survey of non-government schools as to who had used that planning pathway or and what was really needed. So, for instance, prior to the reforms under exempt development, you could do a non-government school. This is. Could build an awning or canopy attached to a building, remove or prune dangerous trees, landscaping, play equipment, routine maintenance, walking paths, boardwalks, ramps, staircases, gates, seats, barbecues, sporting courts and fields, out of school hours care or vacation care, use of school facilities by third parties, amenities building, workshop and sheds, environmental management works, temporary portable classrooms, demolition of exempt development, access ramps, air conditioning, external building works like recladding or repairs, and internal building works like repairs and buildings, at grade car parks, carports, decks, fences, firefighting emergency equipment, flagpoles, geotech investigations, hoarding and scaffolding on construction sites, landscaping, lighting, portable offices, pergolas and storm blinds, rainwater tanks, retaining walls, security cameras, sheds, skylights, signage, and exempt development permitted under the code set for matters not listed. Now, what's happened post those reforms, you can do all of those things, so that very long list as exempt development, but also we've added preschools for less than 50 children in existing buildings, demolition less than 250 square metres, sporting fields and courts now excluding, for Dr Cohen, excluding synthetic turf fields, bike parking and bike storage, chair hoists, building external alterations, including the enclosure of balconies and walkways. Then there's the complying development. So under complying development, non-government schools could build 4-storey buildings for libraries, administration, gyms, indoor sporting facilities, halls, teaching facilities. Now that includes classrooms and laboratories. Kiosks, shops, cafeterias or canteen, outdoor learning areas with canopies. There could be demolition, there could be minor alterations and additions, there could be restoration, replacement or repair of damaged buildings, there could be minor alterations and additions or restorations of repair of student accommodation buildings. Now, post the changes, you get all of that as complying development, and you can add preschools for more than 50 children, multi-storey car parks, and the ability to gain heritage exemption under the Heritage Act 1977 to undertake complying development on heritage listed sites. Now, development without consent prior to the reforms, 2-storey buildings for libraries or administration buildings, portable classrooms including prefabricated classrooms, permanent classrooms to replace a portable one, kiosk, shop, canteen or cafeteria, 1-storey building for car parks, minor alterations and additions including internal fit-outs, access for people with a disability, changes to external facade, the restoration, replacement and repair of damaged buildings, security measures including fencing, lighting and security cameras, demolitions of structures. Post the reforms, you could do all of that, and then buildings and large-scale demolitions can instead be done under complying development. Minor alterations and additions, access for people with disabilities, security measures and small-scale demolition can also be done as exempt development.
Thank you, Minister. A very comprehensive answer. Now, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Possibly too comprehensive, I think, for estimates.
Well, I think it's important that full information
Thank you,
is provided.
thank you, Minister. Minister, I just wanted to ask about an issue that I've asked, I think, a couple of times of you in budget estimates, which is about the issue of dark roofs and how the planning system can regulate to prevent them from being used. I think I've asked questions before about them being banned, actually. In one of the questions to me in response to that, you this is in November 2023, you said that the change, in fact, no, earlier, sorry, May 2022, that the state,
Well, that wouldn't have been me at
that,
May 2022.
yes, and you said the new basics changes will account for dark roofs, and they will be very difficult to get through, particularly, hopefully, places like Western Sydney. Has that happened? Has that happened?
Yes, the new basics changes have come into effect.
Yes, but they're making it very difficult for dark roofs to be used.
If I could just finish that. So the new basics changes were brought in by this government, something the previous government didn't do.
No, they did have
and
something
what
quite
the
comprehensive in
DIY
place, though, that you
tool,
scrapped.
right, so there's a couple of different ways you can do it, but the DIY tool rules out dark roofs in most climate zones. Right. The reason why I say most climate zones is there are some of the alpine climate zones and the like where dark roofs actually helps in terms of energy efficiency of the household, because you still need to heat them a bit more. In terms of the general tool, it is becoming increasingly difficult and Mr. Gainsford was probably, may want to add to this, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to get most things unless you substantially upgrade, say, your insulation generally
Yes,
is
so
the best way to get it through. You can. There is a way, but you do have to do a whole bunch of other things. So, in that sense, it steers people towards non-dark roofs, which is starting to happen.
Yes, that's what I'm aware of. However, that does lead to my next question, which is around, the insulation. So, the issue is, I think that, ideally, given how hot Western Sydney is and how much hotter it's going to be, including very the number of hot days being extreme. So I understand that houses that have the insulation, put insulation in, can get around not having to, also putting a dark roof in, I should say. Isn't the whole point that we want to not have dark roofs? We want these houses to do absolutely everything they can to cool themselves, their residents and the suburbs.
Yeah.
So why won't you? Is it because developers are pushing back?
No.
Why won't you do it then?
No. Well, you can't universally ban dark roofs.
Why not?
Right. Well, as I just explained to you, there are some areas within New South Wales that are outside of Western Sydney where dark roofs are actually advantageous.
Sure,
to
but
the
I'm
heating and
talking in
cooling
Western
of
Sydney where
buildings,
they're not.
right? So, yeah, okay, well, that's not the question you asked. You asked why I couldn't ban dark roofs, right, universally.
I think I mentioned Western Sydney
So,
there.
you did, but not in the terms of the question.
Okay,
but
let's
anyway,
go.
we're at semantics now. In the main, right, for most designs and for most of the volume builder arrangements, and Mr. Gainsford can add to this to add anything I might miss, you'll find that dark roofs aren't being used and they're largely being phased in. But what we're also doing is working with councils on how we can improve tree canopy cover with our pattern book, where we're not only designed in sustainability but making sure that we've got a landscaping design being commissioned as well for that at the moment. There's more work to do, absolutely. There's more planning reform that we'll be doing. So we'll continue to look at how you can simultaneously get better heat island, reduce the heat island effect in areas through time.
So is it possible, thank you for that answer, I'll come to you in the afternoon, Mr.
Sure.
Gainsford, to, if we get there. But is it possible to know via the applications, I assume under basics or the information entered into, the number of dwellings or buildings that are using dark roofs, or the number of dwellings that are choosing not to do dark roofs? So if I put a question to you,
Yeah, I don't know that we can distinguish that.
so
I'd
how
have
are
to
you
take
monitoring
advice.
it? Because you said you'd monitor
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
we'll take that on notice and get you some information back.
Okay, so right, so can I just check then if you're not, and Minister, if your departmental officials would surely know this, if you're not monitoring the quantity, you can't get back to me the statistics, for example, how many since November 2023.
Well, I don't have them to hand.
No,
Yeah, so,
sure,
yeah.
that's now. But the question is now around if they're not, if I get an answer back saying the department does not collect this information, which sounds like that's what I might get back. How are you monitoring?
What we could work out to a degree, and this will take some time because we've got to go through a level of detail, but we could probably get you some idea of the number of people who are using the DIY tool in various climate zones. I'm assuming we can extract that level of detail. I don't get in the back end of the system, obviously. In various climate zones in which because the DIY tool makes it impossible to use a dark roof in those climate zones.
Unless they
that
do
we could get some
insulation.
numbers out of that.
Unless they do other things like
No.
insulation.
The DIY tool doesn't allow. It effectively bans the use of dark roofs in the general tool. Yes, but the DIY one not so.
It does say, this is in response to a question by the Honourable Jackie Munro, actually, supplementary question from the last budget estimates, I think. with her question, similar to what I have been asking, and it says here, talks about the DIY system in place from 1st of October on question 1, the answer to question 1. And at the end of question 1, it says dark roofs will continue to be available as a choice, and the updated basic standards allow dark roofs to be offset, for example, through more insulation, and nothing in the question was specific to a particular area. So is that response wrong?
As I just said, the DIY tool doesn't allow you to do it, but you can go through the basics tool, upgrade your insulation, do other things which would allow you to achieve the basics requirements and allow you to have a
That's
dark
exactly
roofs.
what my question was before, and I was
Which is exactly what I answered
No, I believe you said to, okay, let's ask it again in a different way then, because I believe
do it again, sure.
you said to me that the DIY tool wouldn't allow it. I said, you mean in Western Sydney I'm talking, and you said yes, the DIY tool wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, the DIY tool you can't go through in not
Mr.
not
Gainsford,
universal.
can you clarify?
Not
Is
universal
it-
climate zone.
So the minister's...
Sydney, Western Sydney, that climate zone, if somebody goes through DIY thing, does insulation and a number of other things, they can get away with a dark roof. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So
As
which
I said
answer's wrong?
twice.
So with the DIY
No, the
tool,
answer's right.
it is excluded. The ability to include dark roofs is excluded. There are different methods of filling out the basics forms. As the minister's saying, for the more simple types of developments that are proposed, often the DIY tool is used, and the minister is right that dark roofs are excluded from that within Western Sydney and within most climate zones.
Okay, so from 1st of October 2023, just to be clear, no developer in Sydney is allowed to install a dark roof.
No, that's not what we've said.
Right,
There's,
so-
as
so-
Mr. Gainsford just said, there's multiple ways to go through and achieve a basic certificate. Right? There is one tool, the DIY tool, which is available so that mums and dads and owner builders and others can go through a simple process. That does not allow you to do dark roofs. However, there are other mechanisms and other application path that allows you to achieve the basic requirements by upgrading insulation or doing other things, which would still allow you to utilise a dark roof if you choose.
Okay. Could you take on notice then, up until the latest data you have as of today, through the various mechanisms, policies, basics, other things, the percentage of new installations of roofs?
We'll
whether
endeavour to
can
get you the most
try and
accurate
get me,
information
thank
we
you,
can,
dark roofs
yeah.
versus
So
not.
it's not always. I've got to work out what we can extract from the system.
Exactly. I'm a
right?
little concerned that the accuracy of our information might be a little flawed because we're not actually, there's not a ticker box to my
Yeah,
understanding.
you don't tick
in
the box, say I'm using it
in the planning portal. So,
Okay, and then the next question
So-
I noticed as a supplement taken on notice then would be if it's not straightforward, the data for you, Minister, and anybody within the department monitoring this policy measure, if it's not that straightforward how you intend to monitor the uptake, because you did say that you would monitor it, and just that would be good to know. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Ms. Pammer. Just on the, obviously, more broadly in relation to climate impacts within the planning system, and going back to that fabulous report, recommendation 5.
I have a feeling we'll be going to that fabulous report a number of times.
We will be. But recommendation 5, the government has supported the recommendation in principle, which is about reviewing New South Wales planning laws to better integrate climate change considerations. I've just got a few specific queries about where you, as Minister, think that this area of reform that we all know needs to happen is heading. Do you think we will see mandated for all state significant developments and infrastructure the inclusion of physical and transitional risks as part of the planning process?
Oh, look, all policy options are up for consideration.
That's good to know. I suppose what I'm kind of trying to grapple with as well is,
Can you just shed some light on what you mean by that too? Sorry,
I think what I'm looking for is, will there be things within the planning legislation that actually standardises what those risk assessments look like across all planning processes and for all consent authorities? Sometimes
it's hard to codify some of those things. Like as you might appreciate, not everything fits into a neat box in the planning system.
I suppose what I'm asking.
But however, what I think you're asking is are we going to look at ways where we can improve some of those things within the system so that they do directly come into, say, a merits assessment?
And I think I think that's absolutely right. But what I'm also really pushing at is, will we be looking at prioritising things as significant as climate risk over the potential economic benefit of a project? I think that we're given merit assessments, and I understand the need for merits flexibility in all things, but are we not at a stage where we should have some weighted considerations in that merit assessment that refers to people's well-being, survival, and climate risk mitigation and adaptation?
It's long been the case, as you would be aware, Chair, that the objects of the Act are about the orderly planning of the use of land in New South Wales with that social, environmental and economic overlay applied to it. Now, there's never, and I stand to be corrected here because I've not been in the chair for the 40-odd years of the Act, but I think those have at all times sought to be balanced in some way, shape or form. Now, I would hope, and I think we're starting to see that come through in the way a lot of larger developers particularly are proposing housing developments, that we're seeing a more sustainable bent coming through in their proposals. We're seeing Landcom, for instance, has been directed by me to produce all electric homes. We're getting some of the tier 1 developers who are doing exactly that. There are other requirements on them, whether it be ESG, whether it be financing, whether it be shareholder demands, are starting to require them to step up the game. In the pattern book, we wanted not only sustainability from an environmental perspective, but we also wanted it from a livability perspective in terms of the accessibility rating. Right,
so is there an intention?
We can go to gold.
I guess I'm trying to get a glimpse of the reform agenda. Is there an intention that the LEPs may be...
Well, the LEPs are a matter for councils.
No. Clearly, we're still operating on a standard LEP, which
there's 180 of those standard LEPs around at the moment, so they're not so standard.
I think what I'm also referring to is, are we going to go beyond hazard considerations through the LEP processes and start looking more at climate mitigation and adaptation?
I'm not going to say necessarily the LEP. I've got Mr. Lanyon and the Reconstruction Authority are working on disaster adaptation plans for various areas.
So will we see a relationship?
Yes,
I think
yes.
We will.
The relationship exists, right? For instance, if there is a disaster adaptation plan relating to, I won't say Lismore because that's a particularly challenging one in terms of the multi-hazard.
I'm okay. Just do it anyway. Say Lismore.
Let's take the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley, for instance, right? So already the disaster adaptation planning, the flood evacuation model and the like led me to make the decision, as controversial as it was, to not allow thousands of homes to go into certain areas of the northwest of Sydney because of the impact of flooding.
So what if it was a different minister? What if it was a minister, say, that didn't focus their mind so articulately
that's the next bit I'm getting to.
Okay,
right?
Thank you.
So what we need to be mindful of when we're looking at the next and ongoing process of planning reform, because I don't pretend to say that we can make a change, legislative or otherwise, next week that's going to lock in the permutations and combinations that we're going to have to deal with on climate risk in perpetuity, right? I don't pretend to have that
There's
sort of
a lot
foresight.
we could be doing.
What I do say is that we can do things better in the way that we're doing it. We have greater information available to us now, which comes into it. We also have greater capacity in terms of some of the mitigation and adaptation measures that we can take. And I think everyone in the system, and I'd argue councils as well, we can do it better, of course. We can improve it with the information we've got available to us. But I think you'll find that regulatory and other instruments will start to be improved and upgraded through time. And I hope, I intend to be part of that, where we can take some of these issues into account.
So with that, Minister, what is your... I know there's a bill right now, an EP&A bill before the Parliament. What's your next reform agenda timeframe, and what can we expect to be looking at?
Yeah, look, well, we've got an ongoing process. So we've got a piece of work going on industrial lands in New South Wales at the moment, because
I'm sort of referring more about how do we make the planning
but
system
these feed into it.
more
right?
adapted to climate reality.
all these elements feed into it, right? Because they feed into the considerations that that Mr. Gainsford, Mr. Preshaw, and others have to take, as well as 128 councils, 129 if you conclude Lord Howe Island, need to take into account when they're doing their merits assessment. So it's a combination both of arming people with information and with the regulatory tools available. I would hope that every time a council reviews its LEPs, and they should be reviewing them on a 5-yearly basis. Many aren't, but I would hope that every time they're doing that, they're looking at opportunities to improve the way they do things at a local level as well. I think, in fairness to a lot of planners, they are. And I think you'll see that. In terms of our time frame, we're on an ongoing process of reform. Is there some sort of big bang reform coming at any particular point? Well, there may be some larger stuff coming. I can't give you a specific date.
What about even in this legislation inserting an object into the Act about climate readiness, climate resilience?
The objects of the Act have been debated or have been recently raised, right? So there's a few people who have raised whether or not there should be a modernisation of those objects or a complete rewrite. Some have advocated to throw out all of the social and environmental aspects and just have it related to housing.
Yes, but Minister, that's just absurd. We're not listening to them.
No. But this is part of the public discourse on this, right? And it's something I'm obliged to listen to, even if others might not, right? I think you'll find that I'm very conscious of making sure that we can do these things properly. Minister Sharp is very conscious of the fact that her portfolio and agencies and planning work together.
Thank you, Minister. But on this, I'm just curious as to why we're not seeing that the uptake. So we have now got the climate change net zero futures legislation in place. There are so many indications, but the Planning Act is not keeping up with that. I can hear there's some really good things happening amongst the department. There's some great policies on the table, but we get this one opportunity right now to amend our laws, the actual things that will outlive you and me.
Which is why this government undertook to introduce the higher basic standards.
So will you
It's why we undertook to introduce the sustainability set, which
Minister,
is really
can I ask you, will you really consider amending or taking into account the fact that it is time to integrate the words climate change, adaptation, mitigation into the actual planning law, not the policies and not the other laws, but the planning laws?
Well, I think in my answers, Chair, I've been clear that it is something that is exercised in my mind.
Thank you. Over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you aware of the Central State Significant Precinct rezoning proposal?
The Central Station one, from memory,
Yep. Do you know when that will be finalised?
I'll defer to...
It's in the department at present.
Is there a timeline on that?
We are waiting for some additional information in relation to some aspects of that development proposal. They're being assessed in discussion with Transport for New South Wales at the moment.
Okay.
When that assessment work's complete, then we'll have advice to give to the Minister.
Okay, so Minister, have you met with the Tech Central Alliance at all in relation to that?
Not to the best of my memory, but I can take that on notice and confirm.
Okay.
I don't believe I have.
Okay. All right, I might go to that this afternoon. Just back on the contributions. Fundamentally, this is about housing affordability. So when we consider the housing and productivity contribution, the 7-Eleven contributions, wouldn't you say that in reality, this is a home buyer's tax because your government hasn't budgeted for appropriate infrastructure projects in Western Sydney?
No.
And the reason that I characterise it that way and that I can't understand why you won't see that is because ultimately home buyers are the ones who have to foot the bill for these contributions.
Sure. As I said earlier, Keynes made a very cogent point about consumers. Consumption is the end of all economic activity. So a consumer will always bear the price of whatever inputs there are, no matter what.
But the consumer has to bear the price.
Whether it's this glass
but the consumer,
or whether it's a
that's
unit
right.
down the road.
The consumer has to bear this price because your government has put on contributions, which are essentially a tax, because the infrastructure in this area is not being provided by the government. That is fundamental. It's an infrastructure funding gap that your government is responsible for.
Contributions have always been part of the Act.
We're talking
Right,
about $130,000, and your government
that-
has a housing and productivity contribution in addition that taxpayers and home buyers have to bear the cost of.
Yeah, and people are bearing the cost too of the previous government's lack of investment in public transport, in schools, in hospitals. They're bearing that cost. They're bearing that as a private cost by actually having
The
to
Metro, West Connex. I mean,
Okay.
these are infrastructure
well, if you're in
projects
Penrith,
that have absolutely changed the lives
maybe
of
government
people in
members
Western
can help
Sydney.
here. What metro do you catch in Penrith? What one do you catch in Leppington?
What is
Right.
your government
Right.
doing
What
to
do you catch in
provide
Wollongong?
any
I
infrastructure
don't think
in
there is
Western
one, is there?
Sydney?
No.
We don't have anything in Lismore, just saying.
Right. You know, so
Minister,
people are paying. People
home
are paying.
buyers are-
Penrith Metro then.
That's right, Minister. Home buyers are bearing the
But
cost.
you're telling me
because
that you know,
your
you can-
government
all
is
the-
not
all these
investing
things
in
are dealt with.
Money on
infrastructure.
infrastructure.
So, sorry, can I just for the purposes of the committee, 7-Elevens and 712s have a fixed base. Anything above that
Goes to IPART.
Goes to IPART.
That's right, but of course they're putting up prices because your government is not funding the infrastructure.
Well, your characterisation, not mine. I point you to $769 million in just housing-related infrastructure expenditure over the term of this government, not to mention the infrastructure that's being spent elsewhere. You know, the schools we had to catch up on, the hospitals we had to... Remember Rouse Hill Hospital? Often promised, never delivered. Remember that one? Yeah.
Is that the one that's not going to have a break under your government, is it?
All right, folks.
And no GPs
It's
to
now
start with.
government time. Do you have any questions
Chair.
for
Yes,
the Minister?
Thank you for your contributions today. I wanted to perhaps see if we could get a bit more context on the 6 cities region plan, given
Yep.
the media attention on that today.
Oh, yeah, I did. I read that one with interest this morning and thought two things. One, I don't think some people listened to me intently at the Committee for Sydney speech that address that I made recently, where I said that we're updating the Sydney regional plan and that work was underway. And I think there's been a misunderstanding of the intent of the bill that we have before the Parliament at the moment. So for the purpose of the committee, so the bill abolishes the references to the 6 cities region in the Act as a means of modernising strategic planning framework. And what it does is will provide the Minister, whether it's me or someone else in the chair, with the power to declare any area of the state to be a region or district for the purposes of the Act. Now that means that a minister, if the bill is passed, could declare a housing target for a particular local government area, comprising the number of additional dwellings in the state. So the important work there never was a 6 cities plan for a start, right? There was a Hunter plan, a Central Coast plan, there was a Greater Sydney plan, an Illawarra Shoalhaven plan. So the work and how they were supposed to work in together as a strategic planning framework never really got there. So we're taking a broader approach, which is why we're looking at the retain and manage policy of the former Greater Cities Commission as part of our industrial lands work. It's why we're refreshing and reviewing the Sydney Regional Plan. It's why we're making sure that genuinely
the 6 cities designation, for want of a better expression, but basically from the Hunter to the Illawarra work in better together and work in better together with the rest of the state. So I think there's just a slight misunderstanding prompted that article today of what the intent of the legislation is. It's certainly not in any way, shape or form to get rid of longer term planning. In fact, we're working on 10 and 20 year housing targets at the moment, which will work in with industrial land work, which will work in with Mr. Lanyon's work on disaster adaptation frameworks and the like in Western Sydney, to bring it all together in a more comprehensive, a more integrated strategic planning framework.
Thank you, Minister. No further questions.
No further questions from the government. Okay, that concludes our morning session. Thank you, Minister, very much for
Thank you, Chair.
attending this hearing. We're finished with you, and the committee will
Until
now-
next time.
Until next
Until
time.
next time. It'll come around again real quick.
Unless
like it always
something
does.
happens before. So the committee will now break and for lunch, and we'll return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to this afternoon session. And Secretary, I believe you may have some things you want to address first.
Thank you, Chair. We did take a number of things on notice, and there's a few we can quickly clear up for you. I think Mr Gainsford has all three of them, so I'll hand to him.
Yes, thanks, Ms Fishburn. So, Mr Farlow, you were asking questions with regard to a couple of the Housing Delivery Authority's sites that have been declared as state significant development. I just wanted to mention that the Leichhardt site that you referred to is zoned R1, general residential zoning, and therefore this type of development is permissible. However, a concurrent rezoning would be required to facilitate the development that's been put forward for that to amend the floor space ratio. You also made reference to the Reesby site, which is 15 to 21 Polo Street and 115 just can't read my writing. Swan Street, Reesby. So there's 3 lots that are there. They're zoned R4, R4 and R1. Again, it is permissible with consent. However, the development that's been put forward would require concurrent rezoning to amend both floor space and height controls. Ms Higginson, you were asking some questions with regard to the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on Mining, and particularly with regard to EMM's involvement. So what I can confirm is that the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on Mining does have publicly available a conflict of interest policy. It does, I think as the Minister was alluding to, acknowledge that it is likely that people that are participating in that panel are likely to be recognised experts in the field, and inevitably that will mean that they've worked within the area. And therefore managing conflicts of interest obviously is a very important component of that. There is requirements both in coming into the panel and also on any matters that the chair, it is the chair that sort of decides who will be helping to provide advice on relevant matters. There is a requirement to disclose all of those potential conflicts and therefore be excluded if those conflicts are present. What I can say is that there's 18 permanent members of that panel, of which currently there are two people on that panel that have, I guess, affiliations with EMM. There is one other person on the panel that was previously employed by EMM. However, of the 18 members on the panel, we have 3 that are experts in greenhouse gas emissions. That's something we've just recently brought on as part of the panel, and none of those members work for EMM. The last one I was just going to clarify, again, Ms Higginson, this was your question around potential modifications for Narrabri gas. We have checked and we're not aware of any conversations with Santos around proposed modifications, nor discussions around carbon capture and storage.
Oh, relief. Okay, we'll move to the opposition. Your time.
Thank you very much. Mr Lanyon. Thank you for being with us today. Now, with respect to the relocatable buyback homes program, expressions of interest closed on the 14th of February of 2025. How many expressions of interest were received?
We had 31 homes that we put up as a relocatable buyback basis, and we had over 130 expressions of interest. I'm pleased to say a significant number of expressions of interest were for a number of properties, so there was quite a keen interest in those homes.
And was every one of those 31 homes, did it have an expression of interest against it?
No, I believe there were 2 homes that did not have an expression of interest.
And which locations were they in?
I'd have to take those on notice. Sorry, if the 2 in particular you were asking about, I'll take those on notice.
No, thank you very much. And in terms of the evaluation panel, who sits on that evaluation panel? Looking through those expressions of interest.
Yes, certainly. There were a range of people across government, both within the RA, certainly across public works and other experts who are in a position to actually evaluate those people that have made an expression of interest to determine their availability, their readiness to actually move the homes so that we can actually get along with relocating those homes as per the program's intent.
Thank you. And with respect to the program as well, is there an independent probity advisor who's been appointed to that?
Yes, I believe so, but I'll confirm that for you.
On notice, that'd be great.
And will the funds remaining from the sale of relocatable buyback homes after costs be reinvested into the Resilient Homes program to buy back more homes?
They'll certainly stay within the program. It's obviously an arrangement, as you're aware. The funding for the Resilient Homes program is a joint funding arrangement under the DRFA between the state and Commonwealth, so that's something we'll work through with the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. With respect to advancing Australia's resilience, have you had a look at all in terms of the Insurance Council of Australia's Advancing Australia's Resilience policy document?
I'm certainly aware of it, yes.
Okay. Are there any actions that are planned as a result of that document from the Reconstruction Authority at all?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we're working very closely with the Insurance Council. You're aware that last year we launched the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, which is really about a range of strategic actions designed to both adapt and mitigate the community to make sure that we can make communities safer. Very much about increasing resilience. Increasing resilience, reducing risk to the community goes hand in hand with insurance and making insurance affordability greater.
Thank you, Mr. Lanyon. And with respect to that document, the Insurance Council of Australia suggested the creation of a $30.15 billion 10-year flood defence fund to deliver new flood defence infrastructure, strengthen or remove properties in harm's way and future-proof existing flood mitigation infrastructure, suggesting that the cost be shared between the New South Wales Government, the Federal Government, the Queensland Government and the Victorian Government. Is that a proposal that is all being considered by the New South Wales Government, and if so, have any discussions taken place with any of the other state and federal governments?
I am aware of that proposal. It would certainly be a matter for the New South Wales Government to decide how they wish to proceed on that. I'm unaware of any conversation between the New South Wales Government and any other government in relation to that proposal.
And is the Reconstruction Authority doing any work in terms of similar proposals for the New South Wales Government to consider?
Yes, we are. We're certainly looking at a State Disaster Mitigation Fund, which would be to enable betterment, risk reduction, adaptation and mitigation projects so that we can actually reduce risk proactively to the communities.
Thank you, Mr. Lanyon. Now, turning to Pine Street, what steps, including legal, are being taken by the Reconstruction Authority to resolve the issue with the squatters that are in Pine Street?
Certainly. The homes that are illegally occupied were bought back by the Reconstruction Authority under the Resilient Homes program. They were bought back in those locations that were the greatest risk to the community members. Once we bought back those homes, services were disconnected from the properties and fencing was erected to keep people out. Around mid last year, we became aware that a number of people were illegally occupying a number of those premises. We've worked very closely with police, the sheriff, but in particular Homes New South Wales and Social Futures, who are a provider within the area, to try to make sure that we can provide alternate arrangements for those people to assist them to go voluntarily from the homes. That's been unsuccessful. We have issued notices to vacate those premises on 8 of those premises in January this year. Those notices made it very clear that we would make a permanent termination of the services to the premises, and we're working closely with police and the sheriff to have those people move. As a result of the people not vacating, we are now pursuing legal actions.
Okay. Thank you very much. With respect to those legal proceedings, when will they be going before the courts?
We have lodged writs of possession for the 8 properties that I've mentioned there. It will be a matter for the court to determine when those matters are heard.
Thank you. Now, I think you've stated previously that the ongoing dispute is diverting funding from the very valid actions and tasks that the Reconstruction Authority need to conduct. How much has been spent so far by the Reconstruction Authority to try and attempt to evict the squatters there and also on the legal action?
I'm happy to provide that on notice, but I expect that it would be between 150 to 200,000 in terms of time spent, things to secure the premises and those types of actions, and we're anticipating up to $70,000 to file and have the writs of possession progress.
Thank you. And in terms of the future plans for those homes, what does the Reconstruction Authority intend to do with those once you hopefully have got possession of those properties?
Apart from the safety issue, which is the main reason, obviously, that we took action in the first event to have the illegal occupants leave those premises, we very much need access to the premises so we can make structural assessments to make those premises available, either to relocate or where they're unsafe to do so, we'll demolish them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lanyon. I think that's all my questions for you today. So I know that Ms. Higginson no doubt will have some as well. I might now turn to Mr. Wendler. We won't keep you till the end. Just how many new homes will Landcom deliver over the Housing Accord period?
So over the Housing Accord period, we have a target of 22,000 settlements over the period from 2024 to 2029. So if we take away the dwellings that we have already settled in 2024, that's 2,080. So it's around 20,000 over the Accord period that we're going to settle.
Thank you very much. And how many homes did Landcom have approved last year?
I can tell you what we settled last year.
Do you have numbers on development approvals that you were able to achieve through Landcom?
Yes,
last year?
we have numbers of development approvals, but what we are really, what we do is we put land on the market, and then we exchange, and then we settle. So I think what we really track, and that's what's in our annual report as well, is settlements. Because most of the DAs are not done by us, they're done by the purchasers. Because what we do is we deal with retail customers, so they do their own DAs, or as well with wholesale customers. So the most meaningful number to really tell you is the settlements. And I can tell you the settlements in 24 or 25.
Okay. Thank you. And do you track in terms of what happens post-settlement? Do you track the commencement of construction on those sites at all, or?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And for the last year, how many commencements occurred on Landcom properties?
Oh, that's a number that I don't have with me, but I can take on notice.
Thank you very much. And also, how many homes were completed on Landcom properties over the last year as well, if you want to take that on notice?
I can take that on notice, yes.
Thank you very much. In June of 2023, the government announced, of course, that Landcom would be granted self-assessment powers in some certain circumstances.
Yes,
how many
right.
homes have Landcom approved using those self-assessment powers?
To date, we have not approved any homes, but what we are doing is we're going through a process at the moment. We have identified a site and we've identified a project that we're going through, and we'll apply our self-assessment powers.
Okay, so they haven't been used as of yet for any of the Landcom properties?
They haven't been completed. As you said, there are certain restrictions, and so based on the restrictions, we are going through the process now.
And what's that property that you intend to use those self-assessment powers on?
That's something that I'm happy to share with you in the future.
Okay, thank you. Now, also at that same time, Landcom were given a state significant development pathway for projects with 50% affordable housing valued at over $30 million. How many homes have been approved using this pathway to date?
You're right. We have been given some additional powers and pathways. So there are a number of projects that I can read out to you.
Yep.
So what we have two pathways, SSDA and as well planning proposal pathways. If I start with the planning proposal, so currently being assessed by the department are projects with 705 dwellings. So that includes a project in Orange and a project in MacArthur Gardens North. We're currently in preparation for submission for another 1,400 dwellings. And that includes the project in Camperdown that was recently announced, and another site that is going through the land order, but I can share with you in the future. And then we are looking at another pipeline through private transactions in excess of 2,000 dwellings. So that is going through with the new pathway. And then I can share with you as well the SSDAs. That's a separate pathway. One project has been approved in Lauchlan's Line, an affordable housing lot. And then we have submitted.
Is that the one that abuts the M2 there at Lauchlan's Line, is it?
Yes, very close.
Okay, I see Mr. Gainsford nodding.
Yes, very, very close.
I see it every day as I come into work. So yeah.
Very good. So that's that. So that has been approved. We have a project submitted, another affordable housing project in Schofields at Burdekin Road. In Wentworth Point, we have one submitted as well. And we are preparing two in MacArthur Gardens North, two different developments for submission. as well. So we're making good use of these new pathways.
Now, I know you probably don't have those figures at present, but if I can ask you to take on notice as well, how many have actually been, like how many dwellings have been approved as part of that to date as well? That would be good to understand on notice.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the budget in 2023, there was $300 million in additional funding that was given to Landcom. What are some of the initiatives that Landcom has used that funding for to date?
Yeah, so the reinvestment of the 300 million was a very important investment in Landcom, because otherwise, without that investment, our equity would have decreased from 673 million to 373 million, which would have been a decrease of 45%. So what we have done is we have included the projected dwellings that were announced at that time into our plan for the 22,000 dwellings settlements that I mentioned as a response to your first question. So what that means is that all of this is built in our corporate plan to be delivered by 2029. And therefore, the 300 million now is part of our normal capital stack. And every project that we are doing at the moment, we will assess through commercial considerations if we use equity or debt to fund that. What I can share, though, is that over the last 15 months, we have made either investments or commitments to invest into new land sites and in excess of 450 million.
And where are those new land sites, Mr. Wendler?
So these land sites include, for example, the site in Camperdown, and I can go into a bit more detail. Give me a second. We have made an acquisition as well, which was a quite sizable one in Glenfield, and which will yield over 4,700 dwellings. We acquired sites for the BTR program in Bomaderry, in East Lismore, and we acquired as well a site in Edmondson Park through the land audit. And there's some other projects as well that where the money is committed, and I can share that when the announcement is made.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wendler. Now, Mr. Wendler, I might ask you, in terms of the 377,000 homes over 5 years that's been pledged by the government, would you say it's a fair characteristic to say, I note that the terminology was 22,000 settlements, that would not necessarily be 22,000 completions over that accord period? Or
so it is. I think what we have to see is that settlements that we had before 24, so in 22 and 23, will then turn into starts, and therefore will be then as well completed within the accord period. It's really a question about how you look at it, because it's just really a timing change. We need to avoid confusion within Landcom, but as well in our methodology and how we explain what we're doing. We needed to settle on one thing we want to clearly inform on, so that's why we're doing settlements. But there are obviously releases and settlements before that time, where then things are being built at the moment. So there are things that have that then will be completed before 29.
Thank
so
you,
it's actually quite a good approximation, I would say.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just ask, what's the average time between the settlement of a property and the construction of a property? Do you track that?
It really depends, because it depends on who we settle with. So it depends if we have retail customers. Retail customers are normally relatively fast, because they have, in some cases as well, we work with builders, directly with builders, so that's faster. If we're looking at a high-rise development, then it may take a bit of time, because construction time is longer. So it could take up to 2 years.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wendler, how much has Landcom spent on legal fees over the last 12 months?
Let me have a look if I have that information. I don't have the legal fees broken out in my information, but I'm very happy to provide that on notice.
Thank you. Turning to our favourite site, how's Queenscliff going?
Queenscliff. Okay, very
You're prepared
good.
for this one this time.
Yeah, let's see. I brought some information about Queenscliff. So, civil works, if you drive past the site now, you will see that there is civil works happening. And these civil works are progressing well, and the idea is to have that land subdivision done by April, so next month. And once the subdivision works are complete, the building, which is an old health building, will then be handed over to Link Wentworth, which is a community housing provider that then will manage the works to create 37 new homes in that building. And then there are other 3 lots at the front that will be released to market.
Thank you, Mr. Wendler. And Mr. Wendler, can you provide an update with respect to the property at 75 to 81 Schofields Road in Rouse Hill?
Okay. Can you give me... sorry, can you please give me a bit more information about...
I believe it's listed as the Tallawong site, 75 to 81 Schofields Road at Rouse Hill.
Yes. That is, are you asking,
Just in terms of what's happening with the site, whether you've got similar information to what you do on the Queenscliff site in terms of...
Yeah, I have to take that on
progress.
notice.
Sure.
Because there are a number of sites that are in Tallawong,
Yep.
and there are some sites that are on the market. I just don't want to get confused about what information I tell you.
That is fine. Thank you very much. I might put some of the other sites to you on notice as well for an update in terms of their status and the
Yes,
like.
thank you.
Now, how many projects is Landcom currently delivering in partnership with private developers?
In many cases, we work with private developers in a way that we undertake the land development, the master planning, and then we sell super lots to developers. So most of our large sites work that way, and so therefore it's a large number of sites. For example, in Edmondson Park, if you take that as an example, the town centre has been divested to a developer. And now that we got Mall 5 approved, some sites in Precinct 9 are being divested as well to developers. The same will happen on the metro sites too. So really, there are only a few sites where we deal only with retail customers.
And Mr. Wendler, early on, I think of probably 2023 of the term of the new government, there was some conjecture about Landcom taking more of a role as an active developer of property. What initiatives have the government undertaken to change the remit of Landcom as a developer, so to speak?
Yeah, we have received significant additional capital over the time. So all in all, you mentioned the 300 million, but we got all over 800 million of additional capital. And the flagship program is really the 450 million BTR program that we are developing, where we are not only a land developer, but as well a property developer. And the site that has been announced in Camperdown for around 500 dwellings or 500 new homes, but including 200 built-to-rent homes, that's part of that. And there are another few sites that will follow.
Thank you, Mr. Wendler.
While we're on sites, you mentioned East Lismore. What's the update on the East Lismore site?
Yes, we have a number of sites in Lismore, but are you referring to the site with Southern Cross University, or are you referring to the affordable housing site?
Yeah, the affordable housing site in particular.
Yes, so the project, there are 2 sites, one in Bristol Circuit in Gonelabar and the other one in Cynthia Wilson Drive. And so these projects will deliver 56 affordable homes across these 2 sites. And the timeline at the moment is that we are currently, so in this quarter, undertaking the development application design process with a CHP, and then will lodge the development application later this quarter.
At this quarter?
Oh, in the
Yep.
next few months, sorry, yeah.
Okay.
This coming quarter.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lanyon, can I just ask you a few things around the buyback program?
Yes,
So been trying to keep up with the numbers. So, but I think as the last numbers as at 6 September, 814 homes were approved for buyback in the Northern Rivers. Has that number changed?
We've now made 877 offers, Chair.
877. And remind me again, how many homes all up were deemed eligible?
So we're prioritising 1,340 homes that are available for buyback.
Yeah. And so 877?
Correct.
Yeah. And in terms of relocations, how many have happened to date?
I'll take that on notice. Only a small number at this stage. There's been a number of programs. We're doing a gifting and relocation program where we're actually enabling those people that have been through the buyback process to either gift their home to someone else or to relocate it. The expression of interest program that Mr. Farlow mentioned before. So there's a range of those. I'll provide the numbers to you on notice. We've also moved 4 homes to Mount Pleasant Estate that we're basically renovating and doing a range of landscaping so we can show the community what's possible with relocatable homes.
And I've got one friend who's moved her place somewhere out the back of Nimbin and now living her best life. These things happen through the trauma of it all. And so what's the estimated cost at the moment of maintaining the vacant properties that the RA has?
I don't have an estimated cost for you at the moment. Happy to see whether we can provide an estimate. Obviously it ranges depending on the property, where it is and what we're required to do to upkeep it.
Yeah. So are they, at the moment, are they based, like as in across the Northern Rivers, are they contractors, are there various contractors? What does it look like for you managing the whole thing?
Certainly. So we'd maintain people that maintain the lawns or at least keep them to an acceptable level, provide security around some of the premises to make sure basically they're not being illegally occupied or that they're not being damaged, and a range of other things just to maintain the upkeep of those. The program itself has been complex and challenging, and the reason for that is because we listened to the community. The community were very vocal at the time. They wanted us to make best use of as many of those homes as possible. And that's really why we've been working through a range of different programs to enable that to happen. In the meantime, we're obviously owning and maintaining a large number of properties.
So with that, just so that I can get a bit of an understanding, is there kind of a register of these are all the people, these are all the contractors or people who are maintaining the properties and they're in various different ways, or have you got someone that's doing all of that for you, or know?
We would have contractual arrangements with providers to actually maintain the properties.
Okay, and there's a number of those.
There would be. Happy to provide those details.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I think there's. I'm getting asked if we could get some kind of lens into how it all looks and who's doing this work. And
we'd certainly use Public Works for a part of it as well. Obviously, Public Works as a state department, we use those quite significantly in terms of upkeep of properties.
Great, thank you. I'm just interested in the licence to occupy.
Yep.
What does that look like in terms of, say, across the Northern Rivers, and does it vary from LGA? Have you got various people under licences to occupy, and is it generally the people who the RA's bought the premise and they're literally just in a waiting period while it settles, or are there licences to occupy that are just other people occupying purchased places?
Now, we currently have 19 licences to occupy, and they are for homeowners that have been through a buyback process and enables them up to 12 months to find suitable accommodation outside of that home that they've had. We also have 4 occupying agreements, which for tenants that were in houses that were bought back, that provides 6 months for those people to find alternate accommodation. It's really trying to make sure that we can provide an option for those people to find alternate accommodation. It's worth pointing out as well that those houses are risk assessed. So where we've enabled either a licence to occupy or an occupying agreement, it has been in an area that whilst it was prioritised for a buyback, is not considered to be of the greatest risk area where it is at the moment. We use community housing providers to manage that relationship with those agreements.
I see. And so in terms of the houses at most risk, clearly some of those houses, so those houses owned by the RA in those areas also have us neighbours or surrounded or in close proximity to other owners of homes that aren't going anywhere. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a voluntary program, so homeowners have an option as to whether they wish to accept a buyback or not.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the licence to occupy, I'm aware of some people, in fact someone who is featured in an article that just was published today, and therefore his name's clearly public, a chap by the name of Chris Gurr and his son will basically be forced to move out without a licence to occupy, and this is going to happen on Wednesday, even where the owner of the premise has said they're happy for that person to continue living there. What do we do in circumstances like that and my understanding is that this person has been offered some housing, but it would mean his son has to leave the school he's currently at. At what level do we, and full disclosure, obviously you and I have been dealing with some of these issues outside of a public hearing process. What flexibility or agility in the system is there to allow these situations to not get any worse than what they are for humans?
Yeah, I think, Chair, we've spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the program responds to the needs of the community. I'm aware of the matter that you've raised. We have been in touch with the homeowner and the occupant as recently as today. Mm-hmm. We will get to a suitable arrangement where we'll find something that is acceptable for the tenant to actually be able to move into. Obviously, as you know, it's one of the challenges to find appropriate housing up there. That's why we're working so closely with homeowners.
Thank you. And yeah, obviously all of my questions about this are coming from a place of having a serious lens on how hard everybody is trying to accommodate every single person. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I think the focus, if I can just say, the Resilient Homes program is focused on resilience, so it's about reducing the risk of safety to the community. That's why the program was enacted. The fact that we've had 877 offers to homeowners, we've had 624 homes actually settle and now move from the floodplain. So I think the intent of the program has been very successful in reducing risk. Finding suitable places for people to move is something very much we've worked with homeowners. We do run a concierge process to actually assist homeowners and tenants through that process.
And that's my point. Absolutely can see and appreciate that. Unfortunately, these systems just don't always work for everyone, and it's dealing with the people who fall through the cracks a bit. In terms of the pod villages, where are we up to with pod villages? I know many of them have kind of come to the end of their supposed life frame. Where are we sitting?
We currently operate 11 temporary accommodation villages. We've got 355 households in those villages. The only village that is actually where we've provided notice to the tenants that they'll have to leave is Wollongbar, which was our largest village. We're currently working with tenants in the other villages and working across government, Homes New South Wales and a range of other people to determine what suitable arrangements might be in place going forward. Temporary villages were always meant to be that. They were meant to be temporary. They are time limited by funding as well, both state and Commonwealth funding. They were funded under a joint arrangement, the DRFA. So we're very much working now across government and with the Commonwealth Government to determine what suitable ongoing arrangements are, whilst we are able to make more permanent arrangements for the residents.
Are there extensions to that DRFA funding? If is that an option? If you deemed that an appropriate option for you as the head of the RA?
That's something that I would work with the Commonwealth, so my counterpart at NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency, we would work through a process of whether there is an acceptable time limit that we can extend.
And with the Wollongbar, that is the larger one. That's one of the larger ones.
Yes.
What is happening? Are those people staying in the area? What does it look like in terms of that big lens?
There is a range. There's a range. So about 37% of occupants that have left temporary housing have gone to private accommodation. In the high 20%, I believe, have gone to social housing and a range of others there. Obviously, when we went into the temporary accommodation arrangements, we tried to make arrangements that were most suitable to residents that were directly impacted. So very much using the housing market, working through social housing options to make sure that we can have those people move into accommodation that really suits them.
And are they with that 36? Do you have a lens on whether they're staying local or they're leaving the region?
I don't have that at the moment, but what I can say to you is the people moved into accommodation, temporary housing, because they are connected to the region. They were directly impacted, so I'd suggest the vast majority will look to stay within the region.
Thank you. Just on the commencing the litigation option of the seeking to relocate, remove, evict the people in Pine Street, let's call it Pine Street. I think there's people in a couple of different places, but Pine Street. Is that something, I know that you've talked and you definitely, and I know the focus on safety is genuine and sincere, but there's also a level of a kind of different lens to apply to that, given there are people living in Pine Street and who are going to stay in Pine Street in their own homes, and they're not relocating, and those homes are in similar condition to the other houses and possibly at the same risk rating. Is there an argument that it's an incredibly expensive exercise for the RA when there are other economic priorities for the RA?
Are you talking about us pursuing further action against the illegal occupants?
Yes.
No, I don't believe it is. My preference would have been that those homeowners that have chosen to stay in that location would relocate for their own safety. It's firmly my view that the homes that we bought back were bought back because they present the greatest risk to safety. So I think that's really the position. My preference, as I said, would be that other homeowners there had moved away for their own safety, but it's a voluntary program.
I was going to say, but the fact that they haven't, and the fact that means there is still community in these places, just in terms of the Reconstruction Authority's focus or priority on those, on evicting or getting those people out, you know, where is the kind of real priority or the economic incentive coming from to spend that money and do that, rather than just let people carry on being in Pine Street and with a roof over their head?
I think it's really simple, to be honest. We bought back those homes because of the safety of the people. It's not tolerable for me to say that we'll permit people who had no attachment to that region, were not directly impacted by the floods, to move into houses that we've bought and occupied.
I mean, I would contest that. I know there are some people, but, you know, the article this morning or today features and highlights, you know, that they actually are local people and they have got connection. There's a 23-year-old student at Southern Cross Uni who was impacted just up the road by landslide and locked out of the family home for 9 months. And there's, you know, a 52-year-old woman living in a small room with a 16-year-old son. I mean, I understand, and I know and I see that some people have come to the area or are passing through, but there are genuinely people who are there because they clearly have a connection to the area.
The advice that I have from police, sheriffs, and certainly from our people who have been working with the illegal occupants with a view to having them move voluntarily is that there is a large percentage of international tourists, a large percentage of people from interstate. There may well be the occasional person who has been local. There has been a range of supports available for people that were directly impacted. So if there are people there that are generally impacted that haven't been supported, I'd encourage those people to contact the Reconstruction Authority so we can work with them. I think we have worked very closely with the illegal occupants. We've tried to provide opportunities and alternatives to move elsewhere. We're at a stage now where they will not leave voluntarily. We need to move forward. One of the other things I mentioned before outside of safety is one of the key intents of the program is to be able to reuse the houses, to be able to access and structurally assess those houses, we need to have them vacant.
Well, my understanding, and I think it's pretty clear in the public narrative, is nobody would ever stand in the way of the RA from doing that work, and that I think the project there on part of the community was, I can't remember what they refer, occupy until relocation or something. I don't think there was ever a genuine intent to stand in the way of the RA. I think this was more about people coming together and putting a roof over their head. Can I ask you, Mr. Lanyon, was there political pressure on you to be acting and taking the course of action that you've taken in the time that you've taken it?
No, certainly not. As the head of the Reconstruction Authority, it's my decision in terms of program delivery. We have moved forward. We have been as fair, I think, and amicable as we can be with those illegal occupants. I've spoken about the steps that we went through to have them leave voluntarily. We've got to a stage where they won't leave voluntarily. It's incumbent on me to follow all appropriate processes to make sure that we can retain houses that we bought back to ensure the safety of the community.
Thank you. With the land release, the program,
Yep.
where are we in relation to that and the particular locations and the capacity of those release areas?
So certainly the Resilient Lands program is a $100 million program. We have announced a range of sites across the region. Those sites vary in their readiness to go. So a number of them we've provided funding for councils to do exploratory work in terms of the infrastructure required. A number of blocks of land we have bought, we have used our powers in terms of North Lismore to compulsory acquire, and we're working through a process there at the moment. So each of those sites are in various stages of progress.
Is the North Lismore one the plateau area, or is that a different area?
Yes, it is.
It is the plateau.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted
That's okay.
you.
So we're really working through various stages with them. What we've identified in terms of announcements with the infrastructure that we could put forward could create up to 4,300 flood-free blocks of land, and really that's what we're focused on, providing options for community, particularly those that were directly impacted, to move to flood-free land.
Thank you. And what's your understanding now in terms of the CSIRO work and the timing around that, and where is it in terms of their engagement with the RA or the community more broadly?
Yeah, so the Reconstruction Authority has been focused on 2 disaster adaptation plans, Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley and Northern Rivers. Disaster adaptation plans are really designed to identify what the risks are, identify options to mitigate those risks, and look at the most appropriate of those. The work that CSIRO is doing really with their advanced bathymetry and that type of work will inform disaster adaptation plans. CSIRO's work is very much focused on floods, where DAPs are very much all hazard risks. We're working very closely with CSIRO to ensure that each informs each other. So CSIRO will come up with a number of scenarios that we'll test. They will fit very well into the options assessment of disaster adaptation plan. So it's very much the state, the Commonwealth working closely together with the community.
Are you seeing from that work, any likelihood of any grand plan or proposal to remove rivers from their natural course, or build massive dams in the catchment, or build enormous grey walls to try to keep the river on one side of the bank?
No, that's a very premature assessment to make. I think the CSIRO will come out with a range of scenarios based on what they see as viable options to mitigate risk. Disaster adaptation plan will do exactly the same thing. At this stage, neither of those have been delivered. So as the potential options and what they might be, it's premature.
And on that, what is your timing on the disaster plan, the adaptation plan?
I would expect that we would be fairly advanced on that plan by mid-year, later this year. We've certainly been working through it.
Yeah.
I think on the basis that CSIRO will be coming back mid-year with some scenarios, we would be talking later in the year to probably have a better view on what some of those options and mitigation actions might be.
So do you anticipate then that our it's like us and them, it's not at all, the federal and the state plans. So do you anticipate that the disaster adaptation plan will come after the CSIRO kind of project is completed?
They'll work very closely together. So CSIRO will have ongoing work to do. That will continue to inform disaster adaptation plans, and we'll work closely with CSIRO to make sure that we're informing them as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Chair. Could I go back to the central rezoning, please? So the last public consultation was completed at the end of 2022. I'm just wondering what has occurred in that time. It seems like quite a long time between getting further information.
You're right. I'm happy to take this question, Ms Munro. It has been a long time since it has been exhibited. In that period of time, government, because it's a government-led project, including what we often call as the central overstation development, but building over the central station was proposed in that rezoning. Government has been considering whether they were going to proceed, and there has been at the end of last year an announcement that wasn't funded to be able to proceed. And as a result, the rezoning proposal was on hold while government was considering that. Now that we have clearer direction about government's intention, we're looking at the proposal for the elements that don't include the central overstation parts. So there are some other Transport for New South Wales land that's involved in that rezoning. We're looking at that and as I said before, doing some investigations about those elements of the proposal and how the proposal changes by removing the overstation development.
So when was the department instructed to stop working on this?
The department, so in terms of instructed not to do any work,
while the government considered its funding, for example?
So I wouldn't describe it as stop doing your work. We basically had prepared the work after exhibition and had looked at the submissions. But then because there was a government decision to be made about funding, we asked for some further advice from Transport about how they would like us to proceed.
So perhaps the better question then is, when did the department present its work to government? After the public consultation?
After the public consultation. Yep. So I don't have a specific date in front of me about when that happened, but shortly
Could you take that on notice, please?
Yeah. So the work that we do after exhibition is to review the submissions and to prepare a finalisation package.
Yep.
That was the work that we did.
Yep. So I guess the question is when that finalisation package was given to the government.
So I don't think that it went beyond the department.
No, I don't think I saw it, so it might have left the department.
So the finalisation package was done, but then it was never given to the minister.
That's my recollection.
It
goes back some time, so I'm happy to take on notice the detail of when that happened.
So why wouldn't it go to the minister?
Because we were talking with the proponent, which is Transport in this situation.
Yeah.
And there were some matters there where they were indicating to us that the proposal might not be able to proceed because of funding reasons.
Right. So do you have it doesn't have to be the exact date, but the month of the year that happened? That would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you. So now that the government made the announcement that they weren't going to do the deck part of the development, what is the timeline that you're looking at to now get something else out? And in that piece of work, are you going out again to public submission before finalising the rezoning?
So we haven't made a final decision about whether there would need to be a re-exhibition. The proposal is about removing some elements, the deck, and we're looking at if there are any new impacts created from that. And there were a couple of matters that needed some investigation. Once we have that, we'll be in a better position to provide advice about whether there are impacts that warrant re-exhibition. And we're a couple of months away, I would say, from having this new information.
Okay. And as part of that internal work, are you interacting with stakeholders outside of a public exhibition process, or is that a fully internal process?
By internal and stakeholders, I take it to mean internal means government agencies and people in various government agencies, and yes, we are doing that.
Yes.
In terms of speaking with community groups or talking with people that aren't in government, we would probably be limited just to landowners, so landowners of any sites within the precinct. But I'd have to say the vast majority of our discussions are happening with other agencies, so internal to government.
Okay, and which agencies are those?
It definitely includes transport. It likely includes a number of other agencies in that area because there's a range of complex planning issues, including issues of environmental significance, issues of heritage, issues related to the infrastructure that's there, so power, water, sewer, those sorts of things as well. So that's a bit of an indication of the group of agencies that we'd be talking with.
That's a pretty standard group of agencies for consultation on any planning matter.
Is there any consultation with agencies like Investment New South Wales, given the proximity to the Tech Central rezoned area that's already happened?
So we have asked questions and had conversations with Investment New South Wales about Tech Central. So the strategy work that previously existed for Tech Central sits in a team that is in Investment New South Wales.
Yeah, okay. Okay. There is... there's a document, sorry, I got it up here somewhere. There's a document that was signed by government and some external stakeholders. Sorry, let me just get it up here. The Tech Precinct Cooperation Agreement. Are you aware of that?
That may have been something that the Greater Cities Commission was involved in. I'm saying may, I'm not 100% sure of that. It's not anything that the department is currently involved with. My guess to help is that if it still exists, it would be led, as Ms Gibson said, out of Investment New South Wales, but it's not. There's no current departmental involvement there.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so going back to housing, our favourite thing. In terms of the CBD, there was a push to drive residential housing growth, particularly around the CBD area, and I think there are obvious reasons why that might be the case. Is it right that 5 stories in Barangaroo is part of the rezoning plan for density in the CBD?
You're referring to the modification 9 that recently was approved by the Minister?
Yes.
It's a mixture of heights. 5 stories is the lowest, with the highest height being 8 stories. That is at the absolute maximum of height controls for that particular area. I think that's accurate to say, Mr Gainsford?
It is, Ms Fishburn. Also, I guess what I would add there is that the department assesses what's in front of it. Modification 9 was for, as Ms Fishburn was saying, an 8-storey proposal, modified, as you might be aware, that it has gone through a few iterations.
9 to be exact.
The eventual approval for that modification, as Ms Fishburn was saying, has a setback at the most northern part of the proposed envelope, and that does, as you say, go down to 5 stories.
So building heights in the CBD are most commonly between about 55 and 110 metres. Is there work occurring to see where that can be increased?
In relation to the Barangaroo modification, or
This
as a
broad
general
CBD.
as a general control.
Yeah.
The City of Sydney did do some quite significant work. I think about 3 years ago. Mr. Gainsford, you're on the planning panel to look at increasing height controls within the CBD, including the establishment of a number of super blocks. Are we still referring to them?
I think they refer to them as tower clusters.
Tower clusters, sorry, we all use different terminology,
Yep.
Which was an increase in tower heights. They have also recently, just to, because I suspect this is where some of your question is going as well, done some quite significant work to look at increasing residential capacity on the fringes of the city as well. So absolute credit to the City of Sydney. They've been doing a lot of that planning work themselves, but it's very much aligned to the government's desire to see, while retaining the criticality of commercial within the CBD, also maximising residential where possible.
So in terms of department restrictions, or like state legislative restrictions at the moment on heights, is there a pathway to work with the City of Sydney Council to increase those particular pockets? Like, what is preventing the increase in height from a council perspective and from a state perspective?
There will be some constraints that are occurring, like in any planning environment, and the one that comes to mind straight away is overshadowing, although there is also OLS and PANOPS issues in relation to the City of Sydney.
Sorry.
The airport heights.
Okay, yep.
However, in general principle, if those constraints can be dealt with, we are more than happy to work with the City of Sydney. They are a very sophisticated council, and they can certainly do their own planning work, but if they would like assistance from the department, I'm sure Ms Gibson's team would be delighted to work with them. We enjoy our relationship with the city.
Absolutely.
So have they come to you with those concerns to say, look, you know, the overshadowing requirements are too restrictive in particular areas, or actually we need to talk about flight paths? Have they approached?
Not to my knowledge.
And certainly not in recent times, particularly for the CBD. So there was a very in detail, well thought out strategy for Sydney CBD, and the tower clusters and these issues of overshadowing and aircraft heights were well explored in that work, as well as the amount of land for commercial purposes and residential purposes in the mix that they were trying to achieve. That work was completed in about 2019, 2020.
Yep.
The council housing target is quite a high housing target for a relatively small local government area. It's nearly 19,000 homes over the 5-year period. But the city does have, beyond the CBD, large areas that are renewing for housing. So areas in Green Square, for example, parts of Pyrmont where a lot of housing has been provided, other areas
Waterloo.
where, like Waterloo, where the government is also partnering in delivery of housing. So in a nearly 19,000 housing target, we see that the vast majority of that is coming through in land that's already been zoned and planned for that housing uptake, with some, I guess, some small additions that we would like them to make as part of the planning reforms, or as part of work where they might identify sites for renewal.
Okay. One last question. So the CBD, I understand, has an 8-to-1 FSR generally. Is that something that would be
variable
in consideration to change?
It's not fixed.
Yeah.
Mr. Gainsford, you're probably the better person to talk on this one as you sit on the Central Sydney Planning.
Yeah, look, Ms Munro, I believe you're right. I think 8 to 1 as a FSR across large areas of the city is correct. But again, there was that work that Ms Gibson referred to before in 2019 and 2020, looking at the opportunities for increased density, and I believe that some of those tower clusters I referred to before have much higher FSRs and height controls.
Okay. I'll pass to my colleague.
Thank you. Moving from the city now and out to Luddenham. The Luddenham Village discussion paper was on exhibition from the 8th of October to the 5th of November 2021 for public comment. What's the status now of the Luddenham Village rezoning proposal?
So there's quite a few things that we would like to know a bit more detail about with Luddenham before we proceed to formalise some more plans. Foremost of which is flight paths. So we know that the Commonwealth has produced some more information, and we've seen that information in the EIS documentation. We're in regular conversations with the Commonwealth to understand what's going on, and both the Secretary and myself have expressed some concern to the Commonwealth about the delay in finalising this information and the uncertainty that it brings to landowners and existing community of Luddenham, a very historic, very proud community.
With the best burger bar in Sydney, thank you, was in my LGI.
That would be the Secretary's evaluation. We might have to keep a little bit of a tally on that.
It's a beautiful little village community.
So is that getting a heritage listing? Is it?
Not the burger bar, I'm afraid.
I think there are some local heritage matters that are being well handled. We appreciate that there are some concerns about uncertainty, particularly with people making decisions about growing and expanding their family homes, what that means in terms of school and other community services. So we're making those representations to the Commonwealth to be able to understand with more specific information an ANEF, which is what we would really like.
In this regard, the forecast rather than the contour. Yeah.
That's right. That we would really like in order to move to certainty about a residential zoning and areas that aren't going to be suitable for residential, to make good decisions about what the best land use is there. So being so close to the Aerotropolis's agribusiness precinct, being so close to the airport from potential for accommodation or other tourism support, we haven't allowed for some of those uses to already start to take place. But I think naturally landowners are wanting to see more certainty about what the land use plan is for that area, and settling the village plan would be part of that.
We have a lot of empathy for the community out there, and we would like to encourage the Commonwealth, should any of them be watching today, to provide us with that information in a timely fashion.
They're all watching.
I'm sure. I've heard that this was the talk of Canberra.
Well, I'm sure Anthony can get in touch with Albo. They're good mates. So, yeah. Now, with respect to that, has the federal government given any sort of timeline in which you should be expecting those flight paths to be determined, or is it just?
I don't think they've formally. They've formally advised us. They are aware of the department and the minister's desire to have this information. It is complicated work, and I'm not criticising my Commonwealth colleagues by any means. But I don't think I've had formal advice on this. We are meeting with the Commonwealth again next week, I believe. And I'll take it up again then too.
We know that with the runway reaching a milestone where they could do testing, that will help demonstrate on-the-ground noise impacts so that they can start to move from theoretical to real monitoring and measuring of impact, and that will also help with them settling these forecasts.
And for the department, once the flight paths are actually set in stone or you get that advice, how long will it then take the department to be able to move in finalising that village plan?
I wouldn't want to give you a number of days or weeks around that, only because we need to have a look at the information and see how different it is from what we assume it's going to be, and then to do proper engagement with the landowners and the community so that they have a fair chance to understand and have input into that plan.
Chair, may I seek your leave to address one of Mr Farlow's previous questions?
Of course you can.
Thank you, ma'am. A probity visor is attached to the relocatable EOI.
Thank you very much.
So there is one on the program. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I could raise with you, and I think maybe it's Ms Gibson or Ms Fishburn, one of you, but about the North Parramatta rezoning proposal. So I understand it's the state-led plan to redevelop the 42 hectares of public land in North Parramatta, a site of exceptional heritage, environmental and cultural significance. I've just got some questions about it. What cumulative impact assessment has been undertaken to consider existing and planned developments near the Parramatta North Precinct, or has there been one?
So in setting the housing targets for Parramatta and for the adjoining councils, we've certainly looked at what is already in the pipeline as zoned land for housing, and then what might be the potential for additional land for housing. So that's where we do our assessment of that potential, and where we have the conversations with infrastructure providers, water, power, sewer, as well as schools and health services, transport, open space, to look at what is the cumulative impact of that housing development on the pressure for that infrastructure and those services. So that work has been done as part of the housing target, which Parramatta Council has had, like all councils in the Greater Sydney area, for a little over 12 months.
So why does the current proposal focus on that high-rise development rather than low-impact, heritage-sensitive alternatives? Is it because of the pressure to generate the housing outcomes primarily?
There are a range of development types that are proposed on the site and through the planning controls that have been on exhibition and only recently on exhibition, and we've received just over 300 submissions through that exhibition period. I think it only finished last Monday.
I think it finished the 24th.
24th, last Monday.
Last Monday.
So we'll have a look at the views that are in those submissions about the mix of housing type, and we'll also talk with Property New South Wales, who are the proponent for that development, in relation to those submissions, and if they will be responding to those.
So just but I accept that, and that's great that the process will carry on, but you know, I think wherever there is a proposal, it takes a heavy influence in the final outcome. So what was the justification for the building heights up to 80 metres and this focus on that, on the high-rise part of it, rather than the lower, more heritage?
Look, some of those matters relate to the proposal by the landowner, so they really questions that Property New South Wales and Minister Camper.
That's correct. It's under Minister Camper's portfolio.
Yep. But in terms of our assessment, we were satisfied that this proposal was adequate to go to public exhibition. So there was enough information in the proposal for us to understand the types of impacts that would be created, and to seek feedback on matters related to that range of heights, the types of land uses, including the impact on open space, the impact on infrastructure and services, and the impact on heritage. We know that that is a very big issue and has come through in a lot of the submissions. I have to say that the submissions in first review of those in the last week or so include quite a number of submissions supporting development in that area and making use of the improved services that come with the light rail, and that we'll see that precinct, some reinvestment in that precinct.
And what about the what consideration was given to the co-design, perhaps, of the proposal with the Barramuttagal people, and the relevant Aboriginal Land Council? And I think this comes from the fact that the cultural significance of the headwaters of the Parramatta River and that precinct area.
So some of that work and some of those questions might be better answered by Property Development New South
I can
Wales.
say that significant thought was put into caring for and connecting to country principles in the development of the project. But
and do you see that? Sorry to interrupt. Do you see that in the application? Is that something that you saw in assessing that it was suitable to go to public exhibition?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. And sorry, and I didn't mean to cut you off, I just got overexcited, sorry.
No.
It's what happens.
You probably just continued my line, which was to say that within the proposal as exhibited, those elements have been woven into the proposal, not just representing Aboriginal cultural history, but that is obviously a site of significance for Parramatta and Sydney more generally in terms of the female factory, and I think those interwoven histories have been represented within the proposal. But I'll be looking forward to seeing the submissions and seeing the level of response, or support or otherwise, in relation to those particular aspects. But I can assure you that as part of the design process, those elements were absolutely at very high in the agenda in terms of wanting to represent the historical import of that site.
And so you think the way the proposal is now, the rezoning impact on the UNESCO nomination for the female factory precinct will not be, deleteriously impacted? Are you satisfied?
We are working through the assessment of the proposal. So,
okay.
My team is meeting with heritage teams tomorrow to continue those discussions and to understand the impacts. This is pretty unique in New South Wales, the level of significance of this site, but it's not completely unusual. So we work through the process to understand the information, gather that, and we'll make an assessment and provide advice to the Minister for planning.
Are you aware that there is some criticism about the limited exhibition period, given the complexity of the proposal and the documents?
Yeah, we had an I think the Secretary is correct. We had an extended exhibition period. I don't have the exact dates in front of me.
I think we extended it by a fortnight. If I'm actually going back to my Minister Camper notes here, but I'm pretty sure it was extended by a fortnight.
Yep.
Yeah. There was there has been a request that there be a consideration of pausing any rezoning process and conducting a national urban design competition. I think that are you aware of that?
I am. I know that there have been a number of requests for pausing for all sorts of reasons, both in written submissions and in representations that have been made. There is no, we're not currently pausing. We're working through the assessment, given that the exhibition's just finished and there's quite a bit to review in the submissions.
Thank you. So in terms of Yeah, the environmental impacts in relation to the increased density on the Parramatta River's headwaters. Is that something that has been assessed or will be required to be further assessed at some point?
So it's there has been some preliminary assessment to confirm that it was suitable and adequate to go on public exhibition, but we expect that there will be some detail about that issue in submissions, both from public authorities, Commonwealth or state agencies, the Darebin Land Council, and I expect that they'll also be mentioned in it in some of the private submissions.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious if we could go back to, and I know the Minister was talking about it in relation to the physical substantial commencement provisions and the current legislation. I'm just curious if you are in a position to extrapolate on any work that has been happening internally. I recognise with the new housing body that's something that you...
Oh, the housing task force?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. I'm just curious as to what work is being done in relation to that, because obviously, you know, we got a really good picture through the planning inquiry that this committee undertook, but you know, I know that you people spend your lives working on this stuff all the time, each moment, every day, and I'm just wondering if there's any further information, any further thought?
Look, I would be delighted to talk about the Housing Task Force because it is one of the things I'm most proud that we have introduced. You get to have a few legacy things when you're a secretary or a minister, and as a secretary, that's one of mine. So a number of things that the Housing Task Force are doing, and there's two particular streams of work that I think are germane to the question that you're asking. The first is that they are looking at where matters have got blocked in the system because there has been a state agency failure to respond, or it's a particularly complicated matter, and people in other agencies whose planning is not there 7 day a week, although I do give my staff at least a day a week off, you know, that they may not have they may not have been able to address it and bring the focus to it, and that's not a criticism, it's because it's not their primary role. So the task force has people from across the whole of government embedded in it. Think about it as a kind of emergency response team, and they are able to look at these matters where a concurrence might need to be given, and I'll just give an example, say from Heritage Agency, because Heritage have been great to work with on this, and it's fallen overdue, or it's a bit complicated because it also needs advice from, say, Transport, so you've got two agencies trying to deal with the same thing. The task force will take that particular matter and resolve it. So because they are laser focused just on getting that resolution done, and they have the expertise both in a planning sense but also with the other agencies as well. So that means a council who might have been waiting for something for 100 days will finally get that answer, and then they can resolve to determine the DA. So really critical work. It's basically creating, and I'm going to say this because I'm trying to make it trendy, like the one Waratah of planning.
You are trying to
I'm trying to make it trendy. And
Because nothing's trendier than the one Waratah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farlow. I'm looking forward to hearing you say that.
There's nothing trendier than planning. Come on.
So it's really creating, you know, that whole of systems improvement. The other piece of work that they're doing, which speaks to the horrendous zombie DA issue, is to look at post conditions of consent, and that's what the Minister started talking about. So the way the system works now, and we've always been structured to work this way, so I'm saying, you know, it's a failure that exists, but it's one that we are working to resolve, is you might get back your conditions of consent, which a council will put on a DA from, say, 6 different agencies. Council generally will just put those 6 different things on and hand it over to the developer without necessarily, probably because they're time strapped and it can be difficult to get advice back, sense checking whether all of those conditions of consent are necessary, can they actually exist together or are they contradictory, and you know what delays as a consequence might occur because of that. So the task force is looking at making sure that conditions of consent are operable and that they don't contradict each other. So again, you'll, instead of getting 6 different agencies' opinion, you'll get the one Waratah of planning opinion, and you'll be able to go ahead and commence construction. they're also undertaking, you can tell I'm excited about this, right? They're also undertaking a piece of work which is research into developments where consent has been given but construction hasn't commenced yet. So they're looking at developments, and I think it's over 100 apartments. I'll just have to take that one on notice. I'm pretty sure I'm just getting confused with our CIV, 100 lots, where someone's got their DA but they haven't started on construction yet, and really trying to dig down into what the reasons are in relation to that, because that's where you get the things that are stuck. We are getting some very common themes that are coming up in relation to that. Unsurprisingly, we all know what the economics of construction are at the moment. Feasibility is absolutely top of the list. But things like those post conditions for consent have been brought up by developer after developer, so we can resolve that, we can fix that. There are also issues around sequencing of things like construction certificates. This comes up regularly. You might need, say, 5, 6 construction certificates over a life of a development application. And if your council is asking you to come up with your final plans for your final construction certificate on the day you would be putting in to get your construction certificate for your basement, you probably don't know what that's going to look like 3 or 4 years in the future when you're building it. So if you actually sequence those CCs in a way that is more logical, it's faster for a developer to get in there and commence their development, and it actually has a positive impact on their feasibility, because they're not trying to design for something in the future that then they'd probably then have to re-prosecute at a later date. So there's some of the pieces of intel that are coming out of the work the task force is doing. Not only does that help us make immediate changes, so we can look at conditions and consent immediately, but it gives us insight for the broader planning reform piece that I'm sure Mr. Fuller will be excited about hearing about some of those things as well. And it helps the development community have an avenue to be able to discuss these things with a group who is in the department but who is not undertaking the assessment. So they can have that comfortable.
If I'm a developer and I've got a consent though,
yep.
And there's a bunch of things that I'm struggling with,
yep.
I can come to the task force.
Correct.
And if you see things in the consent that you go, actually, these things aren't necessary, does the developer then seek to modify that consent through the task force?
They'd need to modify it through whoever their
the consent
authority was originally, yes.
But and the so task force does it come with a task force advice or?
Correct,
okay.
Correct. So the task force have also been, and remember they've only been established since September, so I'm again exceptionally proud of what they've achieved in a very short period of time. The task force is also working very actively with councils, because this work helps councils do their job far more efficiently as well. So it's actually a gift into local government, and they will talk to those councils, work with them, and make suggestions or encouragement.
Are there any councils in particular that you're seeing a concentration of that work, or more than 1, 2 or 3? That sort of thing?
Look, not to my knowledge. I'll take that on notice and see if we're seeing any clusters. But if I'm thinking around the developers that we have interviewed, we've tried to select them from around the state, and I think generally when we're seeing DAs that haven't commenced, they are both metropolitan and rural as well. And again, feasibility tends to be the lead issue that comes up rather than local government, whether it's a council that's poorly performing or an issue of a particular council. I will take on notice though if we're seeing any particular clusters of issues.
And is the task force? Sorry, did you? And you might have already said it. You were talking very fast.
I'll slow down.
No. It was great. It's great. Is the task force? Does it have a kind of bottom threshold before you're eligible to come to the task force? You might have said something, but I missed it.
So the task force is, and I'm trying to slow down now.
No.
The task force is focused at this point on time on residential development.
Over a certain amount.
Over a certain amount.
And what was that?
So it's about 100 apartments
lots, yeah.
or 100 lots.
Okay, thank you.
But no, sorry, if I can just give a clarification there as well.
Yeah.
When it is a concurrence or a referral matter, which could be a lower threshold,
okay.
It is about whether it is about to become overdue under the time time that is given to do it.
To give the terms of approval.
It is resi at present, and that's obviously because, well, firstly it's called the Housing Task Force, but obviously we want to focus our energies on resolving the housing crisis and using whatever levers we can to make a positive benefit there.
Thank you. And so at this point, though, if there is there anything equally commensurate that, you know, the community can access? I get that this is a housing task force and it's leading to driving, you know, more supply, but is there something like, what does the community do if it sees a DA that kind of has the other side of the impact? I suppose it is the zombie DA scenario where, you know, there's a development consent, the conditions are all messy, it's allowing something that shouldn't happen or that should be under reassessment. Is there any service within the department that those people can go to? And is there any intention on providing something like that?
So let me just make sure I understand your question. So suppose I was a community member and there was a block of land on my street and had been sitting there unactivated for many, many years, you know, probably full of shopping trolleys by now, rusting away. Where would I go if I had a concern about whether that had development consent on it? Is that the question that you're asking?
Sort of, but just let me just rephrase it just one side bit. Say it's a big block of land.
Yep.
And it's not full of shopping trolleys, it's in fact full of really, really important ecological components, aspects, greater gliders, big old trees, and there is that continuous threat of an old DA that has been physically or substantially commenced, but nothing is happening on it. So it's the classic zombie DA.
Yes.
You know, I'm just curious as to, I understand why we're providing this urgent task force on one end, but we don't seem to have any capacity on the other side of the equation when you've got that development sitting there, but nothing happening on the site, just a lot of anxiety on part of the community and no resolution.
You've really got to the nub of what is quite a challenging issue, as the Minister detailed. We don't have records for a lot of consents because they weren't digitised and councils have lost many records. If you were a community member in that position, my advice to you would be to go to your council in the first instance, and your council could make representation to the department on that particular matter through the task force.
Thank you. Over to you guys.
Thank you. To the low and mid-rise policy now, and the infill affordable housing provisions that apply to it. I'm right in saying that the infill affordable housing provisions apply to the low and mid-rise changes?
They do.
Yep. So
they can be, well, sorry, I should clarify. They can be used in conjunction with them.
Okay, can be used in conjunction with them. So therefore, the height of a 22 metre building could go up to 28.6, is that correct?
So there would be merit assessment to be able to go as much as 30% above the height.
Yep, to 28.6. Now, in terms of those height limits, now when I take it, it's 22 metres and 6 stories, so you can't go any higher than 6 stories, is that correct?
That's right.
If you were to go up to that 30%, you would get an additional 2 stories, would you? Or?
So it would depend on the site, but it could be as much as 2 stories.
Okay. So as much as 2 stories, but no more effectively. So it wouldn't be that effectively you'd come in at the 28.6 and if you could fit 9 into that, you could go ahead because that was the provision? It would be...
Look, I think it's about a 30% increase on the height. In every situation will be slightly different, and that's why I'm being a little circumspect about saying that it would be 2. There could be some situations, depending on the design of the site, where it might be a slightly... that might occur in a design that there is a little bit more or a little bit less than that. It also, depending on that height, the controls also accommodate for ground floor commercial development that could occur, which also affects the amount of space that's available then for residential above that.
Now, would the infill affordable housing provisions apply to a manor house in one of the R2 areas? Could that be included with the infill affordable provisions as it's a residential flat building, or?
A manor home is not a residential flat building.
It's not defined as a residential
No,
flat
it's defined as multi-dwelling housing.
Okay.
The vagaries of the planning system
Okay.
mean that there's a special definition for every type of housing, Lily.
Okay, so a manor home, two-storey apartment building could not be captured by the infill affordable housing provisions then, in the R2 zones?
I would need to double check, but I
Look,
think
if you
this
could take
is,
it on notice,
yeah, I can
I'll-
take
yeah.
that on notice. My sense is that manor homes is not a residential flat building. It's multi-dwelling housing, and we have small residential flat buildings that are 3 stories.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can answer more
Yes.
questions about the housing task force.
No, we're at 3:30. That's all, and my time has expired. That's why we've got the awkward silence in the room.
It is actually time for a break, so we'll just take a 15-minute break and be back. Thank you. All right, thank you and welcome back. Over to you, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you very much. After all that talking, I've got to find my spot, but I might actually go to Mr. Presham myself.
Mr. Farlow, while you're looking, could I
you.
provide a correction? I think
Sure.
you asked me just before about whether manor homes were a
residential
residential flat building, and they are a residential flat building. So my apologies
That's
for
all right. I
misleading
thought that might be
you.
the case. Yep.
So,
So are they subject to the affordable housing infill bonus then, or?
in accessible locations, the infill affordable housing bonus applies.
Okay, thank you. Now to to further ask that question in a sense, I guess that it's thought in most of these, let's say the LMR zones, that it's 9.5 metres and 2 stories. Other controls, of course, 30% of 2 stories doesn't equal another story, but could you get 3 in that scenario, or?
We'd be talking about a hypothetical, and I think it would be something that I'd prefer to see an actual example and to work through what the particular details might be. I think it would be very difficult with the 9.5 control and an extra 30% on that, which would need to be assessed to make sure that it was suitable for the area to get to an extra story.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gibson. Mr. Presham, with respect to how many wind turbines are there in New South Wales? So I'm not looking for how many projects, but how many actual turbines.
Oh, look, I don't think I could answer that one off the
That's
top of my
fine.
head. I'll take that on notice.
I'll put a series of these to you then on notice with respect to those. But if I can ask as well, and does every approved wind or solar development application in New South Wales have a decommissioning and rehabilitation condition attached to it?
I can answer the second one. The answer is yes. There is conditions around that for all projects.
Okay, thank you. And in what circumstances, if any, is a bond required?
There's no circumstances where we require a bond through the conditions of the development consent, but there are now some new guidelines, as you're probably aware, that came out last year that give guidance to the landowners around what their rights and what their obligations of the company should be in relation to decommissioning.
Thank you. And now what happens in the instance of a wind farm or solar farm being transferred to another entity from the original applicant? Do all the conditions transfer across to the new entity, or are they retained against the original landholder that hosts the site?
Yeah, look, I think the simple answer to that is that the development consent runs with the land. That's the sort of central tenet of planning in New South Wales. So everything that was on a development consent applies to whoever is operating the
Thank you.
wind farm.
So in a circumstance where an operator of one of these sites goes bust, the conditions that go with that site also retain with the landholder. That's correct? So if a wind operator were to be insolvent and then you were to come to a decommissioning period, it would be the landholder who would be bearing the responsibility of that?
A bit of a hypothetical question. So that the development consent holder is responsible for the conditions of the development consent. The development consent does not necessarily, in that scenario, just automatically transfer to the landowner. I think that's what you're implying.
Okay. So if there are decommissioning requirements and rehabilitation requirements attached to that consent, which is attached to the landholder would inherit those requirements. Is that correct?
Look, I'd probably have to take that on notice, but I don't think that's an accurate reflection. If you, again, there's a difference between being a landowner and being a development consent holder. Sometimes they're not one and the same thing. In the case of wind farms, that's often the case.
We'll just get some detail from our planning lawyers on how that might work, so we can give you a correct answer.
Because I do note in the wind energy guidelines and the large-scale solar energy guidelines, it says, however, there are some situations where this obligation may fall to the landholder, such as when the owner or operator of the project becomes insolvent. This is because the conditions of development consent apply to the land and not to a particular party or company. So I'm just interested in terms of what those circumstances are where it would fall to the landholder. Now, what's the status of the New South Wales wind energy guidelines and New South Wales large-scale solar energy guidelines, both of November 2024? They're guidelines. How does the department use those, interpret those when assessing development applications?
So we are now applying those guidelines. They're an important part of our assessment of all renewable projects now.
Okay. And with respect to that, can a project be approved if it doesn't comply with those guidelines?
It would depend on what you mean by doesn't comply with the guidelines, because obviously there's a lot of pages, a lot of words attached to the guidelines, but the intent is that all projects are generally complying with the guidelines, yes.
Thank you.
You might need to be more specific about which parts of the guideline
No, just interested in terms of like their force effectively.
Yep.
In terms of the guidelines and their controls. I guess similar to, in a sense, when you're looking at a LEP and a DCP, for instance, in terms of how they're viewed, like how does the guidelines fit in such an arrangement?
It might be worth comparing it to an LEP or a DCP or a SEP, for example. SEPs and LEPs are delegated legislation, so when you go to the legislation website, they're actually delegated under the Act.
Yep.
The wind guidelines, all the guidelines you're referring to are policy documents, so they wouldn't be considered delegated legislation in the same way. So there is a difference.
Yep.
But certainly we expect developers to comply with the guidelines when we're assessing projects.
Thank you. That is a very helpful clarification in terms of how that operates, so thank you for that. Now, the guidelines state that, and I quote, the application of a wind energy project should be responsible for decommissioning, and this should be reflected in the agreement with the landholder hosting the project infrastructure. By this reading in the term should, does that mean that it's not necessarily a requirement?
Again, it depends on the particular development application we'd be talking about. So,
I mean, I might add to Mr. Preshaw's answer there. The guidelines, as you may be aware, one of the parts of the guidelines is, I guess, a template of a private agreement. Yep. One of the things that we're obviously aware of with regard to wind farms and solar farms is that an applicant is often doing coming to a commercial arrangement with a landholder, and so part of what we, as I mentioned, do within the guidelines is to give some templates on how you might go about those private arrangements. But those private arrangements are private arrangements at the end of the day. They're not part of the planning system, and so the guidelines themselves obviously talk to encouraging landowners to make sure that any risks that they see of having to pick up the cost, if you like, of decommissioning, it's something that they're factoring into their agreement.
So, in a sense, it's a prompt for the landholder to, have a checklist effectively saying you've covered this and make sure you're aware of this, and somewhat, in a sense, equivalent to consumer information. Effectively. Yep. Okay. So it's not really, while it's something that the department, of course, publishes, it's while the department suggests this, it's not necessarily a requirement in the assessment.
That's why when you mentioned does a developer have to comply with the guidelines, there are parts of the guidelines that are, I guess, strict requirements, strict performance criteria, for example, particularly around visual, for example, but things like the landowner's rights when it comes to decommissioning and rehabilitation, etc. Those are more of a helpful assistance to landowners, bearing in mind that there are different arrangements between developers and landowners, whether it's leasing or options to buy, etc. As I said, it really depends on the particular development application.
Thank you. And what are the relevant issues for decommissioning and rehabilitation that are required by the department under the project's environmental impact statement? What are you looking for in the assessment at all in terms of those plans?
Again, it depends on the arrangement between the developer and the landowner, but we are expecting to understand essentially that at the end of the project, if it is to end, that there are adequate arrangements in place to ensure that the project is properly decommissioned and that the land is properly rehabilitated. The information as to what that might entail depends on the project and on the land in question.
I mean, just again to add to Mr. Preshaw's answer there, in some cases we'd be seeing often that the landowner themselves might be interested in keeping some of the infrastructure that's been part of that wind farm proposal, such as roads, access tracks, various other services that have been provided as part of that. So it really does depend on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. In terms of the verification of any agreements that exist between the landholder and the developer of one of these projects, does the department do any verification or assessment of that agreement, or is it just a tick box effectively that there is an agreement and that's the extent of the department's interest?
Look, it's an interesting one, and again, it depends. I feel like I keep saying it depends on the particular landowner and particular developer. There have been circumstances, for example, where the Independent Planning Commission has asked for quite a high level of detail, I would say, in relation to the agreements, but quite often these things are commercially sensitive, and so the level of detail that a developer might want to provide, or the landowner might want to provide, may not be available to us or to the IPC, for example, if they're decision maker. We do expect some level of detail to be provided in the EIS documentation as to what type of arrangement there is, and again, it's more about reaching the outcome that we are comfortable that the land can be appropriately, that the project can be decommissioned, the land can be appropriately rehabilitated.
And what do you do for that verification, so to speak, that you're comfortable with that? What's the process that you undertake?
Well, so typically there's information in the EIS. In most instances, that information is considered enough, sufficient. If we have any questions or if we've had any concerns raised by the landowner directly, then we'll ask for more information from the developer. And I think there have been circumstances where we've sought further information from the landowner. And again, I refer to one with the IPC where there was, I guess, quite a lot of discussion and information provided between the IPC, the landowner, and the developer. Typically, if the developer has provided sufficient information and the landowner hasn't complained, then we'll consider that to be, as long as it demonstrates the outcome that I was described before, then we'll be comfortable with that.
Thank you. And other than the wind energy guideline and the large-scale solar guidelines, what other policies or laws govern the decommissioning of wind turbines or solar panels in a large scale, solar panels in New South Wales?
Well, there's a range of legislation that applies to the land. I think there's been some questions raised around potential contamination of the land, so then you'd bring in contamination legislation, POEO Act, for example. A lot of the projects actually require biodiversity offsets to be in place on the land or adjacent land after or during the development. So then you bring in the BC Act. I mean, there's probably a range of different legislation that applies outside the Planning Act.
Thank you. As you're probably aware, on Monday, the 3rd of February this year, Queensland introduced revisions to their State Code 23, wind farm development, which provided new performance outcomes, including Performance Outcome 30, which states that, and I quote, decommissioning plans are secured by bonds or financial guarantees or other mechanisms to safeguard timely compliance, which requires a decommissioning security report. Has the department undertaken any analysis of this policy at all?
I'd have to take that one on notice. Okay. I am familiar with the changes broadly with the changes that occurred at the Queensland level. For a long time, the industry was complaining that we should have a system more like Queensland because it was easier to get things approved according to the industry. And now I see that they've started to tighten up things, probably to reflect some of the issues that have arisen in the communities where wind farms were proposed in Queensland. But I'd have to take on notice the details around that
I appreciate
policy.
That.
And look, I would say that the policy area renewables, which sits within my team now, is always looking at different policies across the states. And we are always looking at any developments, particularly around decommissioning and rehabilitation, which is obviously an important issue for a sector that's developing rapidly across the regions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pershaw. That ends my questions with that respect. Thank you. I might turn now to industrial lands. Is that you, Ms.
That's
Gibson?
Ms. Gibson.
Sorry, that was excitement.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Now, the government plans to categorise industrial land as state, regional or locally significant. What are going to be the criteria that will be used for these classifications?
You've correctly picked up that is one of the actions in the Industrial Land Action Plan that was released only a couple of weeks ago. And we've commenced discussion with industry groups, major industrial landowners, and freight and logistic groups, all those folk that have a role to play in the industrial land supply and industrial land use. We do need to do some work to identify what the criteria will be for identifying those categories of industrial land. We haven't fixed what those are yet, so it's a piece of work to go through that. We are seeking feedback from our reference groups, from our stakeholder groups in relation to this, so that we have a sense of things that are particularly relevant to them and things that they can provide us some information on. So information about how their businesses are operating and intended to operate over the future, and that helps us understand their land needs. And information that we're also collecting from other agencies as well, particularly transport, so that we can understand those matters. We are also looking at the economic significance of particular activities. So I think you could assume that a lot of land at the Port of Newcastle, Port Botany, Port Kembla will be considered to be state significant because of the importance of the throughput of materials and goods through those ports. So that economic significance will become very high factor in that being state significant land.
Thank you. And in terms of, and we know while we have a housing crisis, I think many would classify we've got an industrial lands crisis as well.
I think the Minister himself said that earlier.
I think the
today.
Minister probably did.
Yeah.
How much additional industrial land does the department estimate that we need over the next 5 years?
So we provide some information in what is called the Industrial Land Development Monitor, and so we provide some information that's a little bit backward looking. It looks back at how much land has been zoned, how much has been serviced, how much has been taken up. So by that it goes from vacant to being occupied. And we released that in January when we released the Industrial Land Plan. So across New South Wales, and we don't have all of the state covered, but we have the major pieces of industrial land supply covered in the Greater Sydney region, the Hunter, the Illawarra, the Central Coast, and the Upper Hunter as well as the Lower Hunter. There was 14,000 hectares of undeveloped land. That we think could be as much as maybe 12 months supply of serviced land in some of those markets. Overall, that probably offers us a bit more than the next couple of years' worth of zoned land. But we know that other jurisdictions in Australia plan for like a 10-year supply of land, and they set targets around that. So we're looking at the work that's happening in other jurisdictions so that we can, as one of our four, I'll get my fingers right, one of the 4 actions in the action plan, to make sure that we have an industrial land development program. So rather than just monitoring what's going on, we're doing a program to say, here's the land, here's what needs to be zoned, here's what needs to be serviced, here's the targets that we're working towards to make sure that we've got a healthy supply that matches a variety of important activities. Port land, land for other warehousing, land that might also accommodate manufacturing, etc., etc.
Thank you. Now, I guess one of the things that is happening as part of this, or part of the conversation at least, is moving away sort of from the retention policy and looking at perhaps an optimisation policy. How do you see that playing out in terms of people moving out from areas that you may want to rezone for residential purposes, but moving to new industrial lands and the costs that may be involved? I guess in the past there's always been a highest and best use sort of principle with land, but with the prices we're seeing for industrial lands at the moment, they may be their highest and best uses industrial. Is there anything that the department's looking at in that regard?
So we do want to look at this categorisation of land, and we know that, that in doing that, that might identify some areas where it's not playing or having a significant role in the economic development of the state, and might no longer be as suitable for industrial land it has been in the past. I also note in our action plan that we're looking at the planning controls for how industrial land is used. You can see over the last couple of years we've spent a lot of time looking at the floor space ratios and building height controls for residential land. We haven't done the same for industrial land for some time. And there are plenty of examples happening of two-storey industrial activity, but we don't necessarily have planning controls that enable that in New South Wales, and that's both from a floor space ratio as well as a building height. So we will look at that, but I think you used the word optimisation. We've sort of also been talking about intensification of our industrial land. We frequently get requests for rezoning of land from industrial to residential. There have been a number of applications through to the Housing Delivery Authority for that, as well as in some of the site-by-site rezonings that we've been doing over the last couple of years. So this will really help us make decisions that work for the long term for industrial land across Sydney, across New South Wales.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to turn to coal projects, if we could. It wouldn't be a budget estimates if we didn't do it. Obviously, I had a conversation with the Minister earlier, but I'd love to know more about what you, as the people with the levers in the department, are doing at the moment in terms of the Net Zero Commission's work. And it's my understanding that you have actually asked, and I may be a bit old on this information, but that you have asked some major coal projects, such as the HVO and Chain Valley, to explain how their proposals align with the climate change emissions reduction targets. So I'm just super curious what's happening and what are we doing?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to start answering this, and then Mr. Preshaw may want to add to this. So you're correct in terms of your memory of, I guess, some of the initiatives that we've been looking at with regard to greenhouse gas emissions. So as you would be aware, with the Net Zero Act coming into place, and also with the EPA's further guidance around greenhouse gas emissions for large emitters, that has changed the policy settings with respect to the assessment of coal mines and the assessment of greenhouse gas emissions. We always have had the obligation of assessing greenhouse gas emissions, as you would be aware, Scope 1, 2 and 3, as part of our assessments. So I think what you're referring to there is that the Minister for Planning actually wrote to the IPC and also wrote to the Secretary asking that we take those bits of policy into account as part of our consideration of the assessment, and that obviously in the IPC's case take that into consideration as part of their determination of projects. We have, for some of the more significant coal proposals that have come in, and you mentioned Hunter Valley Operations, have gone back to Hunter Valley Operations and asked them to provide some more responses to some of those greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with those extensions of projects. The other thing I would mention before perhaps handing to Mr. Preshaw is I mentioned, we've had some conversation about the independent expert advisory panel around mining. We have now got specialists that are working within that panel to also provide some independent advice to us on greenhouse gas emissions. We get that advice in concert with advice that we get from various parts of government as well, the EPA and also the Centre for Atmospheric Sciences within DQ. So this is forming a significant part of our assessment work now. Mr. Crucial?
Yeah, there's not a lot to add at the general level there. Basically, what's happening now is an extension of what we were already doing, I would say, at planning. We had SEERS, scoping requirements, that required companies to look at how their project would fit with the net zero target and how it would fit with the state's future emissions. But I think the information we're receiving now from EPA and the annual report from the Net Zero Commission, for example, really tightens the screws a little bit in terms of what companies need to provide. So it's actually looking at the 2030, the 2035, the 5-yearly targets, and asking the companies to really turn their minds to how their projects would fit or not with those targets.
So in terms of the machinery of how that happens, though, so are there things I think the Net Zero Commission has highlighted that every 1 million tonnes of Scope 1 emissions creates extra pressure on other sectors. So, which is raising the issue of how it's very hard to look at this in a project by project lens because of the pressures it puts as one sector on another and where and who's required to do this lifting. And if you're looking at it and assessing it in terms of the greenhouse gas contributions this mine or even all the, and I'll get to this in a sec, are there 17 new coal, are there still 17 in the pipeline? Is that something, but you can confirm that in a second, but if say there are 17 or 10 and we're looking at those, where does our, how for you people actually doing this assessment ultimately when you're making your recommendation, how is what you're gathering from that one proposal going to fit in earnest in terms of the ambition, the 2030 ambition, say? Do you have a kind of matrix that's all going to fit through?
So I agree with you, Chair, that this is complex and obviously something that we're taking a very serious account of. What I would say is that we're not the ones that are doing the modelling for the 2030 targets and the 2035 targets. That's coming from the Centre for Atmospheric Sciences. They have factored in a number of these projects, and I think the Minister talked earlier today about projects that are predicted to close as well. So there's a high level of sophistication that they've got in those models with regard to the contributions that are being made from the coal mining sector.
So would you say, sorry, and I know I jump in, but would you say then that we're kind of looking at the target, this is my concern, and I may be very wrong, but are we looking at the targets and then going, oh, well, we can allow this, as opposed to what the intent of the emissions reduction targets are, which is to be more ambitious? It's not about just hitting a target of 50% reduction by 2030. It's how can we get to the net zero by 2050, before 2050? That is the honest intent of the legislation, of course. It's not me looking for that. It's in there. So how do you think the settings of which you have now in terms of your assessment tools and the modelling that you're asking of the proponents and looking at all the coal projects provides that capacity to be ambitious?
Look, Chair, I think I would say that ultimately we're not the ones setting the policy. The policy settings are, what we're working within. So purposely we are needing to, ask questions within those policy settings and those ambitions. I think, whilst I referred before to the fact that we do seek advice around the targets and how the projects that we're assessing have been factored into those. We're also looking at ways on an individual project by project basis of how those emissions can be reduced as much as possible. So take, for example, the Hunter Valley operations, and we're obviously waiting for the feedback to come back from the company with regard to some of the questions that we've raised. But their ambitions in their original application were to extend out to 2050, mining operations out to 2050, and obviously a very large extension of work there with additional ramping up on a per year basis of coal production. I mean, obviously time will tell in terms of what they come back with, but I'd be surprised if they keep some of those parameters in their original application.
Perhaps I could add a little bit to your specific question. I think you were sort of distinguishing between the technical task of how a project contributes to the overall target we're trying to reach versus perhaps an overarching consideration of whether one project is contributing too much in a broader sense. So yes, we're definitely doing the first task, and it's not our job to do that, it's the very smart people at CAS, Climate Atmospheric Science, and with the assistance of Net Zero Commission and the EPA, etc., we take a lot of advice on that. And I think that's an important, I guess, step to get through, a hurdle to get through. But at the end of the day, our assessment in planning is a merit assessment of the project. And greenhouse gas emissions is one of many factors we're considering, but it is a very important factor in our consideration. So I would say that the HVO project is an example of where the company might say, well, our contribution is fine when you look at each of the targets going up to 2050, and we're going to stop before then, so it doesn't matter. But we've essentially been saying back to them, we want more information about what you could achieve in terms of reducing emissions. And that's essentially where we're at the moment. And, I was here quite a while ago saying a similar thing to you, where we are really driving for an outcome that might not just be specifically about a technical modelling exercise, but looking at a project and deciding what the merits of a project are.
So with that, in terms of the merits, are you raising the issue with proponents that the economic costs of the burden, so, the economic we always see in the merit assessment that the economic benefits through job creation or job maintenance and the royalties that return to the state, are those emissions burdens that will kind of be placed on other sectors? Are those is the economic considerations now of those emissions, increasing emissions or absence of reductions of emissions, are they being factored in a cost-benefit analysis now as well?
Oh, okay. I mean, there's sort of two things going on there. Before you said cost-benefit analysis, I would have said, yes, we are looking at that broader picture. And I think the Climate Change Net Zero Act is sort of telling us all we have to do that.
That's
and certainly
right.
Net Zero Commission has confirmed that in their annual report. Whether or not you can, I guess, accurately or sufficiently analyse that through a cost-benefit analysis is probably a different question. I think we all know that cost-benefit analysis are tricky, and they provide, I guess, some sense of what the public benefits or costs are going to be, but they come with such a range of outcomes. I don't know that the cost-benefit analysis is necessarily the key or the only tool we'd be using in assessing that. But to your, I guess, the thrust of your question, certainly we are looking at what needs to be done at a broad level with respect to a particular project that we're assessing.
I mean, is there scope though, do we still use the economic guidelines for the mining projects? They're still using those?
Yeah, you still need to do a cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah.
So it is in the cost-benefit analysis, to be clear. That all will be captured in a cost-benefit analysis. But we've been in this room before, and we've been questioning how accurate they are and how well you can capture those sort of externalities that are difficult to measure things.
But I think now the rising cost of you can forecast, even now, on the very cheap price of carbon offset credit tonne per, the very cheap cost of credits. We can start looking at the actual burden across the analysis. And I'm just wondering, would I see that in a modern application?
You would. Yeah, you would. And you'd probably find, I'll have to confirm this perhaps later, but you'd probably find that, for example, with HVO, that even with the costs of offsetting greenhouse gas emissions, that the company would be finding through their cost-benefit analysis a significant overall net present value that's worthy of them proceeding with the project.
That's right. And I think that...
But that's where the uncertainty around what the future cost of offsets is going to be and what the cost of the technology to not have to emit, it's very difficult to sort of forecast that part of a cost-benefit analysis.
Thank you. And in terms of the Moolarben project, I think I had a conversation with someone in about, they're all merging now, it's after 4, halfway through estimates. It was with the EPA. So the Moolarben project was one that had potentially already bolted in terms of the application of the EPA's new guidance or guidelines around the assessment. Is that something the Minister for Climate Change was suggesting, that the Moolarben project, the guidelines didn't apply to that project because it was too advanced? Is that your understanding?
No, so there are certain steps in the process that make all the new policies, I guess, strictly apply. But again, all the key parts of that policy, for example, how does a project meet its target, meet the 2030 targets and the various targets up to 2050, we are asking companies to provide, developers to provide that regardless of what stage in the process they were at when the policy came in. So it is still a relevant consideration for Moolarben. I think Moolarben, if you look at the emissions and the emissions intensity, is quite a different case to HVO, for example, and I mean they're all different cases in terms of what their total emissions and total emissions intensity is likely to be.
Thank you. With the work that's happening across all the relevant agencies with the post-mining and the coming to the end of any approvals, is your work aware of any of the mines that are looking at earlier closures than what they're currently consented to work to in terms of the coal projects?
Do you want me to take that? Or?
Sure.
Sorry, could you clarify the question a bit
sorry.
there?
So are any of the coal projects coming for early closure based on what they're currently consented to? The consent allows them to operate up until the time. Are there mines that are coming to you saying, hey, we want to shut down earlier?
I think maybe to help Mr. Preshaw with that answer, there's obviously lots of conversations that we have with lots of companies around their mines. You'd be aware that there's a couple of those mines which are looking to transition to other types of land uses.
Yep.
At the moment, we've got 2 pumped hydro projects, the Stratford pumped hydro project with a proposed solar farm as well, and Muzzlebrook.
Sorry, no, I understand totally. Sorry, my question was absolutely confusing. I understand now why. Not the entire. I wasn't referring to the rehabilitation or the end of the consent.
Right.
I was referring to the actual ending of pulling coal out of the ground, are any mines coming to you saying, "Hey, we're going to shut down our actual coal extraction earlier than what was forecasted"?
I'd probably have to take that on notice, but we are having, David's right in terms of we are having conversations all the time with companies about their future plans. If the question is in relation to are mining companies looking to stop extracting coal on the basis of emissions, for example, I'm not sure that we've seen that. We do have a few mines that I could think of where there's a possibility that the mining will stop earlier than expected, but that's usually due to some operational reason or some difficulties, for example, in extracting the resource from an underground seam or the like. So there are certainly circumstances where mines would seek to stop mining early, but that's usually not the subject of a modification application. Usually they can just do that under their existing approvals, unless there's something different that they wanted to do at the site.
If it assists you, Chair, my notes tell me that in terms of those mines that we regulate, there are 38 operating coal mines at this point in time. There's a further 10 mines that are in care and maintenance. There are 13 that are at the closure stage, and there's 2 that are yet to commence development. So there is obviously quite a spectrum.
Which are the 2 that are still yet to commence development?
I would probably need to take that on notice.
Is Vickery? Maybe.
Vickery's one.
Vickery,
of them.
yeah.
Give me a minute, I might think of the other one.
Yeah. Sorry, there was 10 in care and maintenance and
10 in care and maintenance
Yeah.
and 13 in closure stage.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Is there anything, I think this is just a silly question, but I have to ask it. Is there any government policy initiative anywhere that is currently encouraging or incentivising early closure that you're aware of?
It wouldn't be in our department.
No.
So.
No. Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. With the wind, just going to the renewable energy.
Should we,
sorry.
excuse me, should we respond to the number of applications in the system? You did
Yes,
mention-
please. Yeah, I said 17, and I would
Yeah.
love to know if that's accurate or not.
I believe there's 7 SSD, so development applications.
Yep.
And 12 modifications.
Yep.
Of the development applications, so there's only 4 that are actually post EIS. So there's another 3 where we're waiting for the application documentation to come in.
Oh, which are those? What are those 3? You haven't got them off the top of your head?
So Angus Place West would be one of them.
Yep.
I believe David might be looking up the notes here.
Clay is right. Moores Creek Continuation Project.
Yep.
And Rix's Creek North Continuation Project.
Right.
They're the 3 applications that we haven't received an EIS for yet.
So they're all quite far away.
Am I allowed to write them? It's too late notice, and you'll sign it for me. Is that possible? Sorry.
We'll take that as a comment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Sorry, I should just say, of the 12 modification applications, a lot of those modification applications are not actually to extract additional coal. There's all manner of reasons for why.
Different reasons, yeah.
An operation might need to modify.
And I've just been informed that those 2 that Mr. Preshaw referred to before, he was right with Vickery, being yet to commence development. The other one's Wallara.
Of course.
Which is highly unlikely to ever be
Wallara.
developed. Yep.
I'm certain about Vickery too. I've got a running book open on that one, but we'll see. Just going back to the renewable energy questions that Mr. Farlow asked, which were very helpful. One of the things, I'm just curious, when out of the wind projects, do all of the wind approvals that you've provided, do all of them have an end date, or are some of them not have an end date?
I think it's correct to say that none of them have an end date.
Right.
And that's the difference, a big difference between a renewable energy project and a mining project.
Yes.
Mining projects are actually very unique in that regard, in that we put an end date on them. In the case of renewable projects, when we give an approval, we are giving an approval with the intent that that the equipment can be upgraded and essentially could last in perpetuity. In all likelihood, modifications would probably be needed as technology changes, etc. But it's possible that you could just continue to operate a solar farm or a wind farm in perpetuity under the existing approval.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. On artificial intelligence for local planning systems, I'm just wondering what specific types of AI are being tested, and also why whatever programs you're using or technology you're using was chosen for the trials.
That's Mr. Gainsford. I'll just let him find his notes, but I can assure you we went through a procurement process for the technology that's being used in the trial.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Munro. Yes, so the Secretary is right that there was a panel that was prepared to test the different types of use cases. So we looked at different, products that we felt could assist councils in various stages of their development assessment. And so we asked for, through that bid process, we asked for people to provide products that were then assessed under each one of those different categories, and maybe just to talk through briefly those different categories that we assessed. One was called the Pathways and Requirements Finder, so that's tools to help prospective applicants identify site-specific development requirements to expedite their development. The second one was the material self-assessment health check. So that was tools to help applicants conduct a self-assessment before DA lodgement so that they can address any potential barriers or gaps in their documentation. With the third one was a risk-based triage. So this was a tool to help council staff quickly identify non-compliant elements within a submission to help improve triage processes and council productivity. And then the last one was a site-specific documentation support, so tools that improve the relevance and quality of documents prepared for submission.
Okay. And we came to those categories after fairly extensive consultation with local government themselves. So these are the type of use cases that they came to us and said, we would, like to trial AI to help resolve some of these issues. We didn't just invent them. They are ones that have been council nominated.
That's correct.
So with the material and the pathways tools, therefore external users to engage with the process, basically.
That's correct. So all of them have been designed to for councils to help develop with the successful tenderers through the process to identify tools both to assist councils in their assessment, but as you're saying, they're also applicants in preparation of those DAs.
So is the idea that those tools are contained on a council's website, for example, or are they housed in a department site?
At the moment, they're council-led.
Yep.
So the idea is for them to develop these types of tools that council can apply, but we are very interested, and obviously with part of the feedback process that we're looking to get from these tools, to look at applications potentially that we could use more broadly within the planning portal as an example. The trial is going to be very important, we hope, to assist us in looking at ways of improving the use of artificial intelligence in all aspects of the planning system.
So when will you come to a decision about whether the tools have been successful, and also what's the measurement for determining their success? Like reduction in approval times, I imagine, is one of those.
Yes, I'm sure that is. I might need to take on notice the exact, KPIs that we're asking for that feedback. We are anticipating within the coming months to have some good information around their successful or how successful those applications have been.
Okay, and then the intention would be, if there are successful examples and use cases, that all councils would be given access in some way to these tools, or to embed them in their own websites and planning processes.
I think, again, we're very open to the potential extension of these types of technologies. One thing I would mention is that products are coming onto the market quite rapidly. There's lots of innovation that's occurring, obviously, in this space. So one of the things we are quite conscious of is not limiting the potential linkages, particularly with the planning portal and that extension that I was talking about before, just to specific products. We are sort of looking at the ability to have a range of products that can be used. But I'm happy to come back with some further information around those KPIs.
That would be good. I mean, one of the things that has come up recently, it's clearly an issue, is that the use of individual products may mean that people's data is going into third-party ethers where it's not secure or it's not appropriately regulated. So is the department doing any work to ensure that councils are equipped to actually manage that relationship with third-party providers? And, for example, would you have a list of approved providers or providers that have met a certain level of regulatory requirements for privacy or compliance?
So part of the selection of these products was looking very much at the protection of people's personal records and those sorts of privacy matters. That was a very key selection criteria as part of this process. The department obviously will continue to look at new products that come on or are suggested with those same types of requirements around privacy. We're not doing this alone. There are other government agencies that have assisted us in looking at these aspects, and so it fits within a broader New South Wales policy around those privacy aspects.
Yeah, okay. I think it would be pretty terrible if individual councils were going off and accessing third-party provider tools and then not having the right protections for individuals who are using those tools.
Agreed.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, councils are only operating within the trial parameters that we put into place. I've not heard of any council who's gone their own road at this point in time, but it's a good point that you've raised, actually, and I think we might actually do a quick check around councils to make sure I'm reflecting the situation accurately.
Yeah, okay. It would be great to hear what the results of that check around
I'm pretty sure, because we do know councils pretty well, that that they are the only councils who are trialling the AI are the ones who are going through our trial, but we will check for you. We'll ask our narrator to check that.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to punish enterprising councils, and it's good if councils are going out and doing this kind of work, but obviously if you've got hundreds and hundreds of pages of terms and conditions that aren't necessarily favourable for our citizens, then we need to be on top of that.
Yeah, cybersecurity is one of the areas that local government are very aware of, and it's also been subject to some of recent work by the Audit Office as well. So I feel pretty comfortable in giving you some assurance that it's an area that is under control, but we certainly will look into it further.
Thank you. And just finally, do you have any calculations that might suggest the beneficial impact of using AI tools on delivering more houses?
I don't. Yeah, look, I don't think we've got numbers that perhaps you're looking for there, but certainly speed, as Ms. Fishburne was saying, is one of the key aspects of this. There's a lot of work, I mean, speaking to some of the topics that we were talking about earlier with regard to the very detailed assessments that we do. There's a lot of back-of-house work that we do as part of those assessments, looking at various policies and inputs into that assessment that we certainly see some opportunities for AI to assist in speeding up that process. So yeah, that's definitely one of the areas that we're very keen to explore.
I think from a council perspective as well, one of the use cases that we would see is in an area where there are a finite number of planners, freeing up council staff from simple transactions that AI would be able to resolve for them, for them to be able to undertake the more complicated merit assessment. That is a better outcome for the planning system, full stop. It speeds things up, but it also means you're putting your focus and your energy and your expertise into where it's going to get the most benefit.
Of course. Thank you.
The time we've got remaining, it might be a little bit more rapid fire coming now and a bit more of a scattergun approach. Now, in terms of manufactured homes, I understand that under Section 119 of the Housing SEP that there is a geographic ban in terms of Sydney. Is there any work being undertaken by the department to review that ban, or is that something that the department's committed to keeping in place?
We have a few
and I guess I should preface in a sense that we've got a changing nature of manufactured homes potentially from what may have been the thought 20 years ago and what's captured now under these provisions.
Yeah, we have a couple of pieces of work that have been underway in relation to manufactured homes and caravans. So you've seen some of our reforms in that space already. There is some more work to take into this year and beyond. The land lease model, which is often the part that comes with the manufactured home. We have seen other states talk about how that's been helping with their supply, particularly in Queensland around Hervey Bay, for example. We are keeping an eye on where that fits in our housing supply work. there's a lot of pressure on land in Sydney, and the metropolitan rural area, our greenfield land supply. We need to balance all of those decisions and make sure that we are also planning for timely delivery of infrastructure and services to those areas.
Now, with respect to the housing targets that were announced, the Premier announced as part of that as well, what was, I think, originally put as an incentive fund of $200 million for local governments that meet and beat their housing targets, but may have been refined into a different program. Where is that program up to in terms of that $200 million providing support for local government?
Yeah, so that's the Council Faster Assessment Grant. That program was designed to commence after from next financial year and over the 3 years after that. It was designed in that way so that councils had 12 months of the Statement of Expectations order that Minister Scully issued to take effect from January last year, and for the expectations about development assessment timeframes, lodgements of applications, as well as strategic planning to have a fair chance to take effect. And that then would be used to help inform the program. We now have seen 6+ months of the Statement of Expectations, so we have started the work to, and shortly we'll have the guidelines out for everybody to be able to see, to be able to make applications with the intention for that program and funding to start from next financial year.
Okay, thank you. We will await those guidelines. Now really going for the scattergun, the Speedway, and I know we don't have Greater Sydney Parklands here. The Minister outlined his thoughts that it was going from strength to strength. Do you have any data in terms of participator numbers or that at the Speedway at all?
I do not believe I do. No, I don't. I'll take that on notice for you because I'm sure that is collected somewhere.
Yep. Okay. We will take that on notice then. Now,
I believe Minister Scully will be counted in those numbers at least once. He's a big fan of the Speedway.
Good. Look forward to seeing him there.
You were also a Speedway fan?
I wouldn't necessarily classify myself as a Speedway fan, but I have gone to the Speedway in the past.
Golf and Speedway.
Come to Lismore, we've got monster trucks this weekend, although I'm sure we don't now with the cyclone.
You may need them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to the pattern book designs, and I know there's been some exhibition on these at the moment. Now, when will developers be able to submit applications through the pattern book and using pattern book designs? What's the expected time frame for that?
Mr. Gainsford?
Yeah, look, thanks, Mr. Fallow. So the pattern book work that's underway, as you might be aware, we've broken it up into two components, the low-rise component of the pattern book and the mid-rise component. We're also, as you've mentioned there, looking at fast-track pathways in terms of planning approvals, whether that's looking at extensions of complying development or other types of fast-track assessment. And so that's running in parallel. At this point in time, we're aiming to have the low-rise patterns available with the requisite planning pathway by mid this year, and later this year the mid-rise is what we're currently timing.
Thank you. I think that's helpful in terms of understanding that. And now to pick up another point from, I think, a previous Bradfield oration, as I find it in my notes. But one of the things that the Premier outlined in the Bradfield oration was that we would have tracking of state significant development applications as well, and a league table that will be applied to that. Is that up and running within the department now? Or?
We certainly are tracking it internally. I don't think, are we public on it yet? No, not quite.
It's not public yet.
Yep, but it will be.
Okay. Another announcement that was made at that time in that oration was that there would be a tracking of the figures in New South Wales compared to other states. and that would be publicly accessible through the department. Is that
That's
something?
the ABS data, which compares to other states, so that's publicly accessible.
But are you publishing it yourselves at all, or?
We just link to the ABS data. Yep.
But is that linked on your website and shown, or?
I'll have to double check. If it's not, I see no reason why we can't put a link to it on our website.
Okay,
Yep.
I think that was one of the things that the Premier outlined at that Bradfield oration, and unfortunately
I thought we'd captured all of the Bradfield oration matters, but
there might be one that was missed. But
we're performing very nicely in New South Wales, so I'd like the residents of New South Wales to be able to see the improvements that are coming month on month.
Okay, thank you. And now, with respect, as we go back to the low and mid-rise, I note there's a couple of sites that were selected that are next to train stations, but not listed as train stations, and are listed just as town centres. Two that, well, I think there's three that come to mind. One being the Thornley Marketplace, one being the Pennant Hills Marketplace, and the other one being, I think, the Chester Hill Shopping Centre. Why were they all listed, even though they're all on train lines, as a town centre rather than as an LMR station?
There could be a few reasons. I know that there are some situations, and I'm just trying to think through any specifics that I know about those places that you mentioned, but there are some locations where the station and the town centre are quite close together, and so we've listed it as both.
Yep.
In the mapping we have, this morning when I answered some questions about mapping and I said that there wasn't a particular map, there are some of the town centres that are drawn specifically so that it gives the edge of the town centre in order to determine the walking distance from.
Mm-hmm. And that effectively picks up the E1, MU1, E2.
That's right.
Yep.
Councils provided us a lot of feedback in helping define where those boundaries are. There are some centres that the zoning might extend further, but there's a really clear centre component, and then kind of
and it's 800 metres from the border of that centre rather than the centre of that centre. Is that correct?
That's right. Likewise with the stations, it's from where the station entrance is, and light rails a similar thing. So it could be that there is some overlap in some situations where something might be sort of taking in more of the access to the town centre rather than the station. And I think we're very keen to connect to the services, the shops, the daily activities that come with the town centres as being a really key part for where to focus the policy on.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess my next question on that was part of that because those stations themselves didn't meet the criteria that the department had adopted in the refinement paper, or, as we've learnt today, the subsequent policy document on finalisation for those 30-minute commutes to one of the major centres?
So it could be for any number of reasons. That there was a lot of analysis. There was a lot of detailed refinement work for us in going through multiple factors in coming up with these best 171 locations for low and mid-rise.
Okay, and in the last part of the scattergun, as I just sneak in here, works in kind agreements under the housing and productivity contribution. Is that something that still will be possible? And what work is the department doing in finalising works in kind agreements as part of the housing and productivity contribution?
Yeah, works in kind policies have been in place for some time under the special infrastructure contributions. We, as you've mentioned, it's specific to the housing and productivity contribution. Yeah. We have been doing work and internal to government about the various elements of the policy, how we would apply that with the contribution, how we would apply that with the type of development that's coming through now and forecast to come through in the next 5-10 years. It does need to be reported to the centre of government for a decision before we would release a document for public feedback. So I'd like to
Yeah.
think that we're getting
We're
very
in
close
progress.
on that.
Yep.
So
And if I can just
Yeah,
sneak in
please.
with,
No, go for it.
what is the centre of government? Is that Premier's Department? Is that Treasury?
no, I mean that it would need to go to a cabinet meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I know we said we were going to finish a little bit earlier. I've just got one more question. I just wanted to go back quickly to the Coffs Jetty foreshore project,
Sure.
and very happy for you to take this on notice if necessary. But my understanding, and I did raise it with the Minister, that 30% social housing is that requirement for renewal of surface government land. I'm not sure where this project sits within any of that, and I'm just curious as to whether you have any awareness of that Coffs Jetty proposal and whether there is a social housing figure on it, and if so, what that is. So if you want to take that on
Look, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
With the caveat that at the moment we're looking at the zoning. We're not getting down into development application stage, so there's still obviously time for the department and the Minister to have consideration of affordable housing.
Yeah, thank you. And you earlier did commit to making sure that the zoning, you were clear on what the existing zoning is.
Yes, I think there's some of the zoning that might be interpreted by some members of the community as RE1, I believe is special purpose, but I've committed to making sure we look at that and we reflect that accurately in the public exhibition.
Thank you. And
Yep.
then just one final thing on the costs, and just again switching from one committee hearing to this one. I know that when we had a very brief exchange in Minister Camper's budget estimates, we mentioned the use of the land.
Yes.
I would like it for you to know that I've been informed by the community very reliably that the perception that the land is fenced and not used is not correct. The land is used. The gates are. It's not fenced completely. The land is used for car parking. It's used for all sorts of community uses associated with the markets and the public use of the lands adjacent. A member of the community asked me to make that representation to you, and it's a very reliable representation.
Thank you. I think, and thank you, and I appreciate that. And I am aware about the uses of the land, and one of the reasons Ms Gibson and I went up there was to actually look at it.
Yes.
I was referring to the land that runs parallel to the railway, where it's not utilised, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
If that's incorrect, I'm most happy to be corrected.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we are now in government time, and the government is...
I can answer questions about the Housing Task Force.
The government is clearly very happy with
You wanted an early moment.
everyone's
I do want an early one.
attendance. All right, so thank you very much to all of you government officers for your attendance today. The Secretariat, as always, will be in contact with you in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions. And on behalf of everybody on this committee, we are always incredibly grateful. We know how much work goes into preparation. We know you anticipate our questions, and you do so very well. And we're really grateful for all that time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank the committee as well? And as this is the last estimates for the department, can I take a moment to please thank all the people in the department who work so hard to prepare those of us who are on the committee and our relevant ministers, and also the respect and dignity that they show to making sure that we can provide great information to you, and we're fully engaged in the process. So thank you to all my departmental people. Many of them will be watching. This is public service television. I am very grateful, and I think I represent the whole executive when I say that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Hear from all of us. Thank you. All right, that's it.